Chapter 969. It is indeed effective. Li Fuchen wasn't too surprised that he was able to teleport out of the voodoo ancestors' ruins. His spirit-soul talent was able to conceal his chi presence perfectly. The cage bird sorcery might be incredible, but as compared to his spirit-soul, it wasn't just a little bit inferior. As he withdrew his spirit-soul talent, the invisible force assaulted again and tried to drag him into the voodoo ancestors' ruins. It was fortunate that after arriving at the Divine Leaf City, due to the distance, the invisible force could only have a slight effect on him and wasn't able to drag him back. I have to think of a way to break it. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that this cage bird sorcery wasn't a good thing. If he kept it with him, it would cause trouble sooner or later. Origin Extreme Heaven Lord, in a few days, there will be a Heaven Monarch gathering in the Divine Leaf City. The host is the Wind Empress. I feel that you can participate and let everyone get to know you. On this day, the White Rainbow Heaven Lord who encountered Li Fuchen thought of something and said, "All right." Li Fuchen agreed. He was already considered a Heaven Lord now and naturally had to understand the Heaven Monarch level. This gathering was an opportunity. The gathering was held at the Divine Leaf City's Heavenly Elegance Manor. The owner of the manor was the host of the gathering, the Wind Empress. Speaking of the Wind Empress, many people knew her. She might not be a city lord of a certain universe city, but she was a true city lord-class Heaven Monarch. Her ability to control the wind was extremely terrifying. She could easily create a spatial storm and incite the wind of destruction. Heavenly Elegance Manor. Heaven Monarchs arrived one after another, including the 19th Legion's Heaven Monarch. Haha, Bone Wolf Heaven Monarch, long time no see. Deadwood Ancestor, after so many years, you still haven't changed. No wonder people call you Deadwood Ancestor. Blue Shark Heaven Monarch, didn't you go to the ancient Stone Star region? Don't talk about it. I don't know why the Time Sand Heaven Monarch went crazy and researched a time prison. He constantly captured people and even captured a few Heaven Monarchs. The Time Sand Heaven Monarch is an incredible figure. It is rumored that he isn't a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch, but a Star Region-class Heaven Monarch. Heaven Monarchs weren't like Sacred Lords or regular saints. Heaven Monarchs had great mobility and wouldn't be limited to a certain universe city or star region. To them, they could go anywhere in the universe and they just needed to spend some time and effort. Therefore, they more or less knew about the other star regions. In the Heavenly Elegance Villa, bubbles floated in the air. Inside the bubbles were all sorts of fine wine, desserts, and fruit. Among them, there was no lack of fine wine worth millions. Everyone was casually drinking and eating desserts, or walking around with wine glasses in their hands. They made friends with some powerful Heaven Monarchs, and the atmosphere of the gathering was quite harmonious and comfortable. This is indeed a gathering of heavenly lords. Li Fuchen reached into the bubble and took out a glass of clear wine. This cup of wine was no ordinary wine. It was the famous Dragon Branch Jade Nectar of Godly Leaf City. It was brewed using Godly Leaf Dew and Godly Leaf Juice. It was worth 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones per bottle. This cup of wine was about 100,000. A gathering of heavenly lords like this is not held often. Sometimes, a small gathering of heavenly lords is held every few thousand years. The most famous of these gatherings are the Hengi Banquet of Ancestor Hengi and the 100-Flower Empress 100-Flower Assembly. The Sword Wind Heaven Monarch was a handsome middle-aged man with a sword scar on his forehead. After taking a sip of fine wine, the Sword Wind Heaven Monarch said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded. This wasn't the first time he heard about the 100-Flower Assembly. If he had the chance, he must participate. Come, Heavenly Lord Yuanji, let me introduce you. This is Heavenly Lord Dark Hand. His palm technique is quite powerful. Not only can he hurt people invisibly, but he can also save people invisibly. The Sword Wind Heaven Monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch brought Li Fuchen to a slender Heaven Monarch with a strange chi presence. Heavenly Lord Enhand, this is the new Heavenly Lord of the Swordsman Guild, Heavenly Lord Ung. But don't underestimate him. In terms of strength, I might not be his match, Heavenly Lord Baihong said to Heavenly Lord Enhand. The Dark Hand Heavenly Monarch originally didn't pay much attention to Li Fuchen, but after hearing the White Rainbow Heavenly Monarch's words, he was rather astonished. The White Rainbow Heavenly Monarch might not be considered formidable, but he was still a Class 3 Heaven Monarch. If a newly promoted Heaven Monarch had the strength of a Class 3 Heaven Monarch, he would be an outstanding existence no matter where he was. Heavenly Lord Ung, nice to meet you. The Enhand Heavenly Monarch extended his hand and wanted to shake Li Fuchen's hand. The eyes of Heavenly Lord Sword Wind and Heavenly Lord White Rainbow flickered, but they did not stop him. Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, nice to meet you. Li Fuchen took a glance at the Enhand Heavenly Lord's hand. This hand was a mixture of the real and fake. If Li Fuchen was to shake hands recklessly, he might grab onto nothing. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen reached out and shook hands with the Enhand Heavenly Lord. The Enhand Heavenly Lord felt that his hand was firmly grasped by the Enhand Heavenly Lord and was unable to turn his hand into the void. Incredible! The Enhand Heavenly Lord revealed a smile. Around 1 hour later, the Wind Empress arrived. The Wind Empress was wearing a pale green dress and had a tall and sexy figure. Her facial features might not be considered exquisite, but when put together, it gave off an indescribable charm. Just like the wind, it could be wild or gentle. It was ever-changing and captivating. The arrival of the Wind Empress made the atmosphere of the gathering lively. Sword Wind Heavenly Lord, this is? The gathering had been going on for a long time, and the Wind Empress finally had the time to visit the Sword Wind Heavenly Lord. Wind Empress, this is my Swordsman Guild's newly promoted Heavenly Lord Ung. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord introduced. Greetings to the Wind Empress. Li Fuchen cupped his fist towards the Wind Empress. Oh, newly promoted Heavenly Lord? He looks very young. The Wind Empress sized up Li Fuchen, and there was a flash of light in the depths of her eyes. She was very sensitive to chi presences, and Li Fuchen's chi presence was too young. She had never seen such a young chi presence even among the sacred lords, let alone heaven monarchs. After the gathering ended, Li Fuchen had a great harvest. During the gathering, he got to know plenty of heaven monarchs and exchanged communication tokens. These heaven monarchs might not have great strength, but they had their own channels and special abilities. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also exchanged communication tokens with the Wind Empress. To be able to exchange communication tokens with a City Lord class Heaven Monarch was enough to make most of the Heaven Monarchs envious. Clang! Blazing sparks sprayed out wantonly and a figure was sent flying. Maniac, Ung Heavenly Lord, you are truly a maniac. Even though the White Rainbow Heavenly Lord knew that Li Fuchen's strength might not be inferior to his, he was still shocked to witness it personally. Something wasn't right. Li Fuchen's strength wasn't inferior to the White Rainbow Heavenly Lord. He was completely superior. Could he be a second-class Heaven Monarch? The White Rainbow Heavenly Lord took a deep cold breath. Li Fuchen had just become a Heaven Monarch and already had the strength of a second-class Heaven Monarch. It meant that Li Fuchen had a great chance to become a Starfield-class Heaven Monarch in the future. Ung Heavenly Lord, let's spar. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord's sword Dao shook and swept at Li Fuchen with sword forces. The Sword Wind Heavenly Lord's sword Dao was obviously the Chaotic Wind sword Dao. The sword moves weren't just abnormally sharp, they didn't have any trajectories. With the glorious sword Dao, Li Fuchen was only able to fight evenly with the Sword Wind Heavenly Lord. He is actually a first-class Heaven Monarch. The White Rainbow Heavenly Lord nearly bit his tongue. Chapter 970. The Thousand-Star Shadow Ravine was the first of the 5 treacherous places in the horizontal river Star region. It was unknown if this treacherous place was formed innately or postnatally. It was filled with countless universe ravines, and each universe ravine contained boundless time and space. Even a heaven monarch would be completely lost if they were to enter. Between the huge ravines were special stars. These stars seemed to be formed from shadows, but they were corporeal. At this moment, a battleship silently arrived at the 1,000-star Shadow Ravine. On the battleship stood a few heaven monarchs. They were Li Fuchen, the Dark-Hand Heavenly Monarch, the Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch, and the Iron Monarch. The Dark-Hand Heavenly Monarch didn't need to be mentioned. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch was a demonic beast race heaven monarch and had tiger patterns on his body. The Iron Monarch was a tall and fit female heaven monarch. Her facial features were sharp, and her skin was smooth and flawless. Li Fuchen got to know the trio at the gathering. They were here to help the Dark-Hand Heavenly Monarch capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. The Shadow Stone Monkey normally lives on the shadow stars. Once it encounters danger, it will immediately escape to the nearest universe ravine. Therefore, when we find the Shadow Stone Monkey, we only have one chance to capture it. Once we miss it, we will have to find another Shadow Stone Monkey. The Dark-Hand Heavenly Monarch had paid a huge price for this capture. Firstly, he had to pay 300 million peak-grade spirit stones to each of the 3 individuals. After the capture was successful, he would have to pay another 200 million peak-grade spirit stones. Dark-Hand Heavenly Monarch, don't worry. I, the Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch, will not take your peak-grade spirit stones for free. If I can't capture it this time, I will help you capture it for free next time. The Tiger Pole Heavenly Monarch patted his chest and said. The Dark-Hand Heavenly Monarch laughed and said, I have prepared for many years for this capture plan. I believe it will succeed. Soon enough, the battleship approached a shadow star. After landing on the star, the 4 of them started to search for traces of the Shadow Stone Monkey. There were too many shadow stars in the 1,000-star Shadow Ravine. It was said to be 1,000 stars, but there were countless of them. Basically, every universe ravine would have plenty of shadow stars. This 1,000-star Shadow Ravine isn't formed naturally. Li Fuchen didn't agree to help the Dark-Hand Heaven Monarch capture the Shadow Stone Monkey for a mere 500 million peak-grade spirit stones. To be honest, Li Fuchen didn't have a lot of wealth, but if he was willing, he could easily earn 500 million peak-grade spirit stones. The reason why Li Fuchen agreed was mainly to understand the combat methods of the Dark-Hand Heaven Monarch and to witness the 1,000-star Shadow Ravine. In his opinion, this 1,000-star Shadow Ravine was obviously formed by a battle between a Saber Dao expert and a Shadow Dao expert. However, after countless years, the aura left behind by the battle had gradually dissipated. Only those with sharp senses would be able to detect traces of it. I wonder what are the strengths of these 2 mighty figures? Li Fuchen lamented. The 1,000-star Shadow Ravine spanned thousands of light-years. A star sector-level Heavenly Lord would definitely not be able to do it. Even a demigod might not be able to do it. After all, this was not a destruction that spanned thousands of light-years, but a near-permanent damage of thousands of light-years to the universe. Half a year later. Buzz. A faint ripple spread out. On a shadow star in the depths of the 1,000-star Shadow Ravine, a huge shadow swept out and flew toward the nearby ravine. Where are you going? The Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord's body enlarged and turned into a black striped white tiger that was tens of thousands of miles in size. He roared and blasted a horrific sound wave at the huge shadow. Creak, creak, creak. When the huge shadow was struck by the sound wave, it paused and revealed its true body. It was a giant stone monkey with a pitch-black body. As compared to it, the Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord was just a tiny dot. The Shadow Stone Monkey was a powerful existence among the starry sky giant beasts. Any Shadow Stone Monkey would have the strength of a heaven monarch. Extreme Array Board. It was unknown when the tall and fit Tai Jun appeared behind the Shadow Stone Monkey. She swung her hand and fused an array board into the void. Creak, creak, creak. the shadow stone monkey turned into a shadow again and wanted to escape into the ravine. Bang! In the void, an invisible barrier blocked the shadow stone monkey, causing it to bounce back. Seeing the situation, Tai Jun revealed a sneer. The Extreme Array board was a Supreme Array board and could easily trap a regular Heaven Monarch. Bang, 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 the shadow stone monkey seemed to have gone mad as it crazily hit the barrier of the two-pole formation plate. Gradually, cracks appeared on the barrier. Although the cracks disappeared quickly, it still made Tai Jun's heart tighten. Luo Ji In Hand. The Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand came near the shadow stone monkey and hit it with his palm. The seemingly real palm went through the shadow stone monkey's body like a phantom. It was obvious that the shadow stone monkey's speed and strength were much slower. Heavenly Monarch Dark Hand's Luo Ji In Hand was not a martial art, but a combat skill developed according to his own talent. The greatest effect of this combat skill was to absorb the opponent's strength and weaken them. Of course, if the opponent was weak, he would be directly injured or even killed. Roar! The shadow stone monkey was enraged. Its eyes were bloodshot and it unleashed a great amount of power. The array barrier was dented and almost broke. Oh no! Tai Jun's body glowed with a metallic light and he pounced at the shadow stone monkey. Clang, 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 the two clashed head-on and were evenly matched. I'll help you. The Tiger Extreme Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand joined the battle. As for the Heavenly Lord of Dark Hand, he was constantly using the Luo Ji In Hand to weaken the Shadow Stone Monkey. Heavenly Lord Yuanji, you should do your part too. The three of them might be enough to suppress the Shadow Stone Monkey, but the Tiger Extreme Lord was still displeased when he saw Li Fuchen's carefree manner. Li Fuchen said, "Apologies, I have been observing the Shadow Stone Monkey's flaw. The Shadow Stone Monkey was known to be undying and indestructible. Even a Star-Field-class Heaven Monarch would find it hard to kill a Shadow Stone Monkey. This was mainly because the Shadow Stone Monkey could turn into shadow and petrify. The former could ignore attacks, while the latter could resist attacks. With the two stacked, it was perfect. Of course, there was no perfect existence in this world. The Shadow Stone Monkey still had a flaw. If the flaw was found, it might not be able to kill the Shadow Stone Monkey, but it could be knocked unconscious. There's only one flaw on the Shadow Stone Monkey's body, and this flaw is constantly changing. I advise you not to waste your time." Tai Jun clashed with the Shadow Stone Monkey and shook his head. If the Shadow Stone Monkey's flaw was so easy to find, they wouldn't have to work so hard. It was a pity that no one could find the flaw. "Found it!" Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with radiance. "Impossible!" The Tiger Extreme Lord and Tai Jun didn't believe it. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord was rather hesitant. After drawing his sword, Li Fuchen flashed and instantly crossed with the Shadow Stone Monkey. Crackle! There seemed to be a cracking sound as the Shadow Stone Monkey's massive body collapsed on the ground. Did he really find the flaw? The Tiger Extreme Lord and Tai Jun were shocked. It seems like the Sword Wind Heaven Lord and the White Rainbow Heaven Lord weren't lying. This Origin Extreme Lord is an absolute prodigy. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord and the Sword Wind Heaven Lord were old friends, therefore, they knew about Li Fuchen's background. Knocking out the Shadow Stone Monkey didn't mean that the capture was successful. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord took out a metal token from his spatial ring. Battle Beast Token. The Tai Jun's eyes lit up. Space giant beasts were almost impossible to tame. Ancestor Huang he had once captured a Shadow Stone Monkey, but he wasn't able to tame it and could only imprison it. But nothing was absolute. There were always people and methods that could tame space giant beasts. Like the Battle Beast Token. It was said that the Battle Beast Token was a beast-taming cardinal artifact that was refined by a beast master billions of years ago. This cardinal artifact contained a spatial zone for battle beasts. Not only could it store the space giant beasts, but it could also transform the space giant beasts into battle beasts. It was a pity that the Battle Beast Token was too rare. Furthermore, a single battle beast token could only store one space giant beast. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord must have obtained this battle beast token from some ruins. Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, no wonder you want to capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. It turns out that you have the battle beast token. The Tiger Extreme Lord was extremely envious. The battle beast token could increase the strength of the space giant beasts significantly. From now on, the Dark Hand Heavenly Lord would be considered a tyrant. He might even be able to contest with regular City Lord class Heaven Monarch. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord chuckled and poured his power into the battle beast token to capture the Shadow Stone Monkey. Soon enough, the unconscious Shadow Stone Monkey was kept into the battle beast token. Thank you, everyone. Here are 200 million peak grade spirit stones. The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord tossed 200 million peak grade spirit stones to each of them. After receiving the peak grade spirit stones, the Tiger Extreme Lord couldn't help but ask, Dark Hand Heavenly Lord, may I ask where did you obtain this battle beast token? The Dark Hand Heavenly Lord said, to be honest, this battle beast token was found in the ancient Stone Star region's Forbidden Cave. You dare to enter the Forbidden Cave? Forget it, that place is too dangerous and I don't wish to enter. The Tiger Extreme Lord shook his head. In response, the Tai Jun had also given up on obtaining the battle beast token. The Forbidden Cave wasn't a good place, or rather, the entire ancient Stone Star region wasn't a good place. Ancient Stone Star region, Forbidden Cave? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Chapter 971. The deep blue plain was like an oval-shaped blue gem, quietly floating in the universe. Back at the Sword Sect, Li Fuchen split the resources that he didn't need into two. One portion was stored in the Sword Sect's treasury, while the other portion was stored in the Li clan's treasury. The Sword Sect was just like the other sects, and the only way to obtain the resources of the sect was to earn contribution points. Of course, some precious resources didn't just require a huge amount of contribution points, it also required a corresponding identity. If one's identity wasn't high enough, then one would be unable to exchange for precious resources. As for the resources in the Li clan's treasury, they were controlled by Li Tianhan and Xin Yuyan. In comparison, the Li clan's resources were more precious than the Sword Sect's. No matter how selfless Li Fuchen was, he wouldn't put the Sword Sect and the Li clan on the same level. The Sword Sect was a power that belonged to him. The Li clan was his clan. His clansmen shared the same bloodline as him. Li Fuchen's greatest objective was for everyone that he valued to step into the Saint's realm. This goal might be a little big, but as Li Fuchen's strength got stronger, the resources he obtained would get more precious. Li Fuchen believed that this goal would be achieved. Through the East Unicorn continent, Li Fuchen headed to various star regions. For example, the ancient Stone Star area and the Prism Light Star area. The ancient Stone Star region was different from the past. Ever since the Time Sand Heavenly Lord had built a time prison there, many people had left the ancient Stone Star region. It was rumored that the space-time inside this time prison was infinitely repetitive. If one couldn't break the time prison, they could only be tortured to death. In the Prism Light Galaxy, Li Fuchen had a contest with the Radiance God Cult's Deputy Cult Master, the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. As the Deputy Cult Master of the Radiance God Cult, the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch's strength was definitely one of the best among the first-class Heaven Monarchs. The duo had been exchanging moves for a few days and weren't able to determine the victor. Ultimately, when Li Fuchen sensed the Radiance God Cult Master rushing over, he chose to retreat. This is a prismatic gem? Li Fuchen pinched an irregular gemstone in his hand. This gem was sparkling and translucent. Wherever its light shone, space-time would be refracted. It was because of this precious gem that Li Fuchen fought with the Golden Lion Heaven Monarch. There were many planes in the horizontal river galaxy. If the deep blue plane was described as an oval-shaped blue gemstone, then the demon plane would be an oval-shaped black gemstone with black lightning streaking across its surface. Inside the demonic plane, A giant portal rose up, and countless demonic beasts rushed into the portal, disappearing. In the air opposite one of the high-grade teleportation portals, a fiendish demon with 2 pairs of wings on its back and a vertical eye between its eyebrows stood in the void. This was a skyfiend. His third eye shot out golden light as if it could see through endless spacetime. This invasion of the deep blue plane can only succeed. Failure is not allowed. The 3-eyed heavenly demon said to the demon masters below. Yes, Lord Ninth Heavenly Demon. The demon masters bowed in greeting. The last time they invaded the deep blue dimension, they had failed at the last moment. The main reason was that most of their troops had been deployed to the Turing dimension. Now that they had successfully occupied the Turing dimension, it would be easy for them to deal with the deep blue dimension. Go! The 3-eyed heavenly demon waved his hand. In the deep blue plane, numerous gates of flesh and blood appeared on the abandoned continent. Countless demons poured out of them. Compared to the previous invasion of the fiendish demons, this time's invasion was even fiercer and more difficult to defend against. There might not be countless peak-class demon lords and demon masters, but there were at least hundreds of them, and the number was still increasing. In normal situations, if there weren't any heaven monarchs, it was just a matter of time before the deep blue plane fell. Kill! When the demons invaded, the battle pagoda was activated. The deep blue plane was divided into 100 battle zones, and each battle zone had humans fighting with the demons. Crackle! The black saber light was like a black lightning that drew across the sky. Countless demons perished under this saber. The saber user was Yen Qingwu. After many years, her cultivation was already at the 4th level of Unity Realm. With the help of the witchcraft saber that Li Fuchen gifted to her, her strength wasn't inferior to regular peak-class saints. Human, you don't have any hope anymore. Hurry up and surrender. A demon master flew over and grabbed with his large hand. An incomparably giant palm that was burning with black raging flames grabbed at everyone. Break! Yen Qingwu took out a black rui from her spatial ring. This was a peak-grade Extreme Dao Cardinal artifact that Li Fuchen gifted to her. After pouring the saber energy into it, the black rui rapidly enlarged. It didn't just disperse the black raging flame palm, it was also smashing at the demon master. No! This demon master didn't expect for Yen Qingwu's artifact to be so ferocious. As he was caught off guard, he was immediately smashed into ashes by the black rui. In another battle zone, a human sacred master was in a great battle with a demon master. This human sacred master was none other than the heaven-crippling sacred master who had been missing for many years. During the demon invasion, he was severely injured by a few demon masters and was on the verge of death. Everyone assumed that he was already dead, but who would have expected for him to return? Bang bang bang. The heaven-crippling sacred master's strength was much more terrifying than before and was suppressing his opponent. Only a few people knew that his heaven-crippling sacred technique didn't just get stronger as he was injured. The more injuries he received, the faster his improvement. Previously, he nearly perished, and this time, his strength had increased by several times. But as time elapsed, more demon masters arrived at the deep blue plane. The number of opponents increased from 1 demon master to 2. The heaven-crippling sacred master was also having a hard time. You can't even deal with a mere human sacred master. The two of you move aside. The void ripped apart and a demon master with an extremely powerful chi presence suddenly appeared and blasted a fist at the heaven-crippling sacred master. PFFF. The heaven-crippling sacred master's body was about to explode as he was sent flying. Die! The horrific fist suppressed time and space and was extremely ferocious. Seeing that he was about to die, the heaven-crippling sacred master let out a bitter laugh, but his eyes didn't have a trace of regret. Heaven-crippling sacred master, it has been a long time. A clear voice ignored time and space and transmitted into the heaven-crippling sacred master's ears. This is... The heaven-crippling sacred master felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Who? The demon masters who wanted to kill the heaven-crippling sacred master had a horrified expression. He realized that the time and space within a few 100 million miles had been frozen. Under everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen walked out from the void. It's you. The heaven-crippling sacred master recognized Li Fuchen. After taking a deep breath, he had a face of disbelief. Back when he first met Li Fuchen was just a junior. Now that they met again, the heaven-crippling sacred master couldn't see through Li Fuchen anymore. A random trace of chi presence from Li Fuchen's body was enough to make his scalp go numb. Li Fuchen smiled and waved his hand. Including the 3 demon masters, all the demons within a few 100 million miles were turned into dust. They were all dead. Heaven-crippling sacred master, this is a token of my appreciation. Thank you for everything you have done for the human race. After tossing a spatial ring to the heaven-crippling sacred master, Li Fuchen turned and left. After opening the spatial ring, the heaven-crippling sacred master's eyes contracted. Every single item within the spatial ring was precious to him. He had a feeling that with these items, there wouldn't be many people at the Holy Lord level that would be able to compete with him. Chapter 972. With Li Fuchen's ability, he didn't even need 15 minutes to travel from one battle zone to another. In every battle zone, Li Fuchen would be able to instantly destroy most of the demons. It didn't matter if the demon was a demon lord or a regular demon. In front of Li Fuchen, there wasn't much difference. But Li Fuchen also understood that if he didn't destroy the door of flesh and blood, there would only be more demons and he wouldn't be able to kill them all. Of course, with his strength, he could slowly kill them all, and it was only a matter of time before he killed all the demons. But the deep blue plane would definitely suffer severe casualties, and it wasn't something he wished to see. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the regular door of flesh. He wanted to destroy the door of flesh that could teleport demon lords. The heavenly crippling divine lord was in the 72 battle zones. 3 demon masters had suddenly appeared here. Clearly, there was a high-level gate of flesh and blood. As expected, a short moment later, Li Fuchen sensed an evil door of flesh on an abandoned continent. If it was the Li Fuchen from many years ago, let alone a high-class door of flesh, he wouldn't even be able to destroy a normal door of flesh. But it was different now. Li Fuchen had the strength of a first-class heaven monarch, and he wasn't a weakling among the first-class heaven monarch. Break! Drawing the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen brandished at the door of flesh and blood. Crackle! The gate of flesh and blood seemed to have a spirit of its own as it resisted Li Fuchen's sword chi frenziedly. Unfortunately, this sword chi was too powerful. Sword marks began to appear on the gate of flesh and blood. Bang! A sword mark exploded, and the gate of flesh and blood trembled. Bang 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 bang! As the rest of the sword scars exploded, the gate of flesh and blood was unable to hold on and instantly exploded into ashes. Demon plane. What? An advanced flesh gate has been destroyed? The 9th heavenly demon's pupils shrank. The high-level gate of flesh and blood could teleport demon masters. Normally, one would need to have the strength of at least a 4th or 5th grade Lord of Heaven to destroy it. Could it be that a Heaven Lord has appeared in the deep blue plane? The 9th heavenly demon's face darkened. If there were heavenly lords in the deep blue plane, then this invasion would have failed halfway. After all, a heaven monarch was unable to descend to another plane. If he were to forcefully descend, he would be crippled by the laws of the deep blue plane before the battle even started. It was very likely that he would perish. Humph, although I can't descend to the deep blue plane, I can still attack from a distance. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 9th heavenly demon. As the 9th heavenly demon, he was not an ordinary heavenly demon, but a city lord-level heavenly demon. Even through the gate of flesh and blood, he could exert a portion of his strength, which was enough to kill ordinary heaven monarchs. He was waiting for his opponent to destroy the gate of flesh and blood that was connected to the portal in front of him. 2. The fiendish demons had been planning this invasion for a long time. The number of the gate of flesh and blood was more than 10 times that of the last time. Li Fuchen guessed that during the previous demon invasion, they might have retreated at the last moment, but they must have left plenty of backup plans just for this invasion. However, the demons did not expect that there would be a heavenly lord in the deep blue plane. The influence of a lord of heaven on a war was subversive. No matter how many demon masters you have, as long as you don't have any sky demons, you can't win this war. The battle was very intense. Apart from the Heaven Remnant Sacred Lord, there was no other Sacred Lord on the human side. Thinking about it, it was normal. The Divine Lords all wanted to seek their own opportunities, and it was impossible for them to stay in the plane forever. The Heaven Remnant Sacred Lord was injured and had just recovered. Once this battle was over, he might leave the deep blue plane and venture into the universe cities. In District 54, Yan Qingwu had already killed her way to the vicinity of a gate of flesh and blood. Before this, she had already killed 5 demon masters. This Black Rui was too powerful. As a peak-grade extreme Dao cardinal artifact, the Black Rui's power was equivalent to a peak-grade Sacred Lord. However, not every demon master was a peak-grade Sacred Lord. Rip. Inside the gate of flesh and blood, a pair of large hands tore open the spatial zone and a demon master forcefully squeezed out. This demon master was several times stronger than the demon masters that Yan Qingwu had killed previously. Just the qi presence from his body was enough to make anyone below the Sacred Lord dizzy. I actually encountered a human race absolute beauty as soon as I arrived. My luck is truly good. This demon master had hundreds of short horns on his body. Each of the short horns was overflowing with thunderbolts. It was obvious that this demon master was adept at the Thunder Dao. Bang bang! The demon master that was covered with short horns blasted a fist of thunderbolts at Yan Qingwu. So fierce! Yan Qingwu was sent flying by the fist energy, but she was not injured. She was no longer wearing armor made of purple cloud divine gold. Instead, she was wearing a full set of peak-grade sorcery armor. Even a 4th or 5th grade sky demon would not be able to break through her defense with one punch, let alone a demon master. What? The short-horned demon master was shocked. Interesting. It seems like your background is quite powerful. You actually have such a powerful armor. Unfortunately, you can only withstand one punch of mine. I wonder if you can withstand 100 punches, 1,000 punches. The short-horned demon master waved his fist and attacked Yan Qingwu crazily. Why do I need to forcefully resist? I just need to kill you. Yan Qingwu took out a scroll from her spatial ring. Go! Opening the scroll, Yan Qingwu poured her saber energy into it. Whoosh! The scroll turned into a crescent moon that enveloped the short-horned demon master. No! The short-horned demon master's figure was frozen. Then, he collapsed. What a domineering moon curse scroll! Yan Qingwu let out a breath. Li Fuchen told her that this peak-grade moon curse scroll could basically instantly kill any sacred lord. She didn't believe it, but now she was completely convinced. It seems like your side is rather successful. There was a voice that echoed. Yan Qingwu turned around and saw Li Fuchen behind her. It is this door of blood and flesh that cannot be destroyed. Yan Qingwu used all her methods but was unable to shake the door of blood and flesh. Li Fuchen said, "Unless you use the Sun Curse Scroll, it is impossible to destroy this door of blood and flesh." The Sun Curse Scroll was given to Yan Qingwu by Li Fuchen for self-defense. In Li Fuchen's opinion, if a slightly inferior Heaven Monarch was caught off guard, they might also be severely injured by the Sun Curse Scroll. Inferior Heaven Monarchs might just be instantly killed by the Sun Curse Scroll. Items from the Voodoo Ancestor ruins weren't simple. I can't bear to use it. Yan Qingwu took a step back and was prepared to see how Li Fuchen was going to destroy the door of blood and flesh. Be careful. All of a sudden, Li Fuchen grabbed Yan Qingwu and retreated rapidly. As he was retreating too quickly, time and space were folded. Logically speaking, this retreat should be at least a few 100 million miles away. But visually, Li Fuchen had only retreated a few miles. Right at this moment, a pitch-black palm reached out from the door of flesh and grabbed nothing. Incredible! You are actually able to sense the danger in advance. It is a pity that you have already entered my sky devil space and are dead for sure. In the center of the pitch-black palm was an eye and a mouth. The mouth was letting out a deafening voice. City Lord class Sky Devil? Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He wasn't afraid of the enemy, but with Yan Qingwu around, he couldn't afford to be careless. Chapter 973. Open. When Li Fuchen cleaved with his sword, the void was sliced apart like a piece of paper. However, after cutting open a layer, there was still another layer behind it. For a moment, he didn't know how many layers there were. Such a powerful demonic space. Li Fuchen's pupils shrank. The other party was obviously a super expert who played with space. He was actually able to divide the void into so many layers. Return of Sword Chi. Not daring to be careless, Li Fuchen executed his kill move. Puff puff puff, a spot of sword radiance lit up and hundreds of layers of the void were pierced through, creating a gap. You go out first. Li Fuchen pushed with his hand and sent Yan Qingwu out of the sky devil space. Seeing that Li Fuchen was stronger than he imagined, the ninth sky devil snorted and cleaved with his palm. The might of this palm was indescribable. Before this palm, even time and space were enveloped. To a certain extent, this palm was unavoidable. Be it the heavens or the earth, everything was within this palm. But Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. If it was face to face, Li Fuchen might not be a match for Li Fuchen. But with the door of flesh and blood between them, it would already be praiseworthy if Li Fuchen could even execute 100% of his strength. The sword light was like a sea. When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, boundless sword light spread out. Rumble! The sky devil space shook and Li Fuchen was sent flying while his chi presence was slightly fluctuating. First-class Lord of Heaven? On the demon plane, the ninth heavenly demon's expression was extremely unsightly. Even if it was a face-to-face fight, it was impossible for him to kill a first-class heavenly lord in a few moves. Boom boom boom, the two of them fought fiercely, causing cracks to appear in the demonic space. It was a pity that the ninth sky demon was only able to suppress Li Fuchen and wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. As for killing Li Fuchen, it was impossible. Creak. Another pitch-black palm extended out from the door of blood and flesh. Li Fuchen saw that the door of blood and flesh was filled with cracks. It was obvious that the gate of flesh and blood was on the verge of collapsing. Two pitch-black palms clasped together, and a black grain of sand condensed. This black gravel contained unimaginable power. Once it was formed, the sky devil spatial zone immediately collapsed. Everything was collapsing towards the black gravel, including Li Fuchen. Black hole? It doesn't look like it. It should be a more powerful spatial technique. Li Fuchen was fearless and cleaved at the black gravel. Gotcha! The black gravel shattered, along with the gate of flesh and blood. Superior supreme weapon? The incomparably gloomy voice was drowned in the space-time turbulence. As expected of a city lord-level sky demon. Even through the door of flesh and blood, it can still display strength that surpasses a first-class heavenly lord. Li Fuchen knew that if he didn't have the joint heaven sword, even if he was twice as strong, he wouldn't be able to shatter the black gravel. In a single day, Li Fuchen destroyed all the doors of blood and flesh. To him, this invasion was just a small interlude. In the face of absolute power, everything else was just like floating clouds. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed since the demon invasion. During this half a year, Li Fuchen's sword art had yet to reach the supreme level. Of course, in terms of sword art power, be it the primary extreme sword art or the radiant sword art, they were much stronger than regular supreme sword art. They were almost comparable with a city lord level supreme sword art. For example, if a supreme sword art was compared to an adult, then any sword art below the supreme sword art would be like a child. However, Li Fuchen's sword art was too powerful, and it was obvious that he was an innate talent that was stronger than an adult. Fire God Star Region. There was a blazing star that was tens of thousands of times bigger than the universe city that was floating there. The blazing star's radiance was too intense, and the surrounding few light years of starry sky was brightly lit. Around 1 light year away from the blazing star, there was a universe city. This was an extremely majestic universe city, and in the center of the universe city there was a statue. The statue was surrounded by stars, and as compared to the statue, the stars were no different from dust. It was imaginable how massive the statue was. This universe city was called Zhu City, and it was the Zhu clan's main city. The Zhu clan had always been a major clan in the universe. Until the Zhu clan produced a demigod called the Fire God, the Zhu clan became an elite clan in the universe. Even the Swordsman Guild, Saber Alliance, and the Undead Legion weren't willing to provoke the Zhu clan. It wasn't because they were afraid, after all, the 3 major factions also had demigods. They just didn't want to start a war between demigods. Furthermore, there were strong and weak demigods too. The Fire God was definitely one of the most powerful demigods in the universe. In a luxurious and magnificent manner, a group of people were drinking tea and chatting. The leader was actually a heaven monarch, and every move he made was emitting a superior chi presence. On the 3rd seat on the right, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord, Zhu Sanqiu, was saying something. It is impossible for our Zhu clan to give up a plane. How about this? I will head to the horizontal river region with you and take control of the deep blue plain. The leader was called Zhu Guangming, and he was considered a person with authority in the Zhu city. Many thanks, Lord Guangming. Zhu Sanqiu was overjoyed. With a heaven monarch, the entire deep blue plain would be controlled by the Zhu clan. Zhu Guangming then said, "Oh right, Saintess Hongxiu wants to go back. Let's go with her." The Saintess from our plane? Zhu Sanqiu raised his eyebrows. He had heard from his clansmen that the Zhu clan's ancestral array had activated once, when he was not around, and summoned a branch of the Zhu clan from a low-level continent. In this branch, there was a girl called Zhu Hongxiu who had an extremely high concentration of the Fire God's bloodline, which caused an anomaly in the ancestral array. The ancestral array had sent her out of the Zhu clan and probably to Zhu City. Zhu Guangming nodded. This Saintess Hongxiu is not simple. Her Fire God's bloodline is extremely thick. After the baptism in the Fire God pool, she is now half a heaven monarch. Half a heaven monarch. Zhu Sanqiu was envious. Just because of the high concentration of the Fire God's bloodline, a junior had surpassed his countless years of hard work in less than 100 years. He had to admit that she was so lucky that it made him jealous. In the pitch-black starry sky, a beam of light kept jumping. Every time it jumped, it would jump an infinite distance. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the beam of light was actually a glowing ship. However, because it was jumping so fast, it looked like a beam of light. At the bow of the ship, a man and a woman were standing side by side. The man was a handsome and tall young man in a red brocade robe. Judging from the supreme aura he exuded, he was obviously a lord of heaven. The woman was in a red robe. Her aura was much weaker, but vaguely, she exuded a more noble and terrifying aura. Hongxiu, it's not wise for you to go back now. You know that you are not the only saintess in Zhu City. The handsome young man's eyes fell on the woman in a red robe with a hint of admiration. Zhu Hongxiu said, "Recently, I have been dreaming about the past. If I don't go back, it will affect my condition." Compared to many years ago, Zhu Hongxiu had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the past, she might be elegant and beautiful, but because of her age, be it her figure, appearance, or temperament, she had yet to mature. The current her was extremely beautiful and her temperament was peerless. Every move she made was filled with astonishing charm. Do you have worries in your heart? In that case, it is quite necessary to go back. The handsome young man nodded. For a martial artist's cultivation, the most important thing was to cultivate the heart. If there were worries in the heart, it would naturally affect the cultivation. Zhu Hongxiu didn't speak anymore and looked into the distance. In the blink of an eye, she had left the East Unicorn continent for nearly 100 years. A lot of people should already be dead. After all, a regular martial artist's lifespan wasn't much longer than an ordinary person. It was already good to be able to live for 100 years. Unknowingly, a blurry figure flashed in Zhu Hongxiu's mind. She couldn't remember the appearance of this figure, but it didn't disappear with the passage of time. It was just hidden deeper. I wonder how you are now? Zhu Hongxiu let out a breath. In her opinion, even if Li Fuchen had some achievements, he would at most be at the reincarnation realm. The East Unicorn continent was just a low-class continent and it was impossible for an existence of a higher class to appear. Of course, no matter how Li Fuchen was, she wouldn't have any interactions with him. Chapter 974. The ship was extremely fast, even faster than most heavenly monarchs. Each jump covered at least a few hundred light-years. We're at the horizontal river star zone. Passing through a boundless dark space of nothingness, everyone saw specks of starlight. Although the star field looked dark, there were still specks of starlight. Only the area between star fields was absolute darkness, absolute nothingness. The cabin door opened, and Zhu Guangming and Zhu Sanqiu walked out. Lord Bright Light. At the bow of the ship, the handsome young man turned his head. In terms of seniority, Zhu Guangming was his great-grandfather. However, in the top families, unless one was a direct relative, one's strength was the most important thing. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus, Saintess Hongxiu, we've arrived at the horizontal river star zone. Are you going to Godly Leaf City or Deep Blue Plain first? Zhu Guangming asked. Zhu Hongxiu said, Deep Blue Plain first. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus said, then let's go first. The world tree's leaves wouldn't run away. It didn't matter if they went earlier or later. All right. Zhu Guangming didn't have any objections. A few days later, the ship arrived near Deep Blue Plain. Once we enter the Deep Blue dimension, follow Divine Lord Heavenly Fire's lead. Lord Bright Brightness ordered the team of Divine Lords that followed him. Yes. The team leader was a cold-looking middle-aged man. He nodded. Go. Lord Bright Light waved his hand. Let's go. The group, including Zhu Hongxiu, flew toward Deep Blue Plain. Saint Spirit Continent, Sword Sect. Everything was in order. They actually created their own sect. Unfortunately, the Sword Sect will no longer exist. The entire Deep Blue Plain will only have the Zhu clan. The void tore open, and a group of people appeared near the Sword Sect. The leader was none other than Zhu Sanqiu. This array doesn't seem simple. The cold-looking middle-aged man frowned. So what if it's powerful? We aren't ordinary sacred lords. The bald elder beside the cold-looking middle-aged man grinned, and took a step forward. The cold-looking middle-aged man didn't say anything. Although he felt that the Sword Sect's formation wasn't simple, it was indeed impossible for it to block them. No matter if it was him or the Feng Long Holy Lord, they were existences at the level of invincible Holy Lords in any universe city. It was impossible for them to be unable to break through a formation. Break! A black saber appeared in the bald old man's hand. With a slash, a black saber light flew out. The black saber light did not look big, but the power it contained was boundless. When boundless power was compressed into a saber light, one could imagine how powerful it would be. Just as the bald old man thought that the array formation would be broken, his smile suddenly froze. Before the black saber light, which looked like a black flood dragon, could get close to the array formation, it was blocked by an invisible force. The further he went, the dimmer the black saber light became. Bang! When the black saber light finally touched the barrier of the array formation, it exploded with a loud bang, blasting a large hole in the void. Eh! The stern middle-aged man's pupils shrank. I don't believe it. The bald old man's expression was unsightly. He gathered all his strength and slashed out with his saber again. Unfortunately, even if the bald old man exerted his full strength, he was still unable to break open the sword sex formation. Absolute life! The stern-looking middle-aged man made his move. His weapon was a spear. The spear was inlaid with red, yellow, and blue gems. As the gem lit up, the cold-looking middle-aged man stabbed the sword sex formation with his spear. Sizzle, horrific lightning was produced. An invisible force blocked the stern-looking middle-aged man's spear. The two forces were in a frenzy. Everyone in the sword sect was panicking. How could they not see that the person attacking the array was unbelievably powerful? Apart from the sect patriarch, no one else would be a match. What should we do? The sect patriarch has yet to return. I wonder if the array can withstand it. It should be able to withstand it. It will definitely be able to withstand it. The sect patriarch mentioned that apart from heaven monarchs, no one can break the sword sex formation within a short period of time. Everyone in the sword sect was staring outside. When they saw that the array wasn't broken, all of them let out a breath of relief. Attack together. After several moves were unable to break the array, the stern-looking middle-aged man asked everyone to attack together. In his opinion, as long as it wasn't a supreme array, they would be able to break it after spending some time. Damn it, what is going on? Zhu Sanqiu had also attacked the array, but he couldn't understand. The sword sex array was definitely a top-notch saint-class array. How did Li Fuchen set it up? Could Li Fuchen have had some fortuitous encounters during the time he was away? Zhu Hongxiu didn't move together with Zhu Sanqiu and the others. She made a trip to the Zhu clan and instructed her clansmen before flying towards the East Unicorn continent. She didn't know that Zhu Sanqiu and the others were going to find trouble with Li Fuchen. Of course, she didn't expect Li Fuchen to have such accomplishments. The East Unicorn continent was getting closer. Zhu Hongxiu admitted that her emotions were fluctuating. It has been many years. I wonder if there are any familiar people? After letting out a sigh, Zhu Hongxiu flashed and entered the East Unicorn continent. Where is the Azure Water sect? Zhu Hongxiu frowned when looking at the dilapidated buildings below. Someone is attacking the sword sect? In the pitch-black universe of the Prism Light Star region, a figure suddenly stopped. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he turned into a sword light and flew rapidly towards the spatial tunnel. Due to the extreme speed, there was even a distortion in the spatial tunnel. The spatial ripples had caused plenty of stars to crumble. Buzz. Half a day later, Li Fuchen flashed and rushed into the invisible spatial tunnel. East Unicorn continent. The sword light didn't stop and headed straight for the Saint Spirit continent. What is going on? Zhu Hongxiu was already very shocked when the East Unicorn continent underwent a huge change. Right now, she was indescribably shocked when she saw an unfathomable presence suddenly appearing in the East Unicorn continent. Zhu Hongxiu subconsciously chased after the figure. Such speed! After a single breath, Zhu Hongxiu took a deep cold breath. The figure's speed was too fast, and in less than a single breath, he had left her in the dust. She was a half-step heaven monarch, and apart from true heaven monarchs, no one would be able to surpass her in speed. This direction is the Saint Spirit continent. Zhu Hongxiu had just arrived from the Saint Spirit continent, therefore, she was able to determine the path of the sword light. A short moment later, Li Fuchen entered the Saint Spirit continent and sensed the situation at the sword sect. Outside of the sword sect, a group of sacred lords were surrounding and attacking. One of them was actually the Zhu clan's #1 patriarch, the Heaven Fire Sacred Lord Zhu Sanqiu. Courting death. Li Fuchen's body was bursting with murderous aura. If he didn't return in advance and pour in a streak of sword intent into the sword sect's array, the array would have already been destroyed. Once the array was destroyed, no one in the sword sect would be able to survive. The distance of half a continent wasn't considered a distance for Li Fuchen. Just a moment ago, he sensed the situation at the sword sect, and in the next moment, he had already arrived. When the Qi presence leaked out, time and space were stagnated and everyone was frozen in place. What? The grave and stern middle-aged man's thoughts were still revolving while fear burst out from the depths of his spirit soul. Chapter 975. Zhu Sanqiu. Li Fuchen's figure descended from the sky and looked straight at Zhu Sanqiu. He had wanted to disintegrate the Zhu clan for a long time, but the Zhu clan's foundation was much more profound than he imagined. Apart from the Saint-class arrays, the core of the Zhu clan was also hidden with multiple supreme arrays. Let alone him, even a city lord-class heaven monarch would have a hard time breaking these arrays. Originally, he didn't want to start a war with the Zhu clan, but since Zhu Sanqiu dared to attack the sword sect, he had to start a war. This had already touched his bottom line. How is this possible? Zhu Sanqiu realized that he could speak again. He stared at Li Fuchen with eyes that were filled with absurdity, disbelief, and mostly fear. Not good, it is a heaven monarch. The stern middle-aged man and the bald elder were certain that Li Fuchen was a heaven monarch. Only a heaven monarch could suppress all of them with ease. The stern middle-aged man immediately activated the communication token. Outside of the deep blue plain, Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch were drinking tea and playing chess on a meteorite. Buzz. Zhu Guangming placed down a chess piece and took out the communication token after sensing a vibration from his spatial ring. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch frowned and asked, "What happened?" "I don't know." Zhu Guangming shook his head and was rather puzzled. The Sacred Lord team that he sent out had 2 unrivaled Sacred Lords and the rest were all peak-level Sacred Lords. Logically, it was enough to wipe out an entire plane, unless this plane had a heaven monarch. But from Zhu Sanqiu, Zhu Guangming found out that the deep blue plane hadn't had a heaven monarch for millions of years. Let me see. Zhu Guangming injected a trace of power into the communication token. Immediately after, a screen appeared in front of the duo and it was the scene of the sword sect. Heaven Monarch. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch squinted his eyes. This Heaven Monarch actually looked younger than him. It is indeed a Heaven Monarch. This is troublesome. Zhu Guangming didn't have a good expression. It was a different matter if a plane had a Heaven Monarch or not. Normally, outsiders wouldn't target a plane that had a Heaven Monarch. After all, outsiders weren't able to enter other planes. Let's see if he is willing. After taking a deep breath, Zhu Guangming injected more power into the communication token. Almost at the same time, Zhu Guangming's image appeared on the screen. This Heaven Monarch, how should I address you? Zhu Guangming sized up Li Fuchen carefully. He could only sense traces of supreme Qi presence from Li Fuchen. In his heart, he couldn't help but look down on Li Fuchen. Lord of Heaven? Li Fuchen understood that this should be the Heaven Monarch that Zhu Sanqiu invited back. Who are you? Li Fuchen asked in reply. Zhu Guangming said, I am Zhu Guangming. You are from the Zhu clan? Li Fuchen was in deep thoughts. Zhu Guangming explained, the Deep Blue Plains Zhu family is only a branch of the true Zhu family. The true Zhu family isn't this weak. I see. Li Fuchen understood that a clan that had a demigod wouldn't be so simple. A casual move left behind by a demigod was enough to kill a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch or even a Star Domain-class Heaven Monarch. This is all a misunderstanding. Please give me and the Zhu family some face. Zhu Guangming swept a glance at Zhu Sanqiu and the others before saying to Li Fuchen, if I give you face, who will give me face? I can spare the others, but Zhu Sanqiu must die. Li Fuchen waved his hand and turned Zhu Sanqiu's body into ashes. You. Zhu Guangming's eyes narrowed and were flowing with cold light. Ask your men to leave now. Otherwise, I don't mind killing all of you. Li Fuchen was already giving the Zhu family a lot of face by only killing Zhu Sanqiu. Retreat. Zhu Guangming took a deep look at Li Fuchen before vanishing. Li Fuchen? Just as the stern middle-aged man and the others were retreating from the deep blue plain, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed. Zhu Hongxiu. Li Fuchen turned around and revealed a smile while his eyes were filled with emotions. When he returned to the East Unicorn continent from the Prism Light Star region, he had already noticed Zhu Hongxiu. But the situation was urgent and he didn't have the mood to reminisce. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhu Hongxiu was stunned for a long time. A prodigy from a low-class continent's low-class sect actually became a heaven monarch. No matter what, it was a miracle. It was an impossible miracle, yet it happened. It seems like you are also a member of the Zhu clan, Li Fuchen said. Zhu Hongxiu nodded. The Zhu clan is a half-god clan and they have branches throughout the universe. My body contains the fire god's bloodline, therefore, I am qualified to return to the Zhu clan's main bloodline. After a pause, Zhu Hongxiu continued, You shouldn't have killed Zhu Sanqiu. He is just an ant. So what if I killed him? Does the Zhu clan intend to start a war with me because of this? Li Fuchen didn't mind. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head. Zhu Guangming isn't broad-minded. You killed his men, and you have undoubtedly offended him. So be it. I'm a lord of heaven after all. Li Fuchen's spirit-soul force had already scanned outside the plane. On a meteorite, he noticed Zhu Guangming and another Zhu clan's heaven monarch. The two of them were just regular heaven monarchs. Zhu Guangming's qi presence seemed to be at most a Class 1 heaven monarch. As long as it wasn't a city lord class heaven monarch, Li Fuchen didn't have anything to fear. Alright then. I will persuade Zhu Guangming. But during this period of time, it is best that you don't leave the deep blue plain. This is my communication token. Zhu Hongxiu obviously knew that it was very hard for a regular heaven monarch to kill another regular heaven monarch, unless Li Fuchen was a low-grade heaven monarch. After receiving the communication token, Li Fuchen smiled. A few days later, Zhu Hongxiu left the deep blue plain with her parents and clansmen. Li Fuchen's sudden emergence had indeed shocked her, but it was merely a shock. To her, the past had already faded from her mind. This time, she was back to put an end to it. From now on, she wouldn't have any worries. If he doesn't come out, wouldn't we have to wait in vain? Among the meteorites outside the deep blue plain, there was a meteorite that was hidden in the depths of the void. On the meteorite, Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch were seated cross-legged and constantly monitoring the deep blue plain. After taking a sip of tea, Zhu Guangming said, This concerns if we can control the deep blue plain. It is worth it no matter how long it takes. In the past, Zhu Guangming didn't know about the existence of the deep blue plain and didn't mind. Now that he knew about the situation of the deep blue plain, he naturally didn't plan to let it go. Alright, I hope he doesn't make us wait for too long. The Black Lotus Heaven Monarch nodded. Being able to control a plane was naturally a good thing. After all, planes were unique, and they would produce unique treasures. Did they specially return? When Li Fuchen's spirit-soul force swept across the meteorite group, his brows flashed with a trace of cold expression. It had been a period of time since the previous incident. Zhu Hongxiu had also informed him through the communication token that they had returned to the Fire God Star region. It was obvious that these two heaven monarchs had specially returned and were preparing to wait for their prey. Forget it, let me meet the two of you. Escaping wouldn't solve the problem. Li Fuchen stood up and flew out of the deep blue plain. He is out. Chapter 976. I wonder if the two of you have any advice for me? Li Fuchen looked at the duo. Kill. Zhu Guangming didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchen. He waved his hand and blasted a flame wave at Li Fuchen. If it was other heaven monarchs, they wouldn't even be able to react to the flame wave. because the flame wave's speed was at least a few 100,000 times the speed of light. Rather fast. Li Fuchen raised his brows and produced a layer of sword qi out of nowhere. Rumble. The void was shattered and time and space disintegrated. The area that Li Fuchen was at had collapsed into a glowing black hole. Black Lotus World Scorching. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord formed a seal with both hands and a black lotus wrapped around the black hole. Immediately after, raging black flames surged up. A human should not be too arrogant. Looking at the raging black flames, Zhu Guangming shook his head with a grim expression. Indeed, a human should not be too arrogant. A figure walked out from the black flames. Impossible! The Black Lotus Heaven Lord exclaimed. His black flames could burn anything, even the spirit's soul would be incinerated, and it could even burn karma. Logically, even if Li Fuchen was a first-grade Heaven Lord, it was impossible for him to be unscathed. It seems like we have underestimated you. Zhu Guangming admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen and had secretly circulated his power to the peak. You shouldn't have offended the Zhu clan. A black lotus appeared in the Black Lotus Heaven Lord's hand. Black flames surged into his body and strengthened his qi presence. Let's fight. Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword. Kill! Kill! The trio engaged in a frenzied battle. There were horrific waves that were spreading out. Stars were destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Sunlight illumination. Zhu Guangming's body was radiating with radiance. The blazing radiance radiated into the depths of time and space and enveloped Li Fuchen. Black Lotus World Extermination. The Black Lotus Heaven Lord shot out black lotuses one after another. These black lotuses had the power to exterminate the world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and countless sword shadows burst out and gathered into a boundless sword sea. The sword sea formed a world and used the sword Dao law to evolve yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Not good. Zhu Guangming realized that his radiance couldn't even make contact with Li Fuchen and was constantly being devoured by the sword sea. Seeing as the sword sea was trying to devour him, Zhu Guangming's power burst out and formed a substantial sphere of light outside his body. Compared to Zhu Guangming, Heavenly Lord Black Lotus was much weaker. However, with the power of the forbidden Black Lotus, he was still able to block the Sea of Swords. A huge black lotus formed under his feet. His sword technique is incomparably pure. This is no ordinary supreme sword technique. Zhu Guangming frowned. I miscalculated. Even among the first-class lords of heaven, he is an absolute expert. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus heaved a sigh of displeasure. Myriad swords returned to origin. Li Fuchen first targeted Zhu Guangming. Crack! The ball of light outside Zhu Guangming's body exploded like a glass ball. Puff! Countless bloody holes appeared on Zhu Guangming's body. Damn it! Zhu Guangming transformed into a streak of light and fled frantically. Origin returning sword qi. Ignoring the distance of time and space, Li Fuchen's sword twisted and turned Zhu Guangming into a bloody mess. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that it was impossible to kill Zhu Guangming so easily. As long as Zhu Guangming's supreme bloodline didn't crumble, his power wouldn't be depleted. If his power wasn't depleted, his injuries would be able to recover rapidly. Unless Li Fuchen's strength was at the level of a city lord, otherwise, it was impossible to kill Zhu Guangming within a short period of time. At most, Li Fuchen would consume some of his source. Seeing how Li Fuchen defeated Zhu Guangming with ease, Heavenly Lord Black Lotus hurriedly retreated and vanished without a trace. I will remember this sword move. Zhu Guangming's voice echoed in the void. Li Fuchen didn't give chase as his speed wasn't faster than Zhu Guangming. With my current strength, it isn't difficult to deal with regular first-class heaven monarchs, but it is impossible to kill them. If I go all out, I might be able to kill a class 3 or 4 heaven monarch. Right now, Li Fuchen had crossed moves with plenty of Heaven Monarchs, and he had a better understanding of the power of Heaven Monarch. It is a pity that I don't know when my sword technique will break through to the supreme level. Li Fuchen shook his head. If his sword art was just a regular sword art, he would have broken through a long time ago. But his sword art had communicated with too much source power. Once it was improved, it wouldn't be a small matter. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to break through. According to Li Fuchen's prediction, if the primordial sword art could break through, it would definitely become a City Lord class sword art. Furthermore, it would be at the pinnacle among the City Lord class sword art. If the primary extreme sword art could break through, it wouldn't be a City Lord class sword art, it would be a Starfield class sword art. It was impossible to imagine how powerful a Starfield class sword art was. Li Fuchen could still vividly remember the prowess of the 19th Legion's commander, Blood Axe Monarch. In his opinion, a Starfield class lethal power was enough to destroy all the universe laws. My sword art is temporarily unable to break through, but I have some ideas for the Hand of Calamity. Once the 6th rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Calamity was achieved, Li Fuchen would become a Heaven Monarch. Furthermore, he wouldn't be a regular Heaven Monarch. The initial stage of the Hand of Calamity was already comparable to a City Lord class Heaven Monarch. The middle stage of the Hand of Calamity would be comparable to a Starfield class Heaven Monarch. The later stage of the Hand of Calamity would be comparable to a half-god. Apart from that, after cultivating the Hand of Calamity, Li Fuchen would also possess the Myriad Calamity indestructible body. This was a physique that was countless times superior to the Star indestructible body. It was basically an undying existence. Supreme bloodlines weren't even worth mentioning as compared to it. Li Fuchen had been increasing his chi power by consuming plenty of artifacts like the insect race's insect crystals. But in order to reach the Hand of Calamity, resources alone weren't enough. He had to comprehend the true meaning of calamity extermination. Only by comprehending the true meaning of calamity extermination would he be able to make every minute particle in his body have the trait of being indestructible. Calamity is a fixed number. 10% and one destruction is a calamity. Calamity power is everywhere. As time elapses, there will be more and more calamity power until it explodes. To be honest, Li Fuchen might have exceptional perception, but if he didn't have exceptional spirit soul force, he wouldn't be able to discover the calamity power in everything. It was just like comprehending the water Tao. First, observe the characteristics of the water. But if one couldn't even see the water, how was one going to observe the characteristics of the water? Similarly, if one couldn't even detect the calamity power, how was one going to comprehend the Hand of Calamity? The Hand of Calamity gathers the calamity power in the body and controls the calamity power, allowing the calamity power to fuse with the body. The Hand of Calamity was very dangerous. If a person had too much calamity power, it would be the same as reaching the end of their lifespan. But it was precisely because the Hand of Calamity was very dangerous that it was so incredible. Putting aside the middle and late stage of the Hand of Calamity, just the early stage was enough to ignore the attacks of most Starfield-class Heaven Monarchs. So beautiful! Chapter 977. On a glowing ship that kept jumping. We underestimated him. Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Lord Black Lotus looked at each other solemnly. At the start, Zhu Guangming thought that Li Fuchen was just a Class 5 Heaven Monarch or even a lower-class Heaven Monarch. Such a Heaven Monarch could be easily killed by the two of them if they worked together. Taking a step back, even if Li Fuchen was a 3rd or 4th grade, or 2 3rd-grade Heaven Monarchs, it wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him if they worked together. But how could they have imagined that Li Fuchen was a first-class Heaven Monarch? Furthermore, he was considered a pinnacle existence among the first-class Heaven Monarchs. Even a normal City Lord Heaven Lord might not be able to kill such an existence. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus looked at Zhu Guangming and asked, "What should we do?" Should we ask the elders of the clan to help? In order to be an elder in the Zhu clan, one had to be at least a city lord heaven monarch. If the elder takes action, I'm afraid we'll only be able to get a small profit. Zhu Guangming hesitated. Although he did not know why no one cared about the deep blue plain, how could he give up on a piece of meat that was already in his mouth? It's better than nothing. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus had a different opinion. All right, but which elder do you think we should invite? Among the elders of the Zhu clan, some were greedy, some were domineering, and some were cold and detached. Heavenly Lord Black Lotus said, Elder Purple Flame is rather close to my bloodline. Although he's a man of his word, he does things fairly. Most importantly, his Purple Flame Great Technique is extremely powerful. Even ordinary city lord heavenly lords can't withstand it. Elder Ziyan? Zhu Guangming nodded. Elder Ziyan was indeed very powerful. His purple flames could burn heaven and earth, and they were many times more powerful than Heavenly Lord Black Lotus flames. Observing the destruction of stars was a shortcut for Li Fuchen to comprehend the hand of calamity. However, the premise was that the stars were destroyed naturally and not affected by external forces. Therefore, for the following period of time, Li Fuchen searched the starry sky for stars that were being destroyed. Stars that were destroyed by natural aging were too rare. After spending half a month, Li Fuchen finally found a second one. Soon, Li Fuchen could feel that a trace of calamity extermination was imprinted in the depths of his spirit soul. He wasn't afraid of his soul being destroyed. His powerful soul allowed him to comprehend the true essence of calamity destruction without any fear. Zhu City, Purple Flame Cave Mansion. Purple flames floated between heaven and earth. These violet flames formed a world of their own. Zhu Guangming could clearly see that there were lives multiplying within the violet flames, as well as the birth of natural oddities. Amazing! Zhu Guangming had a premonition that any one of these purple flames could seriously injure him. If there were a few more, he would definitely be reduced to ashes. Why are you two looking for me? A large amount of purple flames converged to form a figure. As Li Fuchen comprehended more calamity extermination essences, a shallow calamity mark appeared in the depths of his spirit soul. I've finally comprehended the hands of calamity level. Next, I'll have to raise my body tempering cultivation base to the hands of calamity level. Sitting cross-legged in the pitch-black universe, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and opened up his arms. In the next moment, boundless calamity power gathered from all directions and poured into Li Fuchen's body. One could see that Li Fuchen's body had traces of calamity marks. These calamity marks emitted chi presence that was enough to disintegrate stars. As the calamity power increased, the calamity marks on Li Fuchen's body increased too. Each calamity mark was a calamity to a heaven monarch and was enough to kill them. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen had already comprehended the hands of calamity and wasn't affected for now. But it was only temporary. If Li Fuchen wasn't able to control the calamity power perfectly, his body, spirit soul, and even karma would be turned into ashes when the calamity power burst out. Everything would vanish from this world. Crackle! The void in Li Fuchen's region started to collapse. This was a calamity phenomenon caused by overly concentrated calamity power. It was said that the universe also had calamity times. By then, everything would be turned into nothingness. I am almost at the limit. Li Fuchen stopped absorbing the calamity power in the universe and started to attempt to circulate the calamity power in his body according to the hands of calamity's circulation route. Howl! The horrific wolf howl shattered countless stars. A few light years away, a giant wolf was affected by Li Fuchen and woke up from its slumber. Who dares to disturb me? The giant wolf's eyes were bigger than stars and the fur on its body was fluttering. Over there! The giant wolf sprinted towards Li Fuchen's direction. From far away, the giant wolf stopped. He could feel that there was a terrifying power brewing in front. This power made him throb, and it was something he had never experienced before. I don't care who he is. Anyone who dares to disturb my Aquilos's slumber shall die. The giant wolf roared and opened its mouth to shoot out a black pillar of light. Bang boom! The originally empty space was now surging with a black wave. Void giant wolf! Li Fuchen immediately recognized the giant wolf. This giant wolf was the famous void giant wolf among the starry sky giant beasts. It was born with the strength of a heaven monarch, and as it aged, its strength would continue to increase. Just nice, I can vent the excess calamity power. Previously, Li Fuchen had absorbed too much calamity power, and it was extremely difficult to control it. Furthermore, the calamity power wasn't like other energies that could be released easily. The calamity scars on Li Fuchen's body were much lesser and much fainter. He stood up and walked out of the black wave. Human, die. The void giant wolf opened its mouth and bit over. Get lost. After enlarging his body, Li Fuchen punched the void giant wolf's chin and sent it flying. What is this? The void giant wolf realized that its chin was crumbling, and it was unbelievable. Starry sky giant beasts had heaven-defying vitality and were nearly immortal. It was very hard to completely destroy a part of their body. Just as the brain was about to crumble, the void giant wolf circulated its vitality and poured it into the brain. Extinguish! Li Fuchen punched the void giant wolf's chest again. Howl! At this moment, the void giant wolf's head had already recovered completely. When it saw its chest crumbling again, it couldn't help but roar with rage. The horrific sound wave sent Li Fuchen flying. Run! Without any hesitation, the void giant wolf turned around and started to escape. It wasn't like those low-class starry sky giant beasts that had low spirit wisdom. As a high-class starry sky giant beast, its spirit wisdom wasn't inferior to intelligent races. You sure run fast. Li Fuchen smiled and continued to cultivate the hand of calamity. As the days passed by, the calamity scars on Li Fuchen's body were gradually vanishing and fading. It meant that he was gradually controlling the calamity power. At the same moment, the calamity scars in the depths of his spirit soul were getting deeper and were even emitting a faint glow. Calamity power is so mystical. On this day, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and his face was brimming with a warm and sunny smile. He didn't expect for the calamity power to contain karma. He would be able to sense anything that was related to him. He would be able to predict any danger in advance. It was truly unbelievable. The hand of God is so powerful. I wonder how the owner of the hand of God was killed? Chapter 978. Without any sound or presence, Li Fuchen's figure burst out at a speed that was at least 10 million times the speed of light. It also meant that in just 1 or 2 breaths, Li Fuchen would be able to travel 1 light year. Too fast. Li Fuchen couldn't feel any resistance. In the face of the powerful calamity power, even time and space had collapsed. There wasn't any resistance. 1 hour later, Li Fuchen arrived at the vicinity of the deep blue plain and waited quietly. Boom! The void melted and 3 figures with purple flames appeared in front of Li Fuchen. You knew we were coming? Zhu Guangming had a change of expression. This is the helper that you invited? Li Fuchen's eyes landed on the elder with an ancient-looking face. The elder was wearing a purple robe and looked like a leisurely wild crane. But Li Fuchen knew that this was just a facade. From the elder's qi presence, Li Fuchen could feel the heat and dominance. This old man is the purple flame ancestor. If you surrender now, you might still have a chance. The purple flame ancestor didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes. From Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heaven Monarch, he found out that Li Fuchen's strength was only at the level of a first-grade Heaven Monarch. In my dictionary, there's no such thing as surrender. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen had cultivated the hand of calamity, even if he didn't, Li Fuchen was confident that he could escape unscathed. I hope you will still be so stubborn later. The purple flame ancestor didn't waste his breath and shot a purple flame at Li Fuchen with his left eye. Blaze. It was just a fist-sized purple flame, but when it approached Li Fuchen, it turned into a surging sea of flames. Li Fuchen could clearly see countless blazing fire spirits roaring and charging in the sea of flames. It was obvious that the purple flame ancestor's fire Tao didn't just reach the primal chaos realm, it was even further advanced and was able to create the primal chaos and use the fire Tao to evolve a world. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen intentionally wanted to see the difference between his sword Tao and the purple flame ancestor's fire Tao, therefore, he executed a sword move. Bang bang! When the sea of flames clashed with the sea of swords, the sea of swords instantly disintegrated and was constantly pushed back. The sword Tao is actually at this stage. The purple flame ancestor was rather astonished. Li Fuchen's sword Tao was obviously at the stage of evolving a world, but the foundation wasn't firm. Seeing that the sea of flames was approaching, Li Fuchen didn't hide anymore and blasted a fist at the sea of flames. Puff! Under Li Fuchen's fist, the sea of flames vanished like an illusion. Impossible! Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Lord Black Lotus eyes widened in disbelief. Elder Ziyan was a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch. Even if he didn't use his full strength, a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to contest against him. At least, Zhu Guangming believed that if he was in Li Fuchen's shoes, he would have already escaped with severe injuries. Could it be that he hid his strength last time? That's not right. Why would he hide it? Could it be that he doesn't want to fall out with the Zhu family? The more Zhu Guangming thought about it, the more he felt that the possibility was very high. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Li Fuchen was a little more ruthless, he would probably be dead the last time. Something's wrong. Patriarch Ziyan glared at Zhu Guangming and Heavenly Monarch Black Lotus, feeling a little unhappy. How could they be first-class Heavenly Monarchs? They were obviously City Lord Heavenly Monarchs, and they were not weak even among City Lord Heavenly Monarch. Purple Flame Sky Collapse. Even though Patriarch Ziyan knew that Li Fuchen wasn't easy to deal with, he didn't wish to return empty-handed. He had to at least test Li Fuchen's bottom line. Boundless purple flames gathered in front of Patriarch Ziyan. With a wave of his hand, a giant purple flame sphere was blasted at Li Fuchen. This purple flame sphere gathered too much purple flames. Once it was launched, time and space were burned into nothingness. It had the intention of a star region Heavenly Monarch destroying the universe's laws. Just in time, Li Fuchen cleaved at the purple flame sphere with his palm. Crackle! The purple flame sphere split open and immediately disintegrated. At the same moment, Li Fuchen's calamity power was also depleted. Young friend's strength, this old man has misjudged. Patriarch Ziyan withdrew his hand and stood still, not making another move. At their level, unless a star region Heavenly Monarch made a move, their lives wouldn't be in danger. This Li is also in admiration of your fire Tao. This was Li Fuchen's first official exchange moves with a City Lord Heavenly Monarch, and he had benefited greatly. Young friend, don't worry. I will not look for trouble with you anymore. Let's go. Patriarch Ziyan waved his hand and expanded the purple flames. He then carried Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heavenly Monarch into the void. Elder Ziyan, this child is so powerful and is probably hiding a shocking secret. Should we ask the Doyen to make a move? The Zhu clan's Doyen that Zhu Guangming mentioned were all Star Region Heavenly Monarchs. This group of Doyen were the true upper echelons of the Zhu clan. Patriarch Ziyan reprimanded, "Do you need the Doyen to make a move for everything? Do you think the Zhu clan can make a decision for you?" "I don't dare." Zhu Guangming's expression turned stiff. "Let's just forget about this matter. This child isn't as simple as he looks. He might have a powerful backer. The Zhu clan might not be afraid of any factions, but there is no need to make enemies. A plane wasn't worth such a huge risk. It seems like I have to pay attention to the Zhu clan. Li Fuchen found out from Zhu Hongxiu that the Zhu clan was one of the pinnacle factions in the universe. The highest power was the Doyan Assembly. The members of the Doyan Assembly were all Star Region heavenly monarchs. Below them were the numerous elders. Li Fuchen didn't even need to guess to know that the elder earlier should be one of the Zhu clan's elders. Of course, Li Fuchen would deal with the situation as he wasn't too fearful of the Zhu clan. After cultivating the Hand of Calamity, he already possessed the myriad calamity immortal body. Even if a Star Region heavenly monarch made a move, they wouldn't be able to injure him. Only those elite Star Region heavenly monarchs would be able to injure him. Apart from that, Li Fuchen, who possessed the calamity power, could sense danger in advance, and could also sense karma. For example, if Zhu Guangming and the Black Lotus Heavenly Monarch had formed karma with him, he would be able to sense their movements in advance. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, the myriad calamity immortal body wasn't as simple as being indestructible. After all, it was only relatively speaking. If he encountered an enemy that was thousands or 10,000 times stronger than him, he would still be turned into ashes. The myriad calamity immortal body should also have the effect of avoiding calamity. It also meant that when a huge danger was approaching, the cultivator would be able to sense it in advance and leave calmly. Of course, nothing was absolute. Even with the myriad calamity immortal body, it didn't mean that everything would be resolved once and for all. What if there was a reason that made one unable to retreat despite knowing that danger was approaching? What should one do? What if the enemy had a heaven-defying method to isolate the calamity power? What should one do? If the myriad calamity immortal body could resolve everything once and for all, the previous hand of God wouldn't have perished. In the vast universe, strength is everything. The hand of calamity and the myriad calamity immortal body can only be used as a method and cannot be relied on. Li Fuchen knew clearly that the Sword Tao was the foundation. Chapter 979. Prism Light Star Area, Prism Light Valley. This was the most dangerous place in the Prism Light Star region. The time and space here were chaotic, and countless layers of time and space were stacked together. Even a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch could get lost in here if they were not careful. The Prismatic Light Valley produced prismatic gemstones, and any prismatic gemstone was worth billions of supreme-grade spirit stones. If one was lucky enough to obtain a prismatic stone mother, even a Heaven Lord at the City Lord level would be rich. A prismatic stone mother was worth at least 1 trillion supreme-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen came here to look for prismatic gems, not only because of the value of the prismatic gems, but also because of their effects. Prismatic gems contain the power of the origin of time, and prismatic mother stones contain the essence of the origin of time. They could be said to be supreme treasures of the universe. In the universe, there were far too few things that could be called universe treasures. Although the prismatic stone mother could only be considered the lowest grade universe treasure. In the void, beams of light intertwined with each other. Each of these beams of light represented a layer of space-time. When two beams of light intertwined with each other, it would form a disordered space-time. The more beams of light intertwined, the more disordered the space-time would be. If there were hundreds or thousands of beams of light intertwining with each other, even a City Lord Heaven Monarch would be lost. In the depths of the Prism Light Valley, countless rays of light interweave. It was billions of times more complicated than the most complicated spider web. Light Heavenly Monarch, are you sure there are prismatic stone mothers here? An old man with whirlpool-like eyes said suspiciously. Heavenly Lord Maelstrom, with my attainments in the Tao of Light, I'm 100% sure that there is the aura of the prismatic stone mother here. The Light Heavenly Lord closed his eyes, and his body emitted a misty white light that illuminated the past and present. Light Heavenly Lord, according to our agreement, after we obtain the Mother Prismatic Stones, Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and I will split it equally, and you will have the other half. A beautiful woman wearing a translucent gauze dress said seriously. No problem. the light heavenly monarch nodded. Hearing this, the beautiful woman and heavenly Lord Maelstrom exchanged a look. The two of them didn't really trust the light heavenly monarch, but they were very eager to obtain the prismatic stone mother. They decided that if the light heavenly monarch dared to make any strange moves, the two of them would join forces to heavily injure him. In the Prism Light Valley, the light wasn't static, it was changing every moment. As time passed, the interweaving net of light in front of the three of them had already changed millions of times. It has appeared. The white light in the light heavenly monarch's eyes intensified. In front of him, tens of thousands of rays of light overlapped, and a glowing gem was faintly discernible. Blast it out! The light heavenly monarch was the first to shoot out a beam of white light at the glowing gem. Hearing that, Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman also made their move. The three of them were all City Lord Heaven monarchs, and they were rather powerful existences among the City Lord Heaven monarchs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become city lords. With the three of them working together, the overlapping light rays shattered layer by layer, and the glowing gem gradually became clear. It's not enough. Don't hide it anymore. Use your ultimate move. The light Lord of Heaven conjured a white light sword in his hand. With a slash of the light sword, at least 1,000 layers of light rays were sliced apart. Seeing this, the vortexes in Heavenly Lord Vortex's eyes started to spin quietly, and everything in front of him collapsed and rolled. Destructive storm. A pair of sparkling and translucent wings condensed behind the beautiful woman. With a flap of the wings, a terrifying storm wreaked havoc and destroyed everything in its path. Soon, in his line of sight, the prism stone became much clearer, and the light Lord of Heaven's eyes were fervent. As an ultimate treasure of the universe, the prism stone contained the essence of the origin of time, which was very beneficial to his cultivation. Once he got it, he could save countless years of hard work, and there was a high chance that he would reach the star sector level in the future. Of course, he had to get a complete one and not just half. Poof! The last layer of light shattered, and the prism stone was completely exposed to the three of them. Light Lord of Heaven, don't even think about it. Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman were enraged, and they attacked the white light together. They had originally agreed that no one could touch the prism stone alone, but the light Lord of Heaven had broken the oath. The white light that the light Lord of Heaven turned into was too fast. By the time the two of them attacked, it was already too late, and the prism stone had fallen into the light Lord of Heaven's hands. Just stay here obediently. The light Lord of Heaven raised the prism stone high, and countless rays of light shrouded the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom and the beautiful woman. The prism stone had the innate ability to control the light in the Prism Valley. Oh no! The two of them were shocked. Once they were shrouded by so many rays of light, they would definitely be lost in the endless space-time. The Lord of Heaven Maelstrom waved his hand, and a mirror floated in front of him. The mirror enlarged, and a large amount of light was reflected. A colorful pearl also appeared in the beautiful woman's hand. This colorful pearl was quite mystical, and it automatically emitted a circle of colorful light, protecting the beautiful woman and the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom. However, as more and more rays of light shrouded them, the pressure on the two also increased. The surface of the mirror in front of the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom even cracked, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. Light Lord of Heaven, you will suffer the backlash of the heavenly law if you break the oath. Aren't you afraid? The beautiful woman yelled. The light Lord of Heaven smiled and said, Lord of Heaven Spirit Feather, you and I both know that at our level, we have basically reached the peak. It is extremely difficult to advance further. Therefore, even if my Tao heart is damaged, I will not give up this opportunity. Now, if you swear not to attack me again, I might let you go. Light Lord of Heaven, do you think we will still believe you? How could the Lord of Heaven Maelstrom not know that Li Fuchen made them swear to prevent future troubles? After all, even if they were trapped in the boundless time and space, there was still a chance to escape. refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then, who is it? The Light Lord of Heaven's senses were rather sharp and his reaction was exceptional, but he could only watch as his arm was severed and the prismatic stone mother was snatched away. After taking a quick glance, the Light Lord of Heaven saw a figure not far away. He recognized this figure. It was the mysterious Heaven Lord that snatched the prismatic stone from the golden lion Heaven Monarch previously. As compared to the previous time, the mysterious Heaven Lord's strength was more than 100 times stronger. The severed arm grew back and the Light Lord of Heaven's face was burning with murderous intent. Bastard, return the prismatic stone mother to me, otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world. No one that can make me regret has been born yet. Light Lord, you won't do. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. He was able to snatch the prismatic stone mother from the Light Lord of Heaven because of his calamity power and his spirit soul talent. His tribulation power allowed him to ignore the radiance of the light prism valley, and his soul talent allowed him to perfectly conceal his aura, allowing him to approach the light heavenly monarch silently. Of course, the most important thing was that most of the light heavenly lord's attention was on the heavenly lord Maelstrom and the heavenly lord Lingyu. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for him to launch a sneak attack. After all, none of the city lord heavenly lords were easy to deal with. Without the control of the light monarch, the light that enveloped Heavenly Monarch Maelstrom and Heavenly Monarch Spirit Feather returned to normal. At the very least, it would not target them. The two of them looked at each other in dismay. At the same time, they were extremely vigilant. Heaven Monarch Vortex, Heaven Monarch Spirit Feather, I was in the wrong previously, but I can continue to swear that I will take back the Prism Stone Mother and split it evenly between the three of us. If I violate this oath, I shall be plagued with misfortune and die a horrible death. The Light Heaven Monarch knew that Li Fuchen wasn't easy to deal with and transmitted a message to the Heaven Monarch Vortex and Heaven Monarch Spirit Feather secretly. Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather thought about it and agreed to Heavenly Lord Light's request. They might despise the Radiance Heaven Monarch's actions, but they didn't wish for Li Fuchen to snatch the prismatic light gem. Chapter 980. Go! The three of them attacked Li Fuchen in unison. All right, I can test the myriad calamity immortal body. Li Fuchen didn't dodge and forcefully withstood the trio's attack. The first to arrive was the Radiance Heaven Monarch's light sword Qi. When the light sword Qi slashed across Li Fuchen's body, there was a burst of sparks. Immediately after, it was the Vortex Heaven Monarch's distorted whirlpool power, followed by the Spirit Feather Heaven Monarch's annihilation storm. It was a pity that when the two attacks made contact with Li Fuchen's body, they would immediately disperse and wouldn't pose any threat. What? The three of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a City Lord Heaven Monarch, who specialized in body refinement, wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of three people with just his body. Who are you? The Light Heavenly Monarch bellowed. Who I am isn't that important. After confirming that the 10,000 Calamity immortal body could disregard attacks from City Lord class Heaven Monarchs, Li Fuchen was completely at ease. You forced me to do this, Light of Creation. The light on the Light Lord of Heaven's body became more and more intense, and the scene of the world's creation appeared. Open! The light sword in the Radiance Heaven Monarch's hand was 1,000 times more powerful as he slashed at Li Fuchen. Burning his bloodline? Heavenly Lord Maelstrom and Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather were shocked. Burning one's bloodline would cause irreversible damage. Unless it was a matter of life and death, no one would choose to do so. Correspondingly, burning one's bloodline could make a Lord of Heaven 10 times more powerful. Dang! The light sword ruthlessly cleaved at Li Fuchen's head, causing sparks to fly. You're not injured? Heavenly Lord Maelstrom almost bit his own tongue, while Heavenly Lord Spirit Feather's eyes widened. All right, I don't have time to play with you guys. Goodbye. Li Fuchen didn't fear the trio's attacks, but he couldn't do anything to them. With a flash, he broke through the air and left. The light heavenly monarch did not give chase. Instead, he dispersed the light sword in his hand. The other party's defense was too strong, so strong that it left him in despair. Even after burning his bloodline, he was still unable to harm the other party in the slightest. How was he supposed to fight? I've finally obtained the Prism Stone Mother. Along the way, Li Fuchen took out the prismatic Stone Mother and was rather curious. As a supreme treasure of the universe, the prismatic Stone Mother's value was secondary. Its effects could be said to be heaven-defying. Legend had it that the prismatic Stone Mother could reverse time and resurrect a person who had just died. If it was used in conjunction with the formation, it could control the flow of time within the formation. It could be said that a prismatic Stone Mother had solved many of his worries. Perhaps I can also cultivate the spacetime Tao. Li Fuchen already had a firm foundation in the Void Tao. With the Prism Stone Mother in the Time Tao, Li Fuchen believed that it wouldn't be a problem to catch up to the Void Tao. In the universe, many heavenly lords would choose to cultivate spacetime, as expected of a prismatic mother. After returning to the deep blue plane, Li Fuchen first took out the prismatic gem to comprehend the time source power. After his progress slowed down, he took out the prismatic gem mother to comprehend the time source essence. In just half a month, Li Fuchen's time Tao had reached the same level as the Void Tao from the foundation stage. Birth. In front of a small tree, Li Fuchen waved his hand and the flow of time in the area where the small tree was located increased drastically. Hua hua hua. The small tree grew at an alarming rate. Soon, it grew from a small tree that was only half the height of a person to a tree that was several people tall. However, at the same time, the surrounding land and vegetation began to wither, as if all the nutrients had been absorbed by the small tree. Reverse. Li Fuchen waved his hand again, and the area where the tree was had a rapid decrease in the flow of time. Finally, it started to reverse, but the degree of reversal was much lower. Seeing that the tree that was several people tall was getting shorter, Li Fuchen sighed and withdrew the time power. The time Tao was too terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, the current Li Fuchen was no different from a god. Of course, Li Fuchen also knew that the time Tao would have different effects on different target. For an ordinary small tree like this, it was naturally easy to control its growth speed. But if it was a tree with extremely high levels of energy, it would be rather difficult to control its growth speed. For example, the current Li Fuchen could easily cause a normal person to age or revive. But if the target was a heavenly lord, it wouldn't have any effect. If the target was a saint lord, it would only cause the saint lord to age by a few hundred or a few thousand years, and it wouldn't be fatal. This was mainly because Li Fuchen's time Tao hadn't reached the supreme level yet. Only after reaching the supreme level would it be effective on Heavenly Lord. I wonder how terrifying the Time Sand Heaven Lord's time ability is. The Time Sand Heaven Lord's time ability was derived from the Sand Tao. It might be inferior to a City Lord class Heaven Lord that specialized in the Time Tao, but it was still rather terrifying. Time and spatial are inseparable. In order to walk further on the Time Tao, I have to fuse the spatial Tao, which is also the Void Tao. Li Fuchen's perception was heaven-defying and was able to fuse the time power and spatial power together to form the power of time and space. Li Fuchen realized that it was much easier to use the power of time and spatial power to control the growth of trees. The influence on the surroundings was also much smaller. Now, I can test the effect of the Prism Stone Mother. Li Fuchen took out the Prism Stone Mother and poured in the power of time and space. Immediately after, Li Fuchen entered a kaleidoscope-like independent spatial zone. There were dreamy radiances that were intertwining. Speed up. Li Fuchen murmured, and the time flow in the independent spatial zone changed from 1 to 100, 1. Speed up again. It then changed from 100, 1 to 1000, 1. It also meant that 1 year in the outside world would be 1,000 years inside. This would definitely be very shocking. After all, Li Fuchen was a City Lord class Heaven Lord, and not an ordinary person. If he could accelerate the time of a City Lord class Heaven Lord by 1,000 times, he would probably be able to accelerate the time of an ordinary person by 1,000,000,000,000 times. Of course, an ordinary person's lifespan was limited and it didn't matter how much time was accelerated. Only people like Li Fuchen, who had an unlimited lifespan, would accelerate the time. Continue to accelerate. Li Fuchen pushed the Prism Stone Mother to the limit. Buzz! The independent spatial zone shook, and the time flow was accelerated to 10,000 times in the outside world. Li Fuchen had a feeling that this was the limit of the Prism Stone Mother. After all, he was a City Lord class Heaven Lord and the energy level was too high. I wonder how is the cultivation effect? Li Fuchen started to deduce the glorious sword art. 10 days in the outside world was 273 years inside. Supreme glory! When Li Fuchen brandished his sword, an extremely glorious sword light rushed out and broke through the independent spatial zone. This feeling. While bathing in the sunlight, Li Fuchen felt a huge amount of glorious sword Dao source power descending from the sky and fusing into the glorious sword Dao bloodline. Chapter 981. This is the Supreme Bloodline? As a large amount of glorious sword Dao source power and a small amount of glorious sword Dao source essence fused into the glorious sword Dao bloodline, Li Fuchen felt that his sword Dao Qi presence had increased by more than a few thousand times. The glorious sword Dao bloodline in his body was like a small glowing dragon that was squirming and radiating with astounding vitality. The Supreme Bloodline was actually equivalent to a small-scale source. A small-scale source was very significant. As long as the burst of power didn't exceed the production limit of the small-scale source, Li Fuchen's power would be endless. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight for 10,000 or 100,000 years. Of course, this was only in theory. If Li Fuchen was to fight for 10,000 or 100,000 years, it was hard to guarantee that the bloodline wouldn't collapse. Even if the bloodline didn't collapse, his spirit and body would probably collapse. My current sword Dao strength should be at the pinnacle among the City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs. Li Fuchen could feel that his sword Dao strength had surpassed his body refinement strength, and his body refinement strength wasn't weak at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to snatch the prismatic stone mother from the Radiance Heaven Monarch. Li Fuchen closed his eyes and sensed the changes brought by the Supreme Bloodline. Firstly, Li Fuchen felt that his vitality was several times more vigorous. Every inch of his flesh was brimming with surging vitality. Of course, after cultivating the Hand of Calamity, vitality wasn't that important anymore. With the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's vitality wouldn't be depleted. Just like a star region heavenly monarch, he was immortal and had the same lifespan as the heavens. Secondly, the Supreme Bloodline allowed Li Fuchen's body to constantly emit a prowess. This prowess was supreme, and unless Li Fuchen executed his spirit-soul talent to conceal it, it wouldn't dissipate. If the previous Li Fuchen might be suspected to be a heavenly monarch, now that Li Fuchen walked out, no one would doubt if he was a heavenly monarch. They would only doubt if he was a City Lord class heavenly monarch. After all, Li Fuchen's prowess was too intense. Finally, Li Fuchen sensed that in the depths of the Supreme Bloodline, there was a hole. The glorious sword Dao source power was constantly surging out from the hole. It turns out that this is the crux of the heavenly monarch's endless power. Li Fuchen understood. It was obvious that the glorious sword Dao bloodline was connected to the glorious sword Dao source in the outside world and would constantly be replenished. This was similar to a super first-rate extremity cultivation technique. When Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique reached the super first-rate extremity, it was able to connect to the sword Dao source. However, the difference was that the former's hole was larger and replenished faster. Of course, the reason why a supreme bloodline was called a supreme bloodline was not only because it could connect to the origin source of the outside world, but also because it could continuously recover energy. It was just that the recovered energy was not origin source energy, but was compatible with the cultivator's energy. Simply put, origin energy was the highest form of power. A cultivator's power was diluted from origin energy. Therefore, a bit of glorious sword Tao origin power could be diluted into a large amount of glorious sword Tao power. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Obtaining the prismatic stone was definitely a great opportunity for him. If he didn't have the prismatic stone, he would need at least 200 years to raise the glorious sword art to the supreme level. Now, he only needed 10 days. I wonder how much the Light Heaven Monarch hates me now. The more precious the prismatic stone mother was, the more important it was to the Light Heaven Monarch. Perhaps the Light Heaven Monarch was planning to use the prismatic stone mother to break through to the star region Heaven Monarch. While sizing up the prismatic stone mother, Li Fuchen suddenly raised his brows. The time source essence seems to have been consumed a little. Only Li Fuchen's spirit soul power could easily detect it. If it was someone else, they would probably need to do it multiple times before noticing. That's true. Everything has to be balanced. The prismatic stone mother's time source essence isn't limitless and will naturally be consumed. Li Fuchen was only shocked for a moment before returning to normal. In for a penny, in for a pound. I might as well break through to the primary extreme sword art too. The primary extreme sword art wasn't the glorious sword art. Once Li Fuchen broke through, his strength would reach the star region Heaven Monarch's level. By then, the universe would truly be vast and he would be able to roam freely. As for demigods, how many demigods were there in the universe? Furthermore, Li Fuchen found out from the other Heaven Monarchs that demigods rarely appeared. It seemed like after becoming a demigod, there would be a better place to go. Li Fuchen activated the prismatic stone mother and accelerated time to 10,000 times in the outside world. He then started to deduce the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. In the past, Li Fuchen didn't create the third move of the glorious sword art and the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art. It wasn't because he couldn't create them, but he felt that it wasn't necessary. Sword art moves were about quality and not quantity. There were times when a single move was enough to dominate the world. It wasn't interesting to create similar sword moves. However, it was different to upgrade the sword art to the supreme level. Li Fuchen required a new sword move to connect the previous move and to achieve mastery through a comprehensive study. As such, he was able to create the third move of the glorious sword art, Supreme Glory. This move didn't just fuse the quintessence of meteor fall and radiance, it had also opened up a new door. If the primary extreme sword art wanted to break through and improve, Li Fuchen had to create the fourth move. 1 day, 2 days, in the blink of the eye, 1 month had passed in the outside world and 821 years had passed in the prism spatial zone. Origin returned sword form. Li Fuchen drew in the air with his right index and middle fingers, and a row of simple and pure swords appeared. These swords weren't real swords, but they were more intrinsic than real swords. Because they were the true form of swords, they were the materialization of sword Tao. Boom! Before the sword form was executed, the entire universe's law had already been destroyed. Similar to the glorious sword Tao bloodline, when Li Fuchen created the fourth move of the primary extreme sword art, a large amount of sword Tao source power and sword Tao source essence descended from the sky and fused into Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Tao bloodline. There was too much sword Tao source power and it was more than 100 times more than when the glorious sword art broke through. The sword Tao source essence was more than 1,000 times more. Correspondingly, the primary extreme sword Tao bloodline that had reached the supreme level was naturally several times stronger than the glorious sword Tao bloodline. The hole in the depths of the bloodline was also several times bigger. The primitive and simple Sword Dao source power and Sword Dao source essence were flowing out. It is too mystical. Li Fuchen felt as though he had become the center of the universe. As he breathed, there was a Sword Dao presence. It felt as though he was the representative of the Sword Dao and the ruler of the Sword Dao. Li Fuchen naturally knew that this was a misconception. His body contained too much Sword Dao source essence. Each of his actions would resonate with the universe's Sword Dao source. In the depths of the horizontal river star region, the horizontal river primogenitor suddenly opened his eyes. Someone broke through to the star region class heaven monarch. Who is it? Is it the 100-Flower Empress? In his opinion, the 100-Flower Empress was the closest to the star region class heaven monarch. Everyone else was slightly lacking. However, he didn't dare to be certain. It was mainly because he sensed the sword intent earlier. He reckoned that the 100-Flower Empress must have had some fated encounter on the Sword Dao to upgrade the 100-Flower Sword Art to the Star Region class. It wasn't her main Dao of withering and flourishing. I shall go congratulate her first. The horizontal river primogenitor stood up and rushed towards the 100-Flower City. P.S. I will try my best to find my form and update as much as I can. As for why I don't update at times, other than being in a bad state, the biggest reason is chronic enteritis. This illness, as I understand it, has become a sore point for me. It's almost impossible to treat. It doesn't care about your life, but it can cause you to suffer. Right now, I'm so skinny that I don't even look human. I haven't had a good meal in the past 2 months. Chapter 982. It actually consumes so much? After inspecting the Prism Stone Mother, Li Fuchen was surprised to realize that the time source essence consumed by the Prism Stone Mother was actually a few hundred times more than before. It seems like the time source essence consumption rate of the Prism Stone Mother isn't just related to the duration of activation, it is also related to the cultivation of the martial art. After the Radiance Sword Art broke through, it was only a City Lord class sword art and naturally couldn't compare with the primary extreme sword art that reached the Starfield class. The difference between the two was too great. But it doesn't matter. This Prism Stone Mother is useless to me now. Accelerating time for a City Lord class Heaven Monarch by 10,000 times and accelerating time for a Starfield class Heaven Monarch by 10,000 times were two completely different concepts. Li Fuchen had an intuition that if he continued to use the Prism Stone Mother to accelerate time, he would only be able to last 1 or 2 days before the time source essence would be exhausted. It was meaningless. Before the primary extreme sword art broke through, Li Fuchen tried to improve the Hand of Calamity and the Time-Space Dao, but it was a pity that it didn't work. The Calamity power was too tyrannical and could easily destroy the structure of time and space. Time couldn't be accelerated and the Time-Space Dao couldn't be comprehended and improved under the accelerated time. Ancient Stone Star Region, Ancient Stone City. In this place, the Sand Heaven Lord was a godlike existence and his ruling power was at least 10 or 100 times stronger than regular Universe City Lord. In the depths of the ancient stone city's time-space, there was a prison. This prison was the dreadful time prison. This is the time prison? Li Fuchen walked out from the depths of the time-space, and in front of him was an ancient bronze door. In front of the bronze door, there was a large hourglass. However, the sand at the top of the hourglass would never decrease. It felt as though every time the sand decreased, it would be replenished. Such a brilliant time law. Li Fuchen nodded silently. Li Fuchen didn't push open the bronze door and simply walked through it. With the Calamity power, he could completely ignore the time prison's law barrier. Unless the law barrier's strength surpassed his Calamity power, it wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, the instant he entered, the Sand Heaven Lord probably sensed it. The time prison was separated into 9 floors and each floor had countless smaller prisons. These prisons were not prisons in the traditional sense. Instead, they were scenes. There were scenes of towns, villages, battle scenes, adventure scenes. On the second floor, there was a village scene. Li Fuchen was strolling on the small path of the village, and the villagers ignored him. Interesting. Li Fuchen noticed that most of the villagers here had a natural expression. Only a few of them had expressions of numbness, pain, and madness. It's so painful. When will it end? All of you die. Suddenly, a villager with a crazed expression wielded a chopping knife and started a massacre. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Screams and cries for help rang out incessantly. Soon, the village quieted down. Other than a few villagers who ran out of the village, all the villagers were lying in pools of blood, their eyes wide open. Ha ha, ha ha, Heavenly Lord of Time, I, the Master of Sacred Flame, will never submit. The killer threw his head back and laughed loudly, as if he had gone mad. As the sun set in the west, darkness enveloped the land. Soon, the darkness dissipated and morning arrived. All of the villagers appeared unharmed. There were no bloodstains or corpses on the street. It was as if everything that had happened yesterday was just a dream. It's here again, it's here again. Kill. The killer went on a killing spree again. The cycle of time. This day repeats itself forever. So that's how it is. Seeing all of this, Li Fuchen understood everything clearly. The time prison was a world of its own. This world's time law was completely controlled by the Heavenly Lord of Time. Once imprisoned, one would have to endure the torture day after day until they became numb and lost their memories. May I know what business do you have here? It was unknown when a middle-aged man wearing a gray robe appeared beside Li Fuchen. The middle-aged man's gray robe seemed to be weaved with sand and the edges were constantly drifting with sand. I just wished to witness the marvel of the time prison. Li Fuchen turned around and smiled. Oh, since you are interested, why don't you go to the 9th floor? That is where the essence of the time prison lies. The middle-aged man extended his hand and invited. Please lead the way. Li Fuchen nodded. In response, the middle-aged man waved his hand and the scene of the village vanished. The duo arrived at a sand city that was filled with fog. Li Fuchen turned his head and realized that the middle-aged man had vanished. Are you trying to trap me here? Li Fuchen raised his brows. In the sky above the sand city, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a cup of fine wine appeared in his hand. If my time prison is so easy to break through, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. So what if you are a Star Domain class Heavenly Lord? As long as you aren't a top-notch Star Domain class Heavenly Lord, it is impossible for you to leave the 9th floor freely. The Heavenly Lord of Time could naturally see that Li Fuchen was a Star Domain class Heavenly Lord. Otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to break into the time prison so easily. But he was certain that Li Fuchen wasn't a top-notch Star Domain class Heavenly Lord. If Li Fuchen was a top-notch Star Domain class Heavenly Lord, it would be rather easy to enter the time prison silently. As long as it wasn't a top-notch Star Domain class Heavenly Lord, the Heavenly Lord of Time had nothing to fear. If Li Fuchen was outside, the Heavenly Lord of Time wouldn't be able to deal with him. But if Li Fuchen took the initiative to enter the 9th floor of the time prison, it was the same as entering the Heavenly Lord of Time's home ground. After drinking a cup of fine wine, the Heavenly Lord of Time looked at Li Fuchen leisurely. Li Fuchen walked quickly in the Sand City, but the Sand City was very huge. After walking for a long time, Li Fuchen wasn't able to walk out of the Sand City. Interesting. It is said that the Heavenly Lord of Time's time ability is derived from the Sand Tao. This Sand City should be the masterpiece of his life. If Li Fuchen wanted to leave the 9th floor, he could do so at any time. His spirit soul power was combined with the calamity power, and he believed that he could counter all laws. Unless the opponent was much stronger than him and the difference in strength was insurmountable. However, the reason why Li Fuchen came to the time prison wasn't because he was bored. He wanted to study the time Tao, therefore, there wasn't a need to be in a hurry to leave. In Li Fuchen's eyes, this time prison was filled with the mysteries of time. It would be a pity if he didn't comprehend it. Li Fuchen stopped walking and sat cross-legged. His spirit-soul power permeated into the depths of the time prison structure and rapidly absorbed the essence. Is this the true meaning of time? Previously, Li Fuchen might have comprehended the time source essence within the prismatic stone jellyfish, but the time source essence was too profound. Just comprehending it at the beginning would allow him to increase the level of the time Tao. But if he wanted to increase the level quickly, it wasn't possible. He had to slowly dissect it. It was just like a child learning the principles of life. Due to the age, the child would only be able to learn some superficial knowledge and wouldn't be able to comprehend the essence. As compared to the time source essence, the time prison was of a much lower tier. It was just right for Li Fuchen, who was still a child on the time Tao. Wisps of time source power ignored the time prison and descended into Li Fuchen's body. 100 wisps, 200 wisps. He is actually comprehending the time Tao in the time prison. Chapter 983. Time Sandstorm. How could the time sand heavenly monarch allow Li Fuchen to comprehend the time Tao? Even if Li Fuchen's time Tao broke through, it wouldn't be a threat to the time sand heavenly monarch. A sandstorm appeared out of nowhere and engulfed Li Fuchen. You want to destroy my body with the power of the sandstorm? Li Fuchen let out a smile that didn't look like a smile. The sandstorm that heavenly monarch of time controlled was extraordinarily powerful. Every grain of sand contained terrifying power and the power of time distortion. You could withstand the power, but you couldn't withstand the time distortion. It was a pity that Li Fuchen possessed the 10,000 calamity indestructible body. He was invincible and impervious to all technique. When the sandstorm hit his body, he didn't feel anything at all. It wasn't even an itch. 300 strands, 400 strands. Li Fuchen's progress was astounding. There were 3 reasons why he had improved so quickly. Firstly, Li Fuchen's perception was too powerful. As long as he concentrated on comprehending something, it was impossible for him to not comprehend it. He just needed to spend some time. Secondly, Li Fuchen's strength had already reached the level of a star field class heaven monarch. It might be sword Tao strength, but it allowed Li Fuchen to view everything differently. It felt like he was standing on a strategically advantageous position. Thirdly, the 9th floor of the time prison was the quintessence of the time sand heaven monarch's time ability. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the marvel within a short period of time. But in front of Li Fuchen's spirit-soul power, nothing could hide. Flying sand turning stone. After a few days, when the time sand heavenly monarch saw that Li Fuchen wasn't injured at all, he immediately activated his kill move. In an instant, the sandstorm intensified by more than 10 times. Large rocks were blown up by the sandstorm and smashed at Li Fuchen. These stones were no ordinary stones. They were time sand stones that could completely erase a person. Bang! The rock smashed onto Li Fuchen's body and shattered. Followed by the second piece, the third. Countless rocks were constantly smashing at Li Fuchen, and the frequency was getting more and more terrifying. Let's see if you die or not. The sand heavenly monarch was very confident in his own abilities. Although he had only recently broken through to the star sector level heavenly lord realm, and logically speaking, he was only a relatively weak star sector level heavenly lord realm, his ability involved time, and the space-time Tao was known as one of the strongest Taos in the universe. 500 strands, 550 strands, 560 strands. After connecting to 580 wisps of time source power, Li Fuchen couldn't connect to another wisp of time source power anymore. Li Fuchen knew that this was his limit. His foundation in the time Tao was too shallow, unlike the sword Tao that cultivated for a long time. Therefore, it was impossible for him to connect to 900 or 1,000 strands of time source power. It was already rather terrifying to be able to connect to 580 strands of time source power. The current Li Fuchen's time Tao strength wasn't inferior to grade 4 or 5 heaven monarchs. Once the Time Tao reached the supreme level, his strength would be at the pinnacle of a first-grade heaven monarch. Interesting. It's actually a star sector grade powerhouse who has cultivated his body to the star sector grade. After dispersing the sandstorm, the sand heavenly monarch fell into deep thought. In the Tao of body refinement there were strong and weak points. Defense was naturally one of its strong points. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to break through the defense of a body refinement expert at the same level. There were only two ways to defeat them. The first was to trap them. The second was to attack their soul. Since you want to comprehend it, then slowly comprehend it. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch didn't bother about Li Fuchen and left quietly. Sensing that the Sand Heavenly Monarch had left, Li Fuchen took out the prismatic Stone Mother and started to comprehend the Time Source essence. A few months later in the outside world, I finally broke through. A large amount of Time Source power that was mixed with a few wisps of Time Source essence had descended into Li Fuchen's body. Li Fuchen's time bloodline had rapidly transformed and evolved. As the time bloodline broke through to the supreme bloodline, Li Fuchen's appearance had turned younger. He might still look like a youth, but he looked more delicate and pretty. Apart from that, the age factor in the Qi presence had almost vanished. It also meant that even if Li Fuchen didn't intentionally, others wouldn't be able to detect Li Fuchen's age from his Qi presence. This would definitely save a lot of trouble. As for the rest, it wasn't much. Li Fuchen didn't hope to rely on the Time Tao to fight anyway. The main purpose of cultivating the Time Tao was to assist and save people. Let me take a spin. Li Fuchen didn't immediately leave the time prison. At his level, it was very important to have some fun. Open. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power spread out and he quickly found the flaw of the 9th floor. The hand of calamity burst out and immediately broke the 9th floor's time cycle, allowing Li Fuchen to escape from the 9th floor. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor, in the time prison, the higher one went the more smaller prisons there were. Each of the smaller prisons were imprisoning a large number of saints. I wonder when will this end? On the 5th floor, Sacred Lord Night Devil felt his memories getting increasingly blurry. The time here was a cycle every day and it had been repeating itself. It was unknown how many times it had repeated itself. If it wasn't for his firm willpower, his memories would have vanished and he would have fallen into oblivion. This is the end. All of a sudden, an unfamiliar yet familiar voice echoed behind Sacred Lord Night Devil. Turning around, Sacred Lord Night Devil was first shocked before he let out a bitter smile and said, "Are you imprisoned here too?" He didn't think that Li Fuchen entered here on his own. This time prison was constructed by the Time Sand Heaven Monarch. Putting aside the fact that Li Fuchen wasn't a Heaven Monarch yet, even if he was, the time prison was imprisoning plenty of Heaven Monarchs. No, I walked in here on my own. Li Fuchen shook his head. Are you sure you aren't joking? Sacred Lord Night Devil was startled. You will know very soon if I am joking or not. Li Fuchen grabbed the Night Devil Sacred Leader and waved his hand, causing the surrounding scenery to vanish. The Night Devil Sacred Leader was shocked. He was certain that Li Fuchen had reached the Heaven Monarch level and wasn't a regular Heaven Monarch. Because a regular Heaven Monarch wouldn't be able to break the time cycle here. Other than you, is there anyone else here? Li Fuchen asked. Although he did not have a deep friendship with the Night Demon Squad, they had formed a team before after all, so it could be considered fate. If it was within his power, he did not mind lending a helping hand. Sacred Lord Night Demon said, "The Night Demon Squad has been disbanded for a long time. Everyone except me has left Ancient Stone City." Alright, since that's the case, let's go out. Li Fuchen brought the Night Devil Sacred Lord to the entrance of the prison. Sand danced in the air and a figure condensed. It was Heavenly Lord of Time. Not good. Sacred Lord Night Demon's limbs went cold. Li Fuchen looked at the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch with a smile that wasn't a smile. Time Sand Heavenly Monarch, are you going to make me stay? How did you get out? Heavenly Monarch of Time asked. I just came out like this, Li Fuchen replied. Taking a deep breath, Heavenly Monarch of Time said, You may leave. Wise. Li Fuchen left with the Night Devil Sacred Lord. Along the way, Sacred Lord Night Devil asked curiously, Why did he let us go? Because he can't do anything to me. While speaking, Li Fuchen struck with a sword finger and a deep sword force passage appeared in the void. You leave first. The other end of the passage is a few thousand light years away. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch will not be able to find you. What about you? Sacred Lord Night Devil guessed something. I don't like this prison, Li Fuchen said. Then be careful. Sacred Lord Night Devil knew that he wouldn't be of much help. He turned and walked into the sword force passage. Break. Gathering the calamity power on his right hand, Li Fuchen used his palm blade to cleave at the time prison. Crackle! There was a hole in the time prison and the time cycle was immediately broken. A large number of saints, sacred lords, and even heaven monarchs flew out. You are courting death. There was a roar that shook time and space. Li Fuchen ignored the furious Time Sand Heavenly Monarch and cleaved at the time prison with another palm blade. Since you wish to save them, then I shall kill them all. A horrific sandstorm suddenly extended out. That will depend on if you are capable enough. Chapter 984. The commotion caused by the duo's battle was huge, and a large number of saint monarchs and sacred lords died in the aftermath of their battle. Crack! Making use of the opportunity, Li Fuchen cleaved the Sand Heavenly Monarch into two. However, what splashed out from the wound was not blood, but sand. The flying sand shot towards Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen wasn't worried about getting injured, but he would definitely be hit. His eyes narrowed and two sword lights flew out from his eyes, turning the incoming sand particles into nothingness. Billion clones. Countless Time Sand Heavenly Monarchs attacked Li Fuchen from all directions. This move was unavoidable and unavoidable. Because these countless heavenly monarchs of time came from different time planes, no matter how wide your attack range was, it was impossible to attack all the heavenly monarchs of time at once. Even if you had a powerful defensive secret treasure, it would be useless. There would always be a time plane where you hadn't activated your defensive secret treasure. Interesting. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Li Fuchen grinned. The Time Sand Heavenly Monarch had also noticed that this move was ineffective against Li Fuchen. Billions of Time Sand Heavenly Monarch had instantly fused into one when he made contact with Li Fuchen. It was much easier to deal with the Sand Heavenly Monarch. Li Fuchen sent the Sand Heavenly Monarch flying with a single slash. How is that possible? Immunity time. Heavenly Monarch of Time's expression was very ugly. This move was an attack on Li Fuchen from the past, present, and future. Each time level was divided into countless smaller levels. Although he had mastered part of the Chaos Realm after becoming a Heaven Monarch, he had not mastered the entire Chaos Realm. As long as he had not mastered the entire Chaos Realm, he would not be immune to time. But Li Fuchen was immune to it. How could he know that Li Fuchen possessed the myriad calamity immortal body? Unless it was a top-notch Star Region Heaven Monarch or someone above the Star Region Heaven Monarch, all methods would be useless against him. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen had also executed his own sword move. Puff. Several sword images pierced through Time Heavenly Monarch's body, and one of them brought out a small amount of blood. Li Fuchen knew that the Time Sand Heavenly Lord was injured. Unfortunately for the Sand Heavenly Lord of Time, this injury was probably nothing more than a scratch. The two of them fought for a long time, but they were still unable to do anything to each other. Come to think of it, the two of them had just entered the Star Sector level Heaven Monarch realm not long ago, and their strengths were not that different. It was too difficult to determine a winner. I have no enmity with you. It is fine that you rescued your friend, but why do you have to make things difficult for me? The time-sand heavenly monarch didn't make another move and stared at Li Fuchen with sharp eyes. Li Fuchen said, "I think most of these people don't have any grudges with you, right? Isn't it too immoral for you to torture them like this?" Morality? It seems that you are a person who likes to fight for justice. Do you know that people like you usually die early? Heaven Monarch of Time frowned. Normally, Heaven Monarchs were rather indifferent. They wouldn't offend another Heaven Monarch for some ants. Normally, even if they were extremely powerful, they wouldn't meddle in other people's business. After all, there were too many things happening in the universe. If they were to meddle in everything, they wouldn't have the time to cultivate. Furthermore, they would easily offend an expert that they couldn't afford to offend. I feel that my life is rather tough, so you don't have to worry about me. Li Fuchen smiled indifferently. If it was within his capabilities, he didn't mind doing some good deeds. Otherwise, what was the point of purely becoming stronger? In Li Fuchen's opinion, those selfish and indifferent people had already gradually lost their humanity and had lost a lot of happiness. Do you think I can't do anything to you? It was unknown when the duo arrived above the Time-Sand City, not the ancient stone city. The Time-Sand Heavenly Monarch raised his hands high and enveloped the Time-Sand City with 7 layers of arrays. They were like 7 giant gears that were slowly rotating. 3 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays, 4 layers of low-grade supreme arrays. Li Fuchen was shocked when he saw the grade of the 7 layers of arrays. Generally speaking, mid-grade supreme arrays wouldn't be able to block star domain level Heavenly Monarch. But 3 layers of mid-grade supreme arrays were enough to block star domain level Heavenly Monarch. When complemented with 4 layers of low-grade supreme arrays, no star domain level Heavenly Monarchs would have a good time. Furthermore, Li Fuchen could see that among the 7 layers of arrays, 3 of them were actually sealing arrays. In normal situations, the purpose of sealing arrays was to seal existences that couldn't be killed. If you swear to follow me for 1,000,000 years, I can let you go. The Time-Sand Heavenly Monarch was very confident in the Time-Sand City's arrays. The Time Prison was just a tool for him to study the Time Tao. The Time-Sand City was his capital to settle down. 1,000,000 years, huh? Li Fuchen raised his brows. The Time-Sand Heavenly Monarch said, 1,000,000 years isn't considered a long time. You and I are both star domain level Heavenly Monarch. As long as we don't die accidentally, our lifespans are endless. A mere 1,000,000 years will pass very quickly. An existence with extremely tough defense was very useful to the Time-Sand Heavenly Monarch. In the past, when he encountered top-notch star domain level Heavenly Monarchs, he could only flee. But with Li Fuchen, it was enough for him to fight. If that's the case, it isn't considered a long time. But the prerequisite is that you can seal me. If you can't seal me, why should I follow you for 1,000,000 years? Li Fuchen yelled out and emitted calamity power. Bang bang. Any existence that made contact with the calamity power would be turned into nothingness. All right, then I shall let you witness my ability. The Time-Sand Heavenly Monarch waved his hand and a boundless sealing power surged at Li Fuchen. After close to 5 days, Li Fuchen's calamity power had been greatly depleted. His hand of calamity was only at the initial stage and was equivalent to a city lord. Therefore, even if the hand of calamity was profound and tyrannical and could break all laws, it was still insufficient in the face of the difference in cultivation levels. If his hand of calamity was at the middle stage, he would be able to break this sealing array in a few moves. There is a limit to one's strength. Do you really think you can defeat an array? The Time-Sand Heavenly Monarch sneered. I shall break it for you to see now. The sealing array was indeed hard to deal with. Even if Li Fuchen's spirit soul force could see through it, he wouldn't be able to break it within a short period of time. But after close to 5 days of observation, Li Fuchen was already 90% confident. Clang! The joint heaven sword was unsheathed and Li Fuchen executed the origin return sword form and slashed at the void. That was where the 7 layers of arrays were combining. It was fleeting, and every time it was combined, the next time would take 7 times longer. The first time was 2 hours, the second time was 14 hours, and the third time was 48 hours. If Li Fuchen couldn't see through the array, the further he went, the slimmer the chances of breaking the array. If he wasn't careful, he might be sealed for the rest of his life. Crackle! In between the gears, it felt as though a piece of metal was stuck. The 7 layers of arrays stopped for a split second, and this split second was enough for Li Fuchen to fly out of the array. I have learned something. Li Fuchen admitted that he had underestimated the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. Be it the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch's individual strength or foundation, he wasn't someone the Divine Leaf City Lord could compare with. Back then, the Divine Leaf City Lord was able to block the Blood Axe Heavenly Monarch for a period of time, let alone the Time Sand Heavenly Monarch. Humph, you won't have the chance next time. Chapter 985. After staying in the deep blue plain for a period of time, Li Fuchen returned to the Divine Leaf City. Just like before, Godly Leaf City was still under the rule of Imperial Lord Sanguine Axe. Everyone knew that with the leaves of the World Tree, it would be a long time before Imperial Lord Sanguine Axe left. He might even treat this place as his headquarters. Heavenly Lord Yuanji. At the Swordsman Guild, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch didn't feel anything when he first saw Li Fuchen. But when he took a second glance, he was stunned. You reached the Star Sector grade? Heavenly Lord Bai Hong's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. If he hadn't seen a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch before, he would only think that Li Fuchen was a city lord. But he had seen a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch and had a rough understanding of the chi presence of a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch. Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't considered strong among the Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs, but it wasn't weak either. However, how many years had it been? How did Li Fuchen advance from a first-grade Heaven Monarch to a Star Domain Heaven Monarch? Normally speaking, it would take at least a few million or tens of millions of years. This was also when one had the potential of a Star Domain Heaven Monarch or had heaven-defying fated encounters. Otherwise, it would take a few 100 million years to step into this realm. Yes. Li Fuchen nodded. He didn't intend to conceal his strength. Furthermore, he couldn't possibly conceal it either. He couldn't always conceal his chi presence as it would be too tiring. In just a short moment, the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch had also arrived. After knowing that Li Fuchen had already progressed to the Starfield realm, the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch's performance wasn't any better than the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. That was a Star Sector-level Heavenly Lord. He was an invincible overlord in any star region. Even in the entire universe, he was a high-end combat force. Now I should call you Emperor Yuanji, Heavenly Monarch Swordwind said. In the universe, Star Sector-level Heavenly Monarchs were usually called Emperor Lords. Only very ancient Star Sector-level Heavenly Monarchs were called Primogenitors. For example, Primogenitor Hung. He was a very ancient and powerful Star Sector-level Heavenly Monarch. There were very few people who knew that Li Fuchen had become a Starfield-class Heaven Monarch. The White Rainbow Heaven Monarch and the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch didn't dare to casually leak this information. Time flew by. I have finally reached the 8th level of Unity Realm. Ever since the primary extreme sword technique reached the super first-rate extremity, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was very fast. But no matter how fast it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation level every few years. After all, it wasn't as simple as accumulating chi and sword energy, it was a qualitative improvement. Li Fuchen might be a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch now, but in terms of quality, he was still far inferior to other Star Domain class Heavenly Monarchs. If he didn't have the Myriad Tribulation immortal body, he might be the one to die at the end. Therefore, the most urgent matter at hand was to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Unity Realm, or even the perfection of the Unity Realm. Perhaps I can trade for some Godleaf juice from Emperor Bloodaxe. Others might be afraid of the Blood Axe Emperor, but Li Fuchen didn't need to be afraid. Primary Extreme Emperor, you are Monarch Silk Snow's friend. So what if I give you some divine leaf juice? Inside the city lord residence, the Blood Axe Monarch waved his hand and sent a spatial ring to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen took a look and saw that it was filled with a small pond of divine leaf juice. If it was converted to peak-grade spirit stones, it would be at least 1 billion, and it might even reach 10 billion. This is too precious. Li Fuchen frowned. Favors were the hardest to repay. He would rather make a fair trade with the Blood Axe Monarch as he would at most owe him a small favor. Primary Extreme Emperor, don't misunderstand. You are now an honorable emperor and these items are nothing to you. Unless Primary Extreme Emperor doesn't wish to befriend me, the Blood Axe Monarch. There were 2 reasons why the Blood Axe Monarch valued Li Fuchen so much. Firstly, Li Fuchen had a close relationship with Monarch Silk Snow, and Monarch Silk Snow was an undying son and had a much higher status than the Blood Axe Monarch. Secondly, Li Fuchen was a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch and was also a member of the Swordsman Guild. The Blood Axe Monarch was still willing to befriend Li Fuchen. Since he controlled the Divine Leaf City, he could have as much Godleaf juice as he wanted. Since that is the case, this Li shall accept the offer. Li Fuchen decided to treat the Blood Axe Monarch as an ordinary friend. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Blood Axe Monarch was at most a normal friend. The Blood Axe Monarch's conduct was overly tyrannical and bloodthirsty. It wasn't suitable to befriend him. With sufficient Godleaf juice, Li Fuchen's cultivation progressed rapidly. Half a year later, he reached the 9th level of Soul Unity Realm. 3 years later, he reached the perfection level of Soul Unity Realm. At this point, Li Fuchen had basically reached the pinnacle of his cultivation. If he wanted to progress further in the future, it would be 10 times or even 100 times harder. As for reaching the demigod realm, he would have to fulfill many harsh conditions. It is time to take a walk around. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The universe was huge, and even a demigod wouldn't be able to explore it completely. It was already incredible to explore 10% or 20% of the universe. There were some hidden places that no one had entered before. They might be hiding heaven-defying opportunities or terrifying dangers. In the past, Li Fuchen wasn't strong enough and would wander around randomly. There was a high possibility of death. Now that he was a Star Domain class Heavenly Monarch, as long as he didn't court death, it was basically impossible for him to die. But before I leave, I still have to show myself. The Myriad Spirit Banquet was hosted by the Myriad Spirit City Lord, the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch. It might not be as famous as the 100-Flower Empress 100-Flower Assembly, but the Myriad Spirit Banquet was still very famous in the Horizontal River Star region. Everyone knew that the Myriad Spirit Heaven Monarch had a voracious appetite and his banquet would never lack top-notch delicacies. Since Li Fuchen had nothing to do, he naturally wouldn't miss out on such a grand event. The Thunder God beef is indeed incredible. In the Grand Hall there were dozens of tables. Beside each table, there was a Heavenly Monarch seated. Li Fuchen sat close to the Sword-Wind Heaven Monarch and the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch. On the table in front of him, there was a round plate that was a few meters in size. On the round plate there was a piece of translucent meat that was the size of half a round plate. On the right side of the round plate there was a flask of fine wine. Li Fuchen picked up a piece of beef and took a bite. The texture was indescribable, and he felt as though he was electrocuted. Subsequently, Li Fuchen drank another mouthful of star liquid wine and felt extremely comfortable. He felt as though he was in the starry sky of the universe, and it was quiet and peaceful. After finishing half a plate of beef, the White Rainbow Heaven Monarch said, "This trip was not in vain, not in vain." The Thunder God Bull was extremely rare. In the entire horizontal river starfield and the surrounding starfields, only the Heaven Monarch of Myriad Spirit reared some Thunder God Bulls. The sword-wind heaven monarch looked around and said, "We are all thanks to the primary extreme emperor. Look at everyone here, which one of them isn't a city lord-class heavenly monarch?" The myriad spirit banquet wasn't as famous as the 100-flower gathering, but it was of a higher class. Those that were invited were all city lord-class heavenly monarch. Some were from the horizontal river Starfield, some were from the neighboring Starfield. If it wasn't for Lifuchen, the sword-wind heaven monarch and the white rainbow heaven monarch wouldn't have been invited. As for Lifuchen's star domain level heavenly monarch identity, it was basically known in the horizontal river Starfield. It was mainly because Lifuchen didn't intentionally conceal it. Lifuchen felt that it was a good thing to let everyone know of his star domain level heavenly monarch identity. At least it would serve as a deterrent. Primary Extreme Emperor, this is the heart of the Thunder God Bull. It is the most precious part of its body. Please have a taste. The robust heaven monarch of myriad spirit personally carried a plate over and carefully placed it on Lifuchen's table. All right. Lifuchen picked up the fork and knife, cut off a piece of the heart and placed it in his mouth. After a few breaths, Lifuchen's eyes lit up. The taste of the heart was 10 times or 100 times more delicious than beef. It was said that the heaven monarch of myriad spirit only used the heart to entertain the horizontal river primogenitor and the 100-flower empress. It wasn't without reason. If it was Lifuchen, he wouldn't bear to let others have a taste either. As long as the primary extreme emperor likes it. The heaven monarch of myriad spirit was delighted. In the past, his myriad spirit banquet rarely invited star domain level heavenly monarch. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't attend every time either. Now that Lifuchen was here, it was an opportunity for the heaven monarch. To be honest, the heaven monarch of myriad spirit was rather sympathetic when the divine Leaf City Lord was eliminated. Therefore, it was of utmost importance if he could befriend Lifuchen. He heard that Lifuchen was rather close with the Blood Axe monarch. The 100-flower empress arrives. The Cross River primogenitor arrives. The Blood Axe monarch arrives. Chapter 986. Although the Centauria matriarch was not a star sector-level heaven monarch, she was not far from it. More than 1 million years ago, the Centauria matriarch had actually fought with a star sector-level heaven monarch. Although she was defeated in the end, she was not seriously injured and could be considered to have escaped unscathed. Therefore, it was fine to treat her as a weaker star sector-level heavenly lord. As for Ancestor Hengi, as an ancient star sector-level heavenly lord, Ancestor Hengi had already stood at the peak countless years ago. Apart from demigods, few people in the entire universe could do anything to him. As for Emperor Sanguinax, as one of the commanders of the Undead Legion, he might be weaker than Ancestor Hengi, but he was definitely not a match for some ordinary star sector-level heavenly lords. The arrival of the three of them caused the myriad spirit banquet to fall silent. Emperor Yuenji, it's an honor to meet you. The 100-flowers empress nodded at Lifuchen. She had already found out about Lifuchen's background. It turned out that Lifuchen came from the same plane as one of her 100-flower guards, the Jade Flower Sacred Lord. She found out from the Jade Flower Sacred Lord that Lifuchen wasn't very old and was a true absolute prodigy. Even the divine race's prodigies might not be comparable to Lifuchen. He's not just a peerless genius. Madame Centauria sighed in her heart. To be able to become a star sector-level heaven monarch in such a short period of time, it could no longer be described as a genius. Madame Centauria suspected that Jiang Yi was the son of the star region or even the son of the universe. He had obtained the love of the universe. Greetings, Lady Centauria. Lifuchen cupped his fist in return. Haha, I sensed someone breaking through to the star sector-level heavenly lord realm some time ago. I thought it was Sister Bai Hua, but I didn't expect it to be Emperor Yuenji. You've really surpassed your master. Progenitor Heng He laughed and said emotionally. Without becoming a star sector-level heavenly lord, one would never know the wonders of a star sector-level heavenly lord. Star sector-level heavenly lords represented eternity and freedom. Over the countless years, Ancestor Hengi had seen countless outstanding figures fall. Hence, in his opinion, not becoming a star sector-level heavenly lord was just a dream. Primogenitor Hengi, you praise me too much. This was Li Fuchen's first time seeing the horizontal river primogenitor at such a close distance. He couldn't help but praise in his heart. The horizontal river primogenitor was indeed the most ancient star region class heaven monarch. Just by standing there, he gave off a boundless feeling as though the entire universe was pressing down. Celestial Lord of Myriad Spirit, why didn't you invite me, Celestial Lord Sanguine Axe? Are you looking down on me, Imperial Monarch Blood Axe? Imperial Monarch Blood Axe was used to being domineering and domineering. The heavenly monarch of myriad spirits said in fear and trepidation, "If I had known that Lord Imperial Monarch Blood Axe would be so leisurely and elegant, I would definitely have invited Lord Imperial Monarch Blood Axe. Forget it. Since Imperial Emperor Yuanji is here today, I won't argue with you." The Blood Axe Emperor sat beside Li Fuchen. As for the City Lord class Heaven Monarch that was originally seated there, he had already moved to the side and didn't dare to say anything. The Horizontal River Primogenitor and 100-Flower Empress were seated opposite of Li Fuchen. After that, the four of them ate and drank while chatting. As for the others, they didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of angering the four of them. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, I am Heaven Monarch Golden Island. I am untalented and would like to experience a Emperor Lord's means. Please enlighten me. Right at this moment, a tall man wearing golden armor stood up. His tone sounded respectful but was actually arrogant. It is Heaven Monarch Golden Island. His master, Treasure River Ancestor, is an incredible figure. He is ranked top 1000 on the Emperor Lord rankings. Heaven Monarch Golden Island's strength is already at the pinnacle of City Lord class Heaven Monarch. I wonder how Imperial Emperor Yuanji is going to deal with him. In the Grand Hall, there were commotion and everyone was looking at Li Fuchen. Imperial Emperor Yuanji, you need to be careful. I have never heard of this Heaven Monarch Golden Island, but I have heard of his master, Treasure River Ancestor. The universe is extremely vast and it is unknown when a universe cardinal treasure appeared in the universe, the Emperor Lord rankings. The emperors listed on the rankings are all the most ancient and terrifying emperors. If the Treasure River Ancestor is listed on the rankings, his strength might not be overwhelming, but it shouldn't be too far off. If Heaven Monarch Golden Island can become the Treasure River Ancestor's disciple, he shouldn't be a simple figure either. The one speaking was the Blood Axe Imperial Emperor. He might have a tyrannical and conceited personality, but he still had to look at the person. He didn't have to give face to the Horizontal River Primogenitor, but he still had to give some face to the Treasure River Ancestor. Otherwise, if Heaven Monarch Golden Island dared to challenge Li Fuchen in front of him, he would have already eliminated Li Fuchen. Of course, most importantly, he wanted to witness Li Fuchen's strength. If Li Fuchen was too weak, he would spend less effort on Li Fuchen in the future. After drinking a mouthful of Stardew wine, the Horizontal River Primogenitor was calm. Just like the Blood Axe Imperial Emperor, he was rather curious about Li Fuchen's strength. As for Heaven Monarch Golden Island's identity, the Horizontal River Primogenitor didn't bother about it. The Treasure River Ancestor might be much older and more famous than him, but the monarchs on the Emperor Monarch rankings might not represent their true strength. In the past, there were cases of monarchs that weren't on the rankings defeating monarchs on the rankings. The so-called Emperor rankings was actually a ranking of the Qi presence. Generally speaking, the older the monarch, the stronger the Qi presence. But Qi presence and strength weren't absolutely equal, and there would always be some difference. Take the Emperor rankings for example. There were plenty of young monarchs that weren't ancient but had special encounters that gave them abnormally horrific Qi presences. Of course, it was impossible to say that the monarchs on the emperor rankings weren't powerful. Qi presence and strength weren't absolutely equal, but to a certain degree, it was still equivalent. After taking a sip of Stardew wine, Li Fuchen put down the wine cup and said, "I have heard of your master, the Treasure River ancestor's name. How about this? If you can block a sword move from me, I will admit defeat." Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. He knew when to be humble and when not to be humble. His heart was like a mirror. When facing a City Lord class Heaven Monarch, even if it was a top-notch City Lord class Heaven Monarch, if Li Fuchen couldn't end the battle quickly, he would be looked down upon. No one would say that Li Fuchen was a kind person and didn't care about fame and fortune. "Alright, one sword move it is." Heaven Monarch Golden Island's face flashed with anger. This primary extreme emperor was too arrogant and wanted to defeat him in a single sword move. It was simply a pipe dream. But it was just as well. Previously, Heaven Monarch Golden Island didn't have the confidence to contest with Li Fuchen. But if it was just one sword move, even if Li Fuchen was several times stronger than he imagined, he was confident he could block it. The Grand Hall was massive and the center of the hall was like a plaza. Heaven Monarch Golden Island was the first to arrive at the empty space. "Primary Extreme Emperor, please draw your sword." Heaven Monarch Golden Island's power was condensed to the peak and was secretly holding onto a high-grade Supreme Cardinal artifact. He was just waiting for Li Fuchen's thunderous attack. Be careful. Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword and drew with his sword finger. The sword Qi turned into a sword C and devoured Heaven Monarch Golden Island. After doing everything, Li Fuchen returned to his seat. 15 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, Heaven Monarch Golden Island was still unable to break free. The gap between City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs and Star Field class Heavenly Monarchs was hard to bridge. Even if Heaven Monarch Golden Island had a high-grade Supreme Cardinal artifact, he would only be able to barely exhibit the power of a Star Field class Heavenly Monarch. "Come, Primary Extreme Emperor, let's drink." The Blood Axe Monarch raised his wine cup and repeatedly toasted. How could he not see that Li Fuchen wasn't just an ordinary Star Field class Heavenly Monarch? When thinking about how Li Fuchen had such strength as soon as he stepped into the Star Field class Heavenly Monarch, the Blood Axe Monarch wanted to befriend Li Fuchen even more. The rest of the people looked at Li Fuchen with a different gaze. Hengi Primogenitor believed that after roaming the universe for so many years, he had never seen a prodigy like Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had simply broken the laws of the universe. As for the other City Lord class Heavenly Monarchs, they were looking at Li Fuchen with reverence. They assumed that Heaven Monarch Golden Island would be able to exchange moves with Li Fuchen. Who would have expected that Heaven Monarch Golden Island couldn't even withstand a single move? If it was them, they would have been instantly killed. The Myriad Spirit Banquet was halfway through and Heaven Monarch Golden Island finally broke through the Sword Sea and charged out. Again. Heaven Monarch Golden Island was enraged. Hengi Primogenitor said, "Heaven Monarch Golden Island, 3 days have passed. There is no need to continue." 3 days have passed? Chapter 987. At the front was a land of darkness and nothingness. In this place there wasn't any spatial wave or energy wave. Li Fuchen could only feel the endless deathly stillness. No wonder it is said that the void of darkness between star regions is the graveyard of the universe. Li Fuchen could feel that there was Sword Dao source in the void of darkness ahead, but it was very sparse. In other words, when fighting in the void of darkness, the consumption was 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more than fighting in the star region. As such, even a star region level Heaven Monarch would have the risk of perishing in this place. With a flash of sword light, Li Fuchen instantly entered the void of darkness. There is actually a space beast here. From far away, Li Fuchen could see a giant shadow moving. It was a horse-headed monster with dozens of wings, and it was moving at a very fast speed. That is true. The power of the space beast comes from the body, unlike the major races that rely on the universe source. Therefore, this void of darkness doesn't affect the space beast much. Before reaching the heaven monarch realm, regardless of the race, the body's power would be limited and couldn't be compared with the space beast. After reaching the heaven monarch realm, one's power might seem boundless, but there was actually a limit to one's power. However, one could absorb the universe source, therefore, it seemed boundless. Once one lost the support of the universe source, they would immediately be exposed. It could be said that in a certain sense, the space beast was the most perfect life form in the universe and could adapt to any environment. When Li Fuchen noticed the horse-headed monster, the horse-headed monster also noticed Li Fuchen. The horse-headed monster obviously had high intelligence. The instant it noticed Li Fuchen, its speed increased by 10 times and it vanished without a trace. Li Fuchen smiled and didn't give chase. With his speed, it wasn't difficult to catch up to the horse-headed monster, but it was meaningless. After passing through the void of darkness, Li Fuchen arrived at the purple extreme star region that was nearby the horizontal river star region. The purple extreme star region was the same as the horizontal river star region in the past. They only had one star region level heaven monarch, and he was called the purple extreme emperor. Of course, Li Fuchen didn't know if there were any star region level heaven monarchs that were living in seclusion here. The most famous universe city in the purple pole star region was called Dragon Pool City. The reason why Dragon Pool City was famous was because there was a dragon pool in the middle of Dragon Pool City. Legend has it that the dragon pool had already existed before Dragon Pool City. However, the dragon pool at that time was tens of thousands of times larger than the dragon pool of the current dragon pool. In the dragon pool, a divine dragon was slumbering. After the divine dragon left, the dragon pool became dilapidated. However, even the dilapidated dragon pool was miraculous and extraordinary. If an ordinary person were to drink a mouthful of the dragon pool's water, they would have the strength of 10,000 kilograms and live for 360 years. If a martial artist drank the dragon pool's water frequently, not only would they be immune to all diseases, but they would also have a very fast cultivation speed. Furthermore, there was a chance for their body to produce a trace of giant dragon bloodline. Apart from this, the dragon pool also contained the essence of water, and this essence of water was quite beneficial to saints. Li Fuchen came to the Dragon Pool City because he wanted to try the most famous Jade Dragon wine. Jade Dragon Restaurant was the only restaurant in Dragon Pool City that provided Jade Dragon wine. On the table in front of Li Fuchen by the window on the 12th floor, there was a flask of fine wine. These flasks of fine wine were the Jade Dragon wine, and each flask was equivalent to a bottle. The Jade Dragon wine was just like its name. After drinking it, not only would the taste be sweet and mellow, but the alcohol would also spread throughout the body. It was just like a violent dragon wreaking havoc. The tranquility was filled with a hearty and unbridled feeling. As the Jade Dragon wine was too delicious, Li Fuchen bought all the Jade Dragon restaurant's stock of Jade Dragon wine. There was a total of a few hundred bottles and he spent over 1 billion peak-grade spirit stones. Currently, Li Fuchen's spatial ring had plenty of fine wines, like the World Dew that was worth 5 million peak-grade spirit stones, the Star Liquid Wine that was worth 1 million peak-grade spirit stones, the 100 Flower Brew that was worth 4 million peak-grade spirit stones, and the Cross River Brilliance that was worth 8 million peak-grade spirit stones. These wines were all extremely famous wines in the Cross River Star region. Li Fuchen decided to collect more fine wines from various places while he was roaming the universe, so that he wouldn't be too bored during the journey. What did you say? The Jade Dragon wine is gone? Don't lie to me. Your Jade Dragon restaurant has a few hundred bottles in stock every year. You are telling me that it is gone? Sky Wave Sacred Lord, it is really gone. Not long ago, all of our Jade Dragon restaurant's Jade Dragon wine was bought by a customer. Right now, we don't even have a single bottle of Jade Dragon wine. Why don't you come back in a few days? By then, there will surely be Jade Dragon wine delivered. Are you kidding me? I brought a friend here in high spirits, and I can't afford to lose my face. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord was an arrogant youth with an extremely noble aura. He said to the innkeeper, "Who bought the Jade Dragon wine? Tell me, I will have a talk with him." Sky Wave Sacred Lord, this isn't too good, right? The innkeeper wiped his sweat and looked like he was in a difficult position. Innkeeper, don't forget that the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father is the Sky Monarch and is also the Purple Extreme Emperor's great-great-grandson. You are afraid of offending that person, but aren't you afraid of offending the Sky Wave Sacred Lord? The one speaking was the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's friend, and he spoke with a stern voice. "This way, please." The innkeeper yielded. The owner of the Jade Dragon restaurant might be the Dragon Pool City Lord, the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch, but the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's background was too influential. Even the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch wasn't willing to offend him, let alone a mere innkeeper. On the 12th floor, the innkeeper brought the Sky Wave Sacred Lord and his group to Li Fuchen. "This customer, can you please give up some Jade Dragon wine? My Jade Dragon restaurant is willing to increase the price by 50,000 peak-grade spirit stones for each bottle." The innkeeper spoke with sincerity and had an apologetic expression. "All right, I can give up 10 bottles. There is no need to increase the price." Li Fuchen nodded. He could see that the innkeeper was in some trouble, and Li Fuchen wasn't a person who didn't care about others' feelings. "How can 10 bottles be enough? You need at least 20 bottles." The Sky Wave Sacred Lord found Li Fuchen an eyesore and said intentionally. In fact, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord only wanted to order 8 or 10 bottles and wouldn't order 20 bottles. After all, a bottle of Jade Dragon wine would cost 3 million peak-grade spirit stones and 20 bottles would be 60 million. He might be the son of the Firmament Heaven Monarch and the great-great-grandson of the Purple Extreme Monarch, but his personal wealth was only a few billion peak-grade spirit stones. It was impossible for him to spend 60 million peak-grade spirit stones in a single meal. Li Fuchen's expression turned cold. "Apologies, I am not selling a single bottle." Li Fuchen could guess that the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's background must be astounding, but it was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't put him in his eyes. "You are courting death. Do you know who the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father is?" The friend of the Sky Wave Sacred Lord who berated the innkeeper earlier stood out and pointed at Li Fuchen. "Get lost!" A horrific chi presence burst out from Li Fuchen's body, causing the entire Dragon Pool City to fall into dead silence. "You are..." The Sky Wave Sacred Lord had a horrified expression. He had seen the Purple Extreme Monarch multiple times, and how could he not know that Li Fuchen was a Star Domain Class Heaven Monarch? A true Star Domain Class Heaven Monarch, and he actually offended a Star Domain Class Heaven Monarch. For a moment, he was terrified. Bang bang bang, everyone, including Sacred Lord Sky Wave, knelt down. It wasn't because they wanted to kneel, but the prowess from Li Fuchen's body was too intense. With the sudden burst of chi presence, it gave them an unparalleled impact on their spirit. "This is..." In the City Lord's mansion, Heavenly Lord Longtan's expression changed as he hurried over. "How troublesome." Li Fuchen continued to drink. The reason why he concealed his aura was mainly because the aura of a star sector-level Heaven Monarch was too oppressive. There was no way for him to experience life. Hence, once he entered the city, he concealed his aura. "I am Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord. Greetings, Emperor. Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord's voice came from outside the restaurant. After finishing the last pot of wine on the table, Li Fuchen walked down the restaurant and said to the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch, "The Jade Dragon wine isn't bad. It is a pity that some people disrupted the mood." Hearing this, Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord hastily said, "My lord, if you don't mind, you can come with me to my humble abode for a drink." Aside from the Jade Dragon wine, I've also collected some other fine wines. Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord was a wine lover himself. Alright, please lead the way. Li Fuchen didn't have enough to drink. After Li Fuchen left, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord sat on the ground while his body was drenched in sweat. As for the friend of the Sky Wave Sacred Lord that pointed at Li Fuchen earlier, he had already fainted from fear. This won't do. I have to inform Father and Great Ancestor. Chapter 988. Primary Extreme Emperor. This is the South Bright Star region's myriad fruit wine. Please have a taste. Inside the City Lord residence, the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord took out his collection and invited Li Fuchen to have a taste. Great wine. The myriad fruit wine was just like its name. When the wine entered the mouth, thousands of fruit aromas burst out on the taste buds. Only heaven monarchs would be able to taste so many fruit aromas in an instant. Those below the heaven monarch level would be able to taste a few hundred fruits in an instant. Those with weaker cultivation might only be able to taste a complex and strange taste. The duo drank and chatted at the same time. The atmosphere was rather harmonious. Primary Extreme Emperor, the Purple Extreme Emperor is here. He is outside the Dragon Pool City. All of a sudden, the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord's expression changed. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, "It's fine. Let's continue drinking." It didn't make sense for him to run over to welcome the Purple Extreme Emperor as soon as he arrived. In the blink of an eye, the duo drank for a few more hours. Outside the Dragon Pool City, the Purple Extreme Emperor's expression didn't change and he was very patient. However, the Sky Wave Sacred Lord was very indignant. Great Ancestor, this person is so arrogant. He actually made you wait for such a long time. Of course, he only said it in front of his own people. He didn't dare to say it in front of Li Fuchen. Slap. There was a slap and the Sky Wave Sacred Lord was sent flying. The one who slapped him wasn't the Purple Extreme Emperor, it was the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's father, the Sky Dome Heaven Lord. Little bastard, you think you are qualified to criticize a Star Domain Heaven Lord? Are you tired of living? Today, Li Fuchen dared to criticize a Star Domain Heaven Lord in front of them. Tomorrow, he would dare to speak nonsense outside. The Sky Dome Heaven Lord had to teach him a lesson to prevent Li Fuchen from causing a disaster in the future. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord covered his face and was rather indignant, but he didn't dare to say anything. The Purple Extreme Emperor glanced sideways at him and said, "You didn't suffer a loss from this slap. If a Star Domain Heaven Lord is determined to kill you, I can't guarantee that you can survive." It was extremely difficult for a Star Domain Heaven Lord to kill a Star Domain Heaven Lord. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the Purple Extreme Emperor wouldn't wish to provoke a Star Domain Heaven Lord. "Great Ancestor, you once defeated 3-star sector-level Heaven Lords," said Sacred Lord Tianhua. "It's just defeat, not kill." With that, Imperial Monarch Purple Extreme suddenly waved his hand, and a purple ball of light enveloped the firmament Heaven Lord and Holy Leader Tianhua and sent them far away. When the Purple Extreme Monarch was done, a figure flew out of Longtan City. It was Li Fuchen. "I am Emperor Violet Extreme." Emperor Violet Extreme announced his name. "Emperor Yuanji." Li Fuchen sized up the Purple Extreme Emperor. "Yuanji Imperial Emperor, my descendant was ignorant and offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can forgive him." The Purple Extreme Emperor was much more amiable than Li Fuchen imagined. But Li Fuchen knew that between Starfield-class heavenly monarchs, peace was the most important and they wouldn't start a war because of some minor matters. "It's just a small matter. May I know why Monarch Ziji is looking for me?" If Li Fuchen was calculative, the Holy Leader Tianhua wouldn't be alive until now. The Purple Extreme Emperor said, "I just wish to have a spar with Emperor Yuanji. At our level, it is extremely difficult to progress further. Only by combining the strengths of 100 schools of thought will we be able to reach the next level. Of course, if Emperor Yuanji isn't willing, I won't force it. If Li Fuchen was too weak, the Purple Extreme Emperor didn't mind eliminating Li Fuchen. Since Emperor Purple Extreme is sincere in having a spar, then I shall accept. Li Fuchen didn't refuse. He had yet to fight with a top-notch ruler like the Purple Extreme Emperor. The Sandtime Emperor might be formidable, but he was still far from being a top-notch ruler. Of course, if Li Fuchen didn't have the myriad calamity immortal body, he wouldn't take the risk. Great. Emperor Yuanji is truly heroic. I am impressed. The Purple Extreme Emperor laughed heartily. His chi presence was like a monstrous wave that burst out ferociously. In an instant, the region that spanned a few light years was instantly dyed purple. From the outside, it looked like a giant purple crystal. Such a powerful chi presence. Li Fuchen praised. Li Fuchen believed that his chi presence wasn't even 1/100th of the Purple Extreme Emperor's. He wondered how powerful the chi presences on the Emperor rankings were. If my primary extreme sword technique breaks through to the supreme rank, my chi presence shouldn't be inferior to the Purple Extreme Emperor, right? Li Fuchen recalled about the primary extreme sword technique. Generally speaking, most of the Star Region class Heaven Monarchs that cultivated the martial Tao would be at the supreme rank, be it martial arts or cultivation technique. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as he forcefully pushed the primary extreme sword technique to the Star Region class and used his sword art to become a Star Region class Heaven Monarch. But as such, Li Fuchen's chi presence had a certain degree of bewilderment. If one thought that Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't very powerful, it meant that his strength wasn't enough. One would suffer a little. Emperor Yuanji, be careful. Purple chi from the east. The Purple Extreme Emperor waved his hand and a purple stream appeared from the void and blasted at Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Incredible! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This purple stream's energy was too concentrated. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if tens of thousands of stars were to explode, it wouldn't even be 1/100th of this purple stream. Just in time, sect origin swords. Li Fuchen used his sword to block the purple stream. Bang boom! In between the duo, there was a great destruction in the void. All the laws of the universe were turned into nothingness. Bang! Li Fuchen was only able to withstand for a single breath of time before he was sent flying and smashed ruthlessly into the Dragon Pool City's array barrier. Great Ancestor One. The Sky Wave Sacred Lord had an excited expression. In the Sky Wave Sacred Lord's opinion, if the Purple Extreme Emperor was able to send Li Fuchen flying in a single move, it meant that the difference in strength was too great and there wasn't any suspense. Don't celebrate too early. The Firmament Heaven Lord glared at the Sky Wave Sacred Lord. Li Fuchen might have been sent flying, but he wasn't injured and it was enough to explain some problems. Again, Sword Chi return. Li Fuchen took the initiative to attack the Purple Extreme Emperor. Purple Chi return. The Purple Extreme Emperor's move was very similar to Li Fuchen's sword move. The Purple Extreme Emperor flicked his finger and blasted a purple sphere of light at Li Fuchen's sword move. Rumble. During the horrific tremors, the Dragon Pool City was forcefully shifted by a few meters. The Dragon Pool City was stabilized by 10 layers of arrays and wasn't a rootless duckweed. Receive another move from me, the Origin Return sword form. Li Fuchen executed his strongest sword move. Clang clang clang. This time, the Purple Extreme Emperor didn't counterattack and forcefully endured Li Fuchen's sword move. When Li Fuchen's strongest sword move landed on the Purple Extreme Emperor's body, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It couldn't even shake the Purple Extreme Emperor's body. No wonder he is a P-class ruler. Li Fuchen was convinced. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not, he was still a distance away from a P-class ruler. Among the rulers that Li Fuchen knew, only the Horizontal River Primogenitor was able to suppress the Purple Extreme Emperor, although Li Fuchen had never seen the Horizontal River Primogenitor make a move. As for the Blood Axe Monarch, if he didn't rely on the Undying Spear, he would probably be around the same level as the Purple Extreme Emperor. Origin Extreme Emperor, I am going to use my kill move. Use all your strength to block it. The Purple Extreme Emperor's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous aura. This was a true murderous aura, and it wasn't a joke. He had decided that if this move could severely injure Li Fuchen, he would use his full strength to kill Li Fuchen. Come on then. After taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the myriad calamity immortal body to the limits. Chaos Extreme Purple. The Purple Extreme Emperor made his move. When he made his move, the universe law wasn't just simply destroyed. After the destruction, it was remolded into a suitable combat environment for the Purple Extreme Emperor. Chapter 989. TSS. Just like an electric current, Li Fuchen's calamity power was rapidly depleting. But at the same time, more tribulation power would gather from all directions. It's still a little dangerous. Li Fuchen noticed that the replenishment speed of the calamity power was obviously slower than the consumption speed of the calamity power. It also meant to say that as time passed, his myriad calamity immortal body would definitely be broken. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't a fool. If the Purple Extreme Monarch was determined to kill him, Li Fuchen would definitely escape and come back in the future. Not hurt. Monarch Ziji frowned and stopped attacking. Emperor Ziji's strength is unparalleled. I'm impressed. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. You're flattering me. I couldn't hurt you either. The Purple Extreme Imperial Lord suspected that Li Fuchen had a peak-grade Supreme Defensive Cardinal artifact. If Li Fuchen relied on his own defense, the Purple Extreme Imperial Lord didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to block his attack. Not even a Star Region Heaven Monarch that walked the body refinement path would be able to do it. Since he couldn't injure Li Fuchen, the Purple Extreme Monarch didn't have any reason to stay. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Fuchen, the Purple Extreme Monarch left together with the Sky Wave Sacred Ruler. Emperor Yuanji's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I'm impressed. As soon as Li Fuchen entered the Dragon Pool City, the Dragon Pool Heaven Monarch welcomed him with an even more respectful expression. There were not many Star Sector-level Heavenly Lords who could escape unscathed from Emperor Ziji. As far as the Dragon Pool Heavenly Lord knew, the Star Sector-level Heavenly Lords, also known as Emperors, were divided into 5 levels: Normal, Advanced, Peak, and Invincible. As a top-notch Imperial Lord, it was not impossible for Imperial Lord Violet Extreme to kill an ordinary Imperial Lord, especially one who had only recently ascended. Li Fuchen was able to render the Purple Extreme Emperor helpless. Even if Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of a high-class emperor, it was probably close. Compared to Monarch Purple Extreme, he's still far from it. Li Fuchen shook his head and laughed bitterly. Tharch, you don't have to belittle yourself. Tharch ZG has been a Star Sector-level Heaven Monarch for tens of millions of years. Judging from your aura, you are still very young. It is not impossible for you to surpass Tharch ZG in the future. I'll be counting on your auspicious words then. Your Majesty, we haven't finished our wine. Let's continue drinking. Under Heavenly Lord Dragon Pool's warm invitation, the two returned to the City Lord Mansion and continued drinking. This is my communication token. If it's within my capabilities, I can help you once. On this day, before leaving, Li Fuchen tossed a message token to the Dragon Pool Heaven Lord. The other party was too polite. Not only did he give him thousands of bottles of Jade Dragon wine, but he also gave him some treasured wine. If Li Fuchen didn't express anything, it would be inexcusable. Thank you, Imperial Monarch. I don't know when we'll meet again after you leave. I'll help the Imperial Monarch to ascend to the peak of the universe as soon as possible. The Dragon Pool Heaven Lord's objective was to befriend Li Fuchen. Without a doubt, he succeeded, and the price was merely a few thousand bottles of Jade Dragon wine and some precious wines. There's no need to send me off. Li Fuchen waved his hand and stepped into the void before vanishing. It's really enviable to be able to roam freely in this world. Heavenly Lord Longtan sighed with envy. He turned around and went back to his room. Good wine. Along the way, Li Fuchen would take out a bottle of wine from time to time and drink 2 mouthfuls. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. During these 10 years, Li Fuchen had been to plenty of star regions and dangerous places. At the same time, he had encountered plenty of star domain class heavenly monarchs. Some of these star domain class heavenly monarchs were like Li Fuchen and were traveling around. There were also those that were overseeing their own star regions. Normally, those overseeing their own star regions were rather powerful. The weakest would be a high-class monarch, while the strongest would be a peak-class monarch. As for the Cross River primogenitor, there wasn't a single peak-class monarch. Li Fuchen felt that he had underestimated the Cross River primogenitor. It was said that there was no sun and moon in the mountains, but in the dark universe there was truly no sun and moon. In the blink of the eye, another 10 years had passed. Li Fuchen arrived at the most prestigious Devil Horn Star Sea of the Twin Horn Star Wheel. The Devil Horn Star Sea was several times bigger than the largest star region in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. It was rumored that in the center of the Devil Horn Star Sea, there was a giant devil horn. Many of the monarchs and demigods wanted to keep this devil horn, but until now, no one was able to do it. Li Fuchen chose to travel because he wanted to temper his Tao heart and broaden his horizons. Most importantly, he wanted to search for some fated opportunities. If he could obtain some supreme sword bones, he would be able to push the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme level even faster. As for supreme sword bones, they were usually from sword Tao emperors. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't think about living sword Tao emperors. Therefore, he could only think about dead sword Tao emperors. If there was a place that had the highest number of dead sword Tao emperors, it would definitely be the various dangerous places, especially those extremely dangerous places. Once Li Fuchen entered the Devil Horn Star Sea, his expression changed. The universe source in the Devil Horn Star Sea was extremely thin and was almost the same as the dark void between star regions. There was only one type of universe source that was extremely abundant and was 10 times or 100 times more abundant than the outside world. This universe source was the evil Tao source. I hope I won't encounter any demons or demon race beings that cultivated the evil Tao. Li Fuchen frowned. The evil Tao source was 10 times or 100 times more abundant than the outside world, while the other universe sources were 100 or 1,000 times thinner. As such, the difference was at least 10,000 times. It wasn't exaggerating to say that in the Devil Horn Star Sea, a City Lord class heavenly monarch that cultivated the evil Tao was able to contest with a star region level heavenly monarch. As for a star region level heavenly monarch that cultivated the evil Tao, they were probably invincible in the Devil Horn Star Sea. No matter how confident Li Fuchen was, he wasn't certain he could contest with an evil Tao emperor. It would already be great if he could escape with his life. My current strength is still too weak. I have to increase the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme level. With or without a supreme cultivation technique, it might not be reflected in strength, but it would be reflected vividly in power reserve. At his level, there were many times when it was a competition of power reserve and power replenishment speed. From far away, Li Fuchen could see an island of white bones. This island of white bones was actually the corpse of a City Lord class heavenly monarch. To a City Lord class heavenly monarch or those below, it was very valuable. But to those that dared to come to the Devil Horn Star Sea, the value was rather low and wasn't worth collecting. Splash, splash. The white bone island suddenly stood up. In the eye sockets of the skull, there were 2 black flames that were burning fiercely. Star Sea demonic creature? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. Earlier on, he clearly saw a demonic shadow burrowing into the white bone island. The Star Sea demonic creature was a terrifying creature that only existed in the devil-horned Star Sea. They were formed by the fusion of the evil Tao source and the resentment chi of the living beings that died here. As they didn't have a physical body, the Star Sea demonic creature was extremely hard to kill. It was said that only Soul Tao methods could restrain them. Roar. The giant skeleton that was controlled by the Star Sea demonic creature suddenly clawed at Li Fuchen. Break! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and severed the skeleton's arm. Scatter! With another sword swing, the skeleton was severed into millions of pieces. Chapter 990. The devil-horned Star Sea was much more dangerous than Li Fuchen imagined. Apart from the endless number of Star Sea demonic creatures, there were also evil Tao beings with malicious intentions. A few days ago, Li Fuchen had a great battle with a City Lord-class evil Tao being. The enemy had the support of the evil Tao source and was only slightly weaker than Li Fuchen, but the recovery speed was thousands of times faster than Li Fuchen. Without a choice, Li Fuchen had no choice but to utilize his speed to shake off the enemy. Rumble! A horrific black storm was roaring and wreaking havoc. Within the storm, there was a large ship that was emitting blue radiance. It was obvious that this ship was very high class. No matter how the storm wreaked havoc, there weren't any signs of it falling apart. On the deck of the ship stood 3 figures, 1 female and 2 males. Young lady, this is the devil-horned Star Sea. The Mist Light ship will not be able to stop the Demon Cloud Emperor. Elder Hua and I will stall the Demon Cloud Emperor while you immediately activate the Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman and escape as far as you can. The blue-haired elder was a Star Domain level Heaven Monarch. His chi presence was vast and boundless like the sea. The Elder Hua that he mentioned was also a Star Domain level Heaven Monarch. His chi presence was the exact opposite of the Elder. It was blazing like hell, and if a regular person looked at it, they would probably be turned into ashes. Elder Water and Elder Hua, the two of you can't stop the Demon Cloud Emperor even if you work together? The woman was wearing a light blue dress. She was graceful and had exceptional looks. From her chi presence, she was probably a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch. The red-haired Elder Hua said, "If we are in the outside world, Elder Water and I will be able to suppress the Demon Cloud Emperor with ease. But this is the devil-horned Star Sea. Be it the Demon Cloud Emperor's strength or his recovery speed, they are all several times stronger." Elder Water nodded and said with a gloomy expression, "It seems like someone leaked our whereabouts. Otherwise, the Demon Cloud Emperor wouldn't have followed us to the devil-horned Star Sea." The Demon Cloud Emperor was an evil Tao emperor. He was once pursued by the Inshur clan for many years, but he was extremely crafty, and they weren't able to kill him. Elder Water and Elder Hua, how have you been? The black storm became more and more violent, and a huge demonic shadow formed by the black storm appeared above the Misty Light ship. The demonic shadow's eyes were incomparably blood-red. Monarch Demon Cloud, in recent years, the Inshur clan has already slowed down their pursuit of you. The higher-ups are even considering whether or not to give up on hunting you down. It's best if you don't make a mistake. If you harm even a hair on the young miss, the Inshur clan will pay any price to kill you. Sire Shui warned the Demon Cloud Emperor. Emperor Demon Cloud opened his mouth wide. "So, I have to thank the Inshur clan, thank you for chasing me for so many years, and for putting me in desperate situations several times?" Emperor Demon Cloud, what exactly do you want? Elder Hua shouted. Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud grinned. "I don't want anything. I just hope that the young lady of the Inshur clan can give birth to a fat boy for me." "Dream on." The woman's face paled. "Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know soon enough." Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud let out a long roar and transformed into a long black saber, slashing at the Misty Light ship. Rumble! The blue light on the surface of the Misty Light ship trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Water Infinity! Fire Infinity! Water and fire combine, Dragon of Destruction. Sire Shui and Elder Huo were not clansmen of the Inshur clan, but servants. Of course, they were star sector-level Lords of Heaven, so they could not be low-level servants. Instead, they were top-level servants who only obeyed the orders of the leader of the Inshur clan. One of them was from the Water Spirit clan, and the other was from the Fire Spirit clan. They had been together for a long time, and they had developed a fusion movement, which could amplify each other's movement tenfold or even 100-fold. Roar! The power of water and fire fused together, and a giant dragon of chaos swept toward the demon Cloud Emperor with terrifying momentum. If we were in the outside world, even 10 of me would be severely injured. Unfortunately, this is the demonic Horn Star Ocean. Die. Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud transformed into a black beast of clouds and fought with the giant dragon of chaos. It could be seen that the black beast of clouds was at an absolute disadvantage, and it was torn to pieces by the giant dragon of chaos from time to time. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, the black beast of clouds reformed, and its power was not damaged at all. Instead, it became even more ferocious. On the contrary, the giant dragon of chaos's power was weakening, and it could no longer suppress the black beast of clouds. Break! The black beast of clouds turned into a black saber and sliced through the body of the giant dragon of chaos. Young Miss, leave quickly. Sire Shui and Sire Huo returned to the Mistlight ship in a sorry state. Sire Shui pushed the woman out of the Mistlight ship, sending her billions of miles away. This was his limit. After all, this was the demonic Horn Star Ocean, and he was afraid of injuring the young miss. Trying to leave? Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud's body split apart, and one of them instantly appeared before the woman, ignoring the distance of billions of miles. The woman knew that she would only be a hindrance if she stayed behind. Thus, she gritted her teeth and activated the talisman that she had on her hand. Rustle! The woman's body instantly shrunk, as if she was sucked into a black hole. She disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud was unwilling to give up. He stretched his hand out and grabbed the woman's aura. It was a pity that the Primal Chaos Teleportation Talisman could conceal the aura, and Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud failed to grab the woman. Turning around, Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud glared at Sire Shui and Sire Hua, who were on the Mistlight ship. You two old fellows don't have the Chaos Shift Talisman. Killing the two of you will be enough to make the Inshur clan feel heartache. Star Field level Heaven Monarchs weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. Even for a great clan like the Inshur clan, a Star Field level Heaven Monarch was extremely precious. Flee! Since the young miss had escaped, the two of them didn't have to worry anymore. They kept the Mistlight ship and fled separately. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the Sovereign Emperor Demon Cloud. Can you escape? The two Sovereign Emperors chased after Sire Shui and Sire Hua from the left and right respectively. The distance teleported by the Chaos Shift Talisman wasn't absolute, it was random. If it was in the outside world, it would be able to teleport 100,000 to 1,000,000 light-years away. If the star field wasn't too big, there was a high chance that it would be teleported to another star field. But in the demonic Horn Star Ocean, the distance would probably be reduced by 100 times or even 1,000 times. On this day, Li Fuchen, who was making haste, felt alerted. He quickly lifted his head and saw that in the sky above the star sea, there was an additional figure that appeared out of nowhere. Teleport. Li Fuchen raised his brows. Very few people would teleport in the demonic Horn Star Ocean, because if it wasn't done well, it was easy to teleport to an extremely dangerous place. There were some places in the demonic Horn Star Ocean that even Star Field level Heaven Monarchs would have a slim chance of survival. Star Field level Heaven Monarch? Inshuriwe was shocked when she teleported to the side of a Star Field level Heaven Monarch. But she quickly realized that Li Fuchen's chi presence wasn't very powerful and was around the same level as the clan elders who had just become Star Field level Heaven Monarchs. Chapter 991. A City Lord Class Heaven Monarch Dares to Come to the Demonic Horn Star Sea? Li Fuchen was rather astonished. In his opinion, unless it was a City Lord Class Heaven Monarch that cultivated the evil Tao, it was a suicidal act to come to the Demonic Horn Star Sea. I must escape from the Demonic Horn Star Sea. Only after escaping from the Demonic Horn Star Sea will I be able to send a message to my clan. A pair of silver wings extended from Yin Shiyue's back, and there was a flash of thunder before she vanished without a trace. But soon enough, Yin Shiyue returned. Behind her were tens of thousands of Star Sea demons. There are so many Star Sea demons. Li Fuchen was shocked. Previously, he only encountered a few dozen Star Sea demons at most. Soon enough, the duo was surrounded by more and more Star Sea demons. Sword Sea Horizon. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and the sword chi turned into a sword sea that enveloped a large number of Star Sea demons. However, these Star Sea demons didn't have a physical body, and Sword World-type sword moves had limited damage to them. It was also very difficult to trap them. Firstly, there were too many Star Sea demons. Secondly, this was the Demonic Horn Star Sea. The evil Tao source was abundant while the other universe sources were extremely thin. Therefore, in the next moment, the void felt like there was a leak as countless Star Sea demons scurried out from the Sword World. The Star Sea demons that escaped had weakened their chi presences, but once they came out, their chi presences immediately surged and quickly recovered. This won't do. To deal with Star Sea demons, you must use absolute power to destroy them instantly. You must not give them any chance to catch a breather. Yin Shiyue flipped her hand and a fist-sized dark blue bead appeared in her hand. Immediately after, the dark blue bead soared into the sky and blasted out Thunderbolt. It was obvious that the Star Sea demons that were struck by the thunderbolts were instantly turned into ashes and couldn't be more dead. Superior Grade Supreme Cardinal Artifact. Li Fuchen had a higher opinion of Yin Shiyue. Be it the silver wings on her back or the dark blue bead, they were both peak-grade Supreme Cardinal Artifacts. A City Lord Class Heaven Monarch that possessed two peak-grade Supreme Cardinal Artifacts was either heaven-defying luck or had a shocking background. Li Fuchen reckoned that it was the second type. Return to Origin Sword Phase. With a swing of the joint heaven sword, a row of long swords appeared and blasted at the incoming Star Sea demons. Pu. The return to origin sword form was not only powerful, but also very mysterious. A long sword could basically annihilate several monsters in the Sea of Stars. It was much more powerful than Yin Shiyue's thunder and lightning. However, it was not as numerous as her opponent, and it was far inferior. It would be great if Tribulation's hand could reach the middle stage. Li Fuchen felt regretful. If the hand of Tribulation reached the middle stage, he wouldn't even need to do anything. He could just fill his entire body with the power of Tribulation and charge forward, killing anyone who tried to stop him. The speed at which the two of them killed the galactic demons was not slow. Unfortunately, there were simply too many galactic demons around them. Furthermore, their numbers were increasing with every passing moment. If the two of them continued to do their own thing, they would only be slowly whittled down to death. Join forces to break out? Li Fuchen looked at Yin Shiyue. Sure. Yin Shiyue nodded. Since they were going to work together to break out of the encirclement, they naturally had to trust each other. If they didn't trust each other enough, it would be easy for them to miss a good opportunity. Of course, the two of them were also confident that even if they were ambushed, they wouldn't fall into a desperate situation. The duo's plan was very simple. Li Fuchen would use his sword art to open up a path, while Yin Shiyue would use her Thunder Tao Cardinal Artifact to eliminate any approaching demonic creatures to prevent them from being surrounded. Boom boom boom. When the duo worked together, their breakout speed was extremely fast. They were like fish swimming in water as they shuttled through the waves formed by the galactic demons. Moments later, the duo broke out of the encirclement. But right at this moment, a saber chi swept over and engulfed both of them. With the silver wings, In Shuriwe didn't suffer any damage. It was needless to say for Li Fuchen, who had the myriad calamity immortal body. The violent saber chi was only able to eliminate a portion of the tribulation power. It was impossible for it to eliminate all of the tribulation power. The duo looked over and saw that the saber chi was emitted by a white skeleton. The white skeleton was obviously a saber Dao Emperor when it was alive. Every bone in its body was emitting boundless saber intent. However, at this moment, there were two balls of demonic flames burning in the white skeleton's eye sockets. It was clear that a demonic being from the star sea was controlling the white skeleton. Supreme Rate Saber Bone. In Shuyue's eyes lit up. She might be the young lady of the In family clan, but the In family clan wasn't ruled by her lineage. Even if the resources were biased towards her, there was a limit. A Supreme Rate Saber Bone was enough for her to exchange for plenty of clan resources. However, it wasn't that easy to obtain this Supreme Rate Saber Bone. Putting aside the tens of thousands of galactic demons, just the galactic demon controlling this Supreme Rate Saber Bone was probably not easy to deal with. You want this Supreme Rate Saber Bone? Li Fuchen could see a trace of suspicion from In Shuyue's eyes. This is a Supreme Rate Saber Bone. Who wouldn't want it? In Shuyue didn't deny. Li Fuchen said, "We can make a deal. I will help you obtain the Supreme Rate Saber Bone, and you will pay me 100 Supreme Rate Sword Bones." A Supreme Rate Saber Bone was worth over 200 bones. Li Fuchen felt that this deal was very fair. 100 bones is too much. 90 bones. In Shuyue shook her head. In the universe, saber bones and sword bones weren't of equal value. Sword bones were slightly more valuable. All right, swear. Li Fuchen didn't need a verbal agreement, he needed an oath. After hearing Li Fuchen, In Shuyue didn't hesitate and made the oath. After the In Shuyue made the oath, Li Fuchen rushed at the white bone skeleton. There are too many galactic demons here, lure it away first. Be it Li Fuchen, In Shuyue, or the white bone skeleton, their speed was much faster than most of the galactic demons. After half a day, apart from the white bone skeleton, all the galactic demons had been shaken off. Chaos Thunder Beast, reveal yourself. In Shuyue poured more power into the Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact. There was a thunderous roar and a giant beast that was coiled with chaos thunderbolts appeared from the Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact. It opened its mouth and shot out countless thunderbolts at the white bone skeleton. Chaos Thunder Beast? Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Beside Yen Qingwu was a thunder beast. However, thunder beasts were only regular tyrant beasts and weren't rare. In comparison, the Chaos Thunder Beast was much rarer. The Chaos Thunder Beast was one of the P-class tyrant beasts and wasn't inferior to the Calamity Heavenly Dragon. The Calamity Heavenly Dragon. Once it matured, its strength wouldn't be inferior to peak emperors like the Horizontal River Primogenitor. If Li Fuchen didn't guess wrongly, In Shuyue's Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact should be refined from one of the Chaos Thunder Beast's eyeballs. Therefore, it was able to produce the Chaos Thunder Beast's shadow. Since In Shuyue had already used her trump card, Li Fuchen didn't want to waste it. Spirit Soul Sword Chi. In terms of attack power, Li Fuchen wasn't comparable to In Shuyue's Thunder Dao Cardinal artifact, but he still had his Soul Dao methods. Li Fuchen might not have obtained an incredible Soul Dao inheritance, but after studying it for a moment, he was able to increase the level of his Soul Dao methods. A purple-red sword chi that only Li Fuchen could see burst out and entered the white bone skeleton's body. There was a deep sound while the white bone skeleton's eye sockets flickered. In Shuyue looked at Li Fuchen with doubt. Her intuition told her that Li Fuchen used some method. Chapter 992. With the duo's cooperation, the Star Sea demonic being in the white skeleton was finally eliminated. In Shuyue waved her hand and kept the white skeleton into her spatial ring. This is my communication token. When you are free, go to the Tiger Fault Star region to look for me. A single supreme saber bone was enough for her to exchange for 90 supreme sword bones and a large amount of her clan's resources. All right, I will go. Li Fuchen nodded. The Swordsman Guild's Class 2 branch was also in the Tiger Fault Star region. Once he reached there, he would be able to report. Soon enough, the duo split up. Inshuriwe was in a hurry to leave the Devil Horn Star Sea, while Li Fuchen wanted to stay in the Devil Horn Star Sea for a period of time to see if he could find any opportunities. Half a year later, Li Fuchen arrived at the center of the Devil Horn Star Sea near the two Devil Horns. It was said to be near, but it was actually countless light years away. It was mainly because the two Devil Horns were too massive. As compared to them, planes were just dwarf. In the universe, even demigod-class space beasts wouldn't be so massive. It was unimaginable how terrifying such a massive creature was when it was alive. A single breath from it would probably be able to eliminate everything. The origin of the Devil Horn Star Sea's evil Tao source is this pair of Devil Horns. No, this place's pressure is too intense. My sword Tao is severely suppressed. After taking a glance at the Devil Horns, Li Fuchen immediately left. In this place, Li Fuchen wouldn't even be a match for a regular Evil Tao Heaven Monarch, let alone a City Lord class Evil Tao Heaven Monarch. The Devil Horn Star Sea was boundless. An entire Supreme Sword Bone was hard to find, but it was still possible to find one or two of them. On this day, Li Fuchen discovered a finger bone that was emitting a weak sword intent in the sky above the Star Sea that was filled with miscellaneous items. The sword intent contained in this finger bone might seem weak, but when Li Fuchen wanted to absorb it, it immediately burst out with astounding sword intent. It was obvious that it was just a disguise. The Supreme Sword Bone had spirituality and vaguely knew that if it constantly emitted sword intent, there would be a time when the sword intent would be exhausted. Hurry up and come over. How could a finger bone stop Li Fuchen's absorption? With a swish, the finger bone landed on Li Fuchen's hand. When Li Fuchen's spirit soul force entered, he saw an extremely mystical sword pattern. In the early stages, Li Fuchen didn't understand why the Joint Heaven Sword's sword spirit wanted him to delve into sword patterns. Ever since he obtained some sword bones in the Sword Star City, Li Fuchen understood that when a sword pattern reached a high level, it was closely related to cultivation. The reason why only the bones of heavenly lords who had reached the supreme level of the supreme level were left behind was because their bones contained the supreme level of the supreme level of the supreme level of the supreme level, which was equivalent to weapons. In the early days, the sword essence secret technique that Li Fuchen obtained was probably created by a powerful heaven lord. Unfortunately, there was no golden sword essence chapter, and even the Silver Sword Essence chapter was incomplete. Li Fuchen even guessed that there should be a higher realm after the Golden Sword Essence chapter. If he had the complete Sword Essence secret technique, it would not be impossible to deduce a supreme cultivation technique from it. A finger bone wasn't of much help to Li Fuchen, but it was better than nothing. A few months later, Li Fuchen obtained the second supreme sword bone. This time it was a calf bone. 1 year later, Li Fuchen obtained the third supreme sword bone and it was a broken rib. For the next few years, Li Fuchen obtained the clavicle, sternum, scapula, and other fragmented bones. Some of these bones came from the same Sword Tao Emperor, while some came from other Sword Tao Emperors. The sword patterns inside were all different too. It is a pity that I didn't obtain the most important vertebrae and skull. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. Be it humans or other races, the most important bones in the body were the vertebrae and skull. Of course, races without vertebrae were an exception. Apart from the supreme sword bone, Li Fuchen also obtained plenty of other supreme bones like the supreme saber bone, supreme fire bone, supreme ice bone, supreme thunder bone, etc. These supreme bones were rather valuable, and if they were auctioned, a single bone would be sold for a few 100 million peak-grade spirit stones. Apart from that, Li Fuchen also obtained the Star Sea Demon Flower. The star sea demon flower was a supreme herb that was unique to the devil-horned star sea. It contained the evil Tao source, and was considered an absolute treasure to evil Tao cultivators. A single stalk was worth at least 10 billion peak-grade spirit stones. A total of 12 supreme sword bones. The efficiency is too low. After a few more years, Li Fuchen's patience had dissipated. The devil-horned star sea definitely had an entire set of supreme sword bones, but to encounter one was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Fuchen might be able to find one after wandering in the devil-horned star sea for 1,000 or 10,000 years, but it was too much of a waste of time. With such a long period of time, Li Fuchen felt that he could rely on himself to increase the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme rank. Let's go to the Tiger Fault Star region. Activating the Calamity power, Li Fuchen's speed increased to the limits as he flew towards the Tiger Fault Star region. The Tiger Fault Star region was the largest star region in the Twin Horn Star Wheel. In the Tiger Fault Star region, the strongest faction wasn't the Swordsman Guild's Class 2 branch in the Sword Star City, it was the Einshur clan. In the Twin Horn Star Wheel, there were only two superclans, the Einshur clan and the Zhu clan. In comparison, the Einshur clan seemed to be stronger on the surface, because the Einshur clan had a demigod ancestor, while the Zhu clan's demigod ancestor had been missing for many years. The Einshur clan occupied a total of 5 universe cities. Einshuriwe had always been residing in the Rain Thunder City. Buzz. In the spatial ring, the communication token vibrated. Is he here? Einshuriwe took out the communication token and poured in a trace of power. In the next moment, a screen lit up and it was Li Fuchen's image. I will wait for you at the Spirit Peak City. Li Fuchen wasn't going to foolishly head to the Einshur clan's universe city to meet up with Einshuriwe. It was better to be safe than sorry. All right. Einshuriwe nodded. 3 days later, at the Spirit Peak City, you have 90 supreme sword bones and only 50 of them belong to the same sword Dao Emperor. Einshuriwe handed Li Fuchen a spatial ring. Can you help me exchange these for supreme sword bones? Li Fuchen took out the supreme sword bones that he didn't need. I can, but the supreme sword bones are rather precious and cannot be exchanged for one. Unless it is the supreme time and space bone or the supreme chaos bone, then it is possible to exchange for one or two. Einshuriwe explained in advance. Li Fuchen nodded. The value of the supreme sword bones was determined by 2 factors. Firstly, the Tao contained within was powerful enough. Secondly, the market was powerful enough. As long as one of the factors was satisfied, the value would be very high. Alright, I will be staying at the Spirit Peak City for the next period of time. Li Fuchen was planning to comprehend these supreme sword bones. As long as the primary extreme sword's function broke through to the supreme level, there would be very few existences that could deal with him in this world. 1 week later, Einshuriwe came again. This time, she brought 30 supreme sword bones and exchanged all the supreme sword bones that Li Fuchen didn't need. Li Fuchen knew that Einshuriwe must have profited, but it was very normal. If there wasn't any profit, why would they cooperate with you? A total of 132 supreme sword bones. It is about time. Chapter 993. Li Fuchen had been in seclusion for 50 years, and it still hadn't ended. Supreme cultivation technique, form heaven and earth, form a universe. After cultivating the supreme cultivation technique, the body will be a small universe. Be it the power reserve or the speed of power replenishment, it will be 100 or 1,000 times faster than before. By then, even if I am in the dark void between star regions or in dangerous places like the Devil Horn Star Sea, I will be able to fight for a long time without worrying about power exhaustion. Li Fuchen felt that his primary extreme sword technique had reached the critical point and was just one step away from changing the world. But this step wasn't that easy to cross. It was mainly due to the lack of accumulation. If there was enough accumulation, breaking through would happen naturally and wouldn't require much effort. However, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would need at least 2 sets of complete Supreme Sword bones to allow his accumulation to reach the point where he could break through at any moment. Of course, if Li Fuchen wanted to forcefully break through, there was still a great chance. It was mainly due to his heaven-defying perception, and his deduction ability was better than 100 or 1,000 star region class heavenly monarchs. Even a demigod wouldn't be comparable to him. As long as he could find some of the rules of the Supreme Cultivation Technique, he would be able to follow the rules and combine it with the primary Extreme Sword Technique to deduce his own Supreme Cultivation Technique. It would just take a little more time. 132 Supreme Sword bones came from a total of 28 Sword Dao Emperors. It also meant that Li Fuchen had 28 points of reference. However, among these 28 points of reference, there were strong and weak ones. The strong ones had 50 Supreme Sword bones, while the weak ones only had 1 Supreme Sword bone. As a reference, the value of the former was naturally several times higher. Another 20 years had passed. I have concluded a total of 3 rules. The first rule is contained in every single Supreme Sword bone, and it is an iron rule. The second rule is only contained by 2 Supreme Sword bones that are related to each other. The third rule is only contained by 5 Supreme Sword bones that are related to each other. It isn't perfect yet. After concluding the 3 rules, they were crucial for Li Fuchen's subsequent breakthroughs, especially the first iron rule. It seems like I still have to make a trip to the Sword Star City. To be honest, Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through now. However, he realized that he had grasped too few rules. If he broke through now, the primary Extreme Sword Technique's level wouldn't be that high. Only by grasping enough patterns would the primary Extreme Sword Technique's level be high enough. Just like Supreme Martial Techniques, Supreme Cultivation Techniques were also divided into 3 levels: Normal, City Lord, and Star Domain. The vast majority of Imperial Lords only had normal Supreme Cultivation Technique. Peak or Peak Imperial Lords had City Lord Cultivation Technique. Only Invincible Imperial Lords had Star Domain Cultivation Technique. Li Fuchen reckoned that if he broke through now, the primary Extreme Sword Technique would at most be at the City Lord class. After ending his seclusion, Li Fuchen left the Spirit Peak City and rushed towards the Sword Star City. In the Swordsman Guild's discussion hall in the Sword Star City, the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was looking at Li Fuchen with astonishment. The last time she saw Li Fuchen was over 100 years ago. Back then, Li Fuchen wasn't even a Heaven Monarch. How did he become a Sword Dao Emperor now? After all, the Swordsman Guild had less than 5 Sword Dao Sovereign Emperors in the entire double-horned astral wheel. Every Sword Dao Emperor had to experience millions or tens of millions of years to mature. He had never heard of anyone using over 100 years to advance from Sacred Lord to Emperor. It was simply unheard of. Just as the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch was hesitating to speak, the Sword Star City Swordsman Guild's guild leader and vice-guild leader rushed over. If it was something else, the duo wouldn't have come personally, let alone together. However, a Sword Dao Emperor suddenly appeared. Even the guild leader and vice-guild leader had to treat with caution. The Swordsman Guild leader was a vigorous elder with a long beard. He cultivated the Morning Sun Sword Dao, hence, he had the aura of a youth and was full of vigor. The vice-guild leader was a short and fat elder with a dark face. He walked beside the guild leader and was like a shadow that wasn't easily noticed. This junior pays his respects to Imperial Monarch Chao Yang and Imperial Monarch Thousand Shadows. Li Fuchen cupped his fist and greeted the duo. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang was a peak-level emperor and was extremely famous. Imperial Monarch Thousand Shadows was a peak-level emperor and was rather famous too. Among the emperors there are only peers. There is no such thing as seniors or juniors. Imperial Monarch Chao Yang smiled at Li Fuchen. From the Bitter Sea Sword Monarch's message, Imperial monarch Chao Yang already knew about Li Fuchen's situation. To be honest, it was impossible for Imperial monarch Chao Yang not to be shocked. Li Fuchen's improvement speed was probably only comparable to the legendary Son of Universe. Imperial monarch Chao Yang guessed that Li Fuchen must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity over the past 100 years. Otherwise, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to improve so quickly. However, all of this wasn't important. What was important was that the person standing in front of Imperial monarch Chao Yang was a Sword Dao Emperor that was on equal footing with him. That was enough. The Supreme Sword Bone is extremely precious. Even I would need enough contribution points to borrow it. After knowing Li Fuchen's intention, Imperial monarch Chao Yang spoke bluntly. Li Fuchen said, "How many contribution points do I need to borrow one Supreme Sword Bone?" Imperial monarch Chao Yang said, 1 billion contribution points. Li Fuchen nodded. It was fortunate that it wasn't too high. If I have one Supreme Sword Bone here, how many contribution points can I exchange for? Imperial monarch Chao Yang said, 10 billion contribution points. This was a little low. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and asked, "How many Supreme Sword Bones does the guild have?" "A total of 565. There are 206 that came from the same Sword Dao Emperor. It is a complete set. If you want to borrow it, you will need 300 billion contribution points. A complete set." To Li Fuchen, this was a piece of good news. It was the same 206 Supreme Sword Bones, but the difference was too great. It was worth it to spend more contribution points. That's right. Imperial monarch Chao Yang continued, "The Swordsman Guild's contribution points are universal. You can use them at the headquarters too. Therefore, you don't have to worry about anything else." From Li Fuchen's tone, Imperial monarch Chao Yang already knew that Li Fuchen had plenty of Supreme Sword Bones. Therefore, he added another sentence. "All right, I shall exchange all of them for contribution points." Li Fuchen took out all of the Supreme Sword Bones, and there was a total of 132 of them. So many! The Bitter Sea Sword Monarch's heart was burning with passion. Imperial monarch Chao Yang yearned for Supreme Sword Bones too. He also had a few Supreme Sword Bones, but they were incomparable to Li Fuchen. 132 Supreme Sword Bones would be worth 132 billion contribution points. It was enough for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the Supreme Sword Bones in the guild. Without wasting any time, Li Fuchen found a manor in the Sword Star City and immediately went into seclusion. 10 years passed. 20 years passed. Li Fuchen's accumulation was getting deeper. Especially the complete set of Supreme Sword Bones, it had at least doubled his accumulation. No, it isn't worth it to break through like this. On this day, Li Fuchen felt that he could break through, but he gave up on this opportunity. Originally, he only wanted to break through the primary extreme sword technique to the supreme rank. But now, he felt that his requirements were too low. Since the Supreme Sword Bones could rapidly increase his Sword Dao foundation, why would he persist on breaking through now? He might as well break through after reaching the critical point like the primary extreme sword art. Chapter 994. The Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild was only a Class 2 branch. Above this, there was a Class 1 branch and the headquarters. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate much and chose to head to the Class 1 branch. Of course, he could also head to other Class 2 branches and obtain the Supreme Sword Bones there. But each Class 2 branch had too few Supreme Sword Bones, and it would be rather troublesome to head there one by one. Therefore, he might as well head to the Class 1 branch. The Sword Star City had a teleportation array that led to the Class 1 branch, but the teleportation fee was rather high. A single teleportation would cost 100 billion contribution points, and Li Fuchen only had 660 billion contribution points. There was no other choice as the distance was too far. If he were to fly there, it was unknown how many star regions and star wheels he would have to fly past. 100 billion contribution points it was then. Li Fuchen chose to teleport. Radiant Star Region, one of the superstar regions that wasn't included in any star wheels. Its size was 1,000 times bigger than regular star regions and was even bigger than some star wheels. In the Radiant Star Region, there were plenty of ruins and perilous places. Correspondingly, this was also a star region that was mixed with all sorts of people. The Swordsman Guild, Saber Alliance, Undead Legion, Temple of Gods, Dark Parliament, Trials Eye, and various great clans. Almost all of the superfactions had a branch or headquarters here. At the Sword Brilliant City's teleportation plaza, a figure descended. This is the Class 1 branch? Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and observed the surroundings. He noticed that the Sword Brilliant City was several times bigger than the Sword Star City, and the array was also several times stronger. I wonder what is the Lord's name and where did you come from? At the teleportation plaza, there would always be a Heaven Monarch standing guard. After sensing Li Fuchen's horrific chi presence, he quickly welcomed Li Fuchen. Primary Extreme Emperor from the double-horned star wheel. Li Fuchen took out his guild emblem. Right now, his guild emblem was at the Glorious Sun class. In fact, his strength had already surpassed the Glorious Sun class. It was a pity that the Class 2 branch could only bestow him with the Glorious Sun class emblem. Above the Glorious Sun class, there was the Elder class. This Elder wasn't a branch Elder, it was a General Elder. Generally speaking, the General Elder must be a Star Field class Heaven Monarch like Imperial Emperor Chao Yang and Imperial Emperor Thousand Shadow. They weren't just the Sword Star City's Swordsman Guild leader and vice leader, they were also General Elders. Subsequently, Li Fuchen met with the Sword Brilliant City's Swordsman Guild leader, Origin Bright Sword Ancestor. The Bright Origin Sword Ancestor was in existence on the Imperial Monarch rankings. His strength was so formidable that he was at least ranked in the top 10 in the Radiance Starfield. One had to know that the Radiance Starfield was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It would already be considered pretty good if the other starfields had 1 or 2 sovereign emperors. However, the Radiance Starfield had at least 800 sovereign emperors, if not 1,000. After confirming that Li Fuchen was a member of the Swordsman Guild and was also a Starfield class Heaven Monarch, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor bestowed Li Fuchen with the status of a Headquarters Elder. In the entire Headquarters, there were only a few people who could bestow the position of a General Division Elder to others, and the President of a first-level branch was one of them. As a General Elder, Li Fuchen had plenty of privileges. One of the privileges was to redeem the Guild's reusable resources at half price. Originally, borrowing a Supreme Sword Bone required 1 billion Guild points, but now it only required 500 million Guild points. Furthermore, after becoming an Elder of the Headquarters, the contribution points under one's name would automatically be converted to Elder Point. 100 million contribution points could be converted to 1 Elder Point. There might not seem to be much of a difference between the two, but there were some resources that could only be exchanged for with Elder contribution points. Li Fuchen had over 560 billion Guild points, and after converting them to Elder contribution points, he would have over 5,600 Guild points. This is a detailed introduction of the Radiance Starfield. It is best for you to take a closer look. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask the other elders. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor took out a jade scroll and tossed it to Li Fuchen. Many thanks, Sword Ancestor. After receiving the jade scroll, Li Fuchen bade farewell and left. When Li Fuchen left the guild hall, an elder with the demeanor of an immortal walked out from the side hall. This child is indeed extraordinary. He isn't the son of universe, but he is superior. This old man's 9 heaven sword divination is actually unable to divine his future. The elder caressed the copper-coined sword in his hand while his eyes flickered with radiance. It turned out that Imperial Monarch Chao Yang had already transmitted a message to the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor regarding Li Fuchen's information. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor then called over the Heaven's Secret Sword Elder, who was able to calculate Heaven's fate, and asked him to calculate Li Fuchen's future accomplishments. You can't divine it? The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor didn't feel too surprised. From the information he obtained from Emperor Yang Yang, Li Fuchen was most likely the Son of Universe. Furthermore, he was a Son of Universe that had heaven-defying fated encounters. The Son of Universe was favored by the universe willpower. When divine their fates, the universe willpower would interfere. After letting out a breath, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, "No matter what, since he is suspected to be the Son of Universe, then we will do our best to make things convenient for him. Of course, we cannot be too deliberate. The destiny of the Son of Universe is unpredictable. It is not good to be too deliberate." The Heaven's Secret Sword Elder said, "It is rumored that in the universe, there will only be 49 Sons of Universe at the same time. Right now, our Swordsman Guild has 3 suspected Sons of Universe, including the Origin Extreme Emperor. It seems like the universe willpower is favoring our Swordsman Guild." The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor said, "The Sons of Universe will fall too. Right now there are many Sons of Universe, but it doesn't mean anything. Only when they become demigods will they be able to bring endless fate to the Swordsman Guild." Between the superfactions, it wasn't the number of Sons of Universe, it was the number of demigods. Of course, if there were more of both, it would definitely be better. There was someone in the side hall earlier. He should be divining my destiny. Li Fuchen's spirit soul power was extremely powerful. In this world, there wasn't anything that could stop his spirit soul power. The reason why Li Fuchen felt that someone was divining him was because he felt an illusory power enveloping him. But when facing his spirit soul, the power would collapse upon contact like a bubble. The Radiant Star region is indeed formidable. There are actually so many ruins and superfactions. While walking, Li Fuchen had already transmitted the information from the Jade Scroll into his mind. The Radiant Star region had plenty of ruins and danger zones. There were a total of 99 ruins and 72 danger zones. Among them, the weakest ruins were fatal to City Lord-class heavenly monarchs. It was said that there was a high chance of death. The most terrifying ruins were even life-threatening for invincible emperors. Only demigods would be able to escape unscathed. The so-called superfactions were actually half-god factions that had at least one half-god. Like the Zhu clan, they had a demigod ancestor, fire god. Like the Inshur clan, the Undead Legion, and the Swordsman Guild. All of them had demigods and were superfactions. Of course, there were strong and weak superfactions too. Normally speaking, most of the superfactions would only have one demigod. It was the same for the powerful Undead Legion. Only a few superfactions would have multiple demigods, like the Swordsman Guild, Saber Union, Temple of Gods, Dark Parliament, Trials Eye, and others. But this didn't mean that a superfaction with multiple demigods could bully a superfaction with only one demigod. It was very hard for a demigod to kill another demigod. If you were to offend the demigod, both sides would suffer great losses and it would benefit the other superfactions. Chapter 995. There were plenty of Supreme Sword Bones in the Sword Brilliant City, and there were over 100 complete Supreme Sword Bone. But even if they were all Supreme Sword Bones, the value would differ greatly. It depended on the grade of the sword pattern on the Supreme Sword Bone. The grade of the sword pattern would depend on the grade of the cultivation technique. For example, a regular Supreme Cultivation Technique wouldn't be comparable to a City Lord class Supreme Cultivation Technique. A City Lord class Supreme Cultivation Technique wouldn't be comparable to a Star Field class Supreme Cultivation Technique. According to the grade of the sword pattern, the Supreme Sword Bones were separated into 9 grades. Grade 9 was the lowest and Grade 1 was the highest. An entire Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bone would require 1,500 Elder Points to borrow, a Grade 8 would require 2,000 Elder Points, a Grade 7 would require 3,000 Elder Points, a grade 6 would require 5,000 elder points, a grade 5 would require 10,000 elder points. As for a grade 1 supreme sword bone, it would require 300,000 elder points. I don't have enough elder points. After seeing the price of borrowing the supreme sword bones, Li Fuchen felt powerless. He only had a total of over 5,600 elder points, and could only borrow 1 grade 9 supreme sword bone and 2 grade 8 supreme sword bones. Let me take a look first. Li Fuchen didn't use all the elder points and borrowed a grade 9 supreme sword bone and a grade 8 supreme sword bone. After purchasing a manor, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. 12 years later, there isn't much difference between grade 9 and grade 8. It is a pity that I don't have enough elder points, otherwise, I can borrow a higher grade supreme sword bone to compare. It was impossible for Li Fuchen to borrow all of the supreme sword bones, as the required elder points would be too terrifying. Therefore, Li Fuchen had no choice but to research which borrowing method was more cost-effective. Was it to borrow a bunch of low-grade supreme sword bones or a small number of high-grade supreme sword bones? Of course, the prerequisite was that he had enough elder points. Sword Brilliant City, Elder Grand Hall. Every once in a while there would be some elder class missions. Head to the Black Wind Valley to hunt the Black Wind Beast and obtain the Black Wind Stone within its body. A single Black Wind Stone can be exchanged for 10 elder points. Head to the Chaos Ruins to hunt the Chaos Metal Beast and use the corpse to exchange for 5,000 elder points. Head to the Death God Lake to harvest the Death God Herb. A single stalk of Death God Herb can be exchanged for 500 elder points. Killed the Li family's elder, Imperial Lord White Bones. Rewarded with 10,000 elder points. Note: Imperial Lord White Bones has the strength of a high-class Imperial Lord and is cunning. There were plenty of elder class missions, and Li Fuchen carefully picked through them. First, he would eliminate the mission of killing the Chaos Metal Beast. The Ruins of Primal Chaos was one of the top 10 danger zones in the Radiant Star region. It was extremely dangerous. Although the Chaos Metal Beast wasn't very strong and was about the same as an ordinary monarch or a high-level monarch, its defense could only be broken by a peak monarch. The second thing to eliminate was the mission to collect the Death God Herb. The Death God Lake was even more dangerous than the Chaos Ruins and was the second most dangerous place. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take too much risk for now and would think about it in the future. The third possibility was the White Bone Monarch who killed the Li clan's elder. In order to kill a high-class monarch, it was normally possible if 2 or more top-class monarchs worked together. It was also possible if a peak-class monarch made a move. However, if the enemy had incredible escaping methods, even an invincible monarch might not be able to capture the enemy. Li Fuchen's strength was only close to a high-class monarch. How was he going to kill the enemy? Hence, Li Fuchen chose the mission to hunt the Black Wind Beast. This mission was the most practical for him. The Black Wind Valley was one of the danger zones in the Radiant Star region. The black wind here wasn't an ordinary black wind, it was the soul-departing black wind. It was able to scatter a person's spirit soul. Apart from peak-class monarchs, or those that were stronger, no one would be willing to stay here for a long period of time. At the entrance of the valley, a figure descended. This is the soul-departing black wind? Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed a wisp of black wind. Creak, creak, creak. The soul-departing black wind seemed to have a life of its own as it let out a sharp scream that would make one dizzy. I see. Li Fuchen realized that the soul-departing black wind contained traces of strange soul power. In other words, when walking in the soul-departing black wind, it was the same as suffering from soul Dao attack. Even if the soul Dao attacks weren't powerful, after a long period of time, the soul Dao attacks would be unbearable. I wonder how the soul-departing black wind is formed? Li Fuchen was rather curious. Li Fuchen took a step forward and entered the Black Wind Valley. Huff, huff, huff. In the Black Wind Valley, the black wind was wreaking havoc and the naked eye's range of vision was extremely small. The spiritual awareness couldn't extend too far either. If it was extended too far, it would be easily scattered by the black wind. Of course, as compared to others, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness's range was definitely much further. After all, if the spirit soul was stronger, the spiritual awareness would also be stronger. Roar. As Li Fuchen gradually ventured deeper into the Black Wind Valley, there was a strange roar that echoed from the black wind. If Li Fuchen was a city lord-class heaven monarch, his spirit soul would definitely be shaken by this roar. Extinguish! Li Fuchen brandished his sword and dropped a black rock. The black wind beast wasn't considered powerful, and any ruler would be able to deal with it easily. The crucial point was that you only had one chance to attack, and the black wind beast wouldn't give you a second chance. Once the black wind beast dispersed, the black wind rock in the body would automatically disintegrate and fuse with the black wind. Li Fuchen reached out and pulled the black wind rock. The black wind rock was made of a very special material. It might be called a rock, but it didn't have any weight and was very light. Just as Li Fuchen expected, the black wind rock contained a massive amount of soul power and also a trace of wind marvel. 2 rocks, 3 rocks, hunting the black wind beast was a mission that tested one's patience for others. Firstly, one couldn't stay in the Black Wind Valley for a long period of time, and it was already rather stressful. Secondly, the Black Wind Valley's scouting range was too small and it was very easy to get lost. Thirdly, the Black Wind Valley was too huge. It wasn't hard to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts, but to find more black wind beasts, it would require time. Li Fuchen was different. To him, the soul distance black wind in the Black Wind Valley wasn't a threat at all. If he was willing, he could stay in the Black Wind Valley for his entire life. In terms of scouting range, even if he didn't rely on his spirit soul power and just relied on his spiritual awareness, his scouting range was 100 or even 1,000 times greater than others. He didn't have to worry about getting lost. It was also simple to find the black wind beast. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, he would basically be able to find 1 or 2 black wind beasts. After a few years, Li Fuchen had over 1,000 black wind rock. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be over 10,000. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, during the recent years, the emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley were rather strange. In the past, it might be extremely difficult to encounter the black wind beast, but it wasn't like now where they couldn't encounter one for a few years. What is going on? Did something happen in the Black Wind Valley? One of the female emperors that came to the Black Wind Valley frowned. The black wind beasts were condensed from the soul separating black wind. Even if they were killed, they could condense again after a period of time. Hence, in theory, the number of black wind beasts in Black Wind Valley would never decrease. Unless the soul-separating Black Wind Valley's soul-separating Black Wind Valley dissipated, or if all the black wind beasts in the area were killed in a short period of time, no new black wind beasts would be condensed. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had arrived at the true depths of the Black Wind Valley. Apart from peak-level emperors and paragon emperors, no one dared to come here. The violent soul-distance black wind was like a bone-scraping steel saber. It could easily injure a regular emperor's spirit soul. Correspondingly, the black wind beasts here were much more concentrated, and it saved Li Fuchen a lot of time. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Chapter 996. This is too much. How many years has it been, and they have only discovered 2 black wind beasts? In the Black Wind Valley, a black monarch had a gloomy expression. He cultivated the Wind Dao and felt that he had signs of breaking through recently. He was planning to obtain more black wind rocks to comprehend. He didn't expect for the current Black Wind Valley to be completely different from his impression. There were pitifully few black wind beasts. Someone is coming out? The black monarch extended his spiritual awareness to the extremity and noticed a figure skimming out from the depths of the Black Wind Valley. If he was just an ordinary sovereign monarch or a high-level sovereign monarch, He definitely wouldn't go looking for trouble. If he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch, he might consider it. However, he was a peak-stage sovereign monarch. At the sovereign monarch level, he feared no one. Even an invincible sovereign monarch could only defeat him, not kill him. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's chi presence was only that of a regular monarch and was close to a high-class monarch. There was nothing to worry about. Stay behind. The black monarch extended his hand and created a violent whirlpool. Caught off guard, Li Fuchen was swept away by the violent whirlpool. Not good. Li Fuchen blasted the Origin Return sword form at the violent whirlpool. But before the Origin Return sword form could make contact with the violent whirlpool, it was scattered by the horrific wind force. It is a peak-level monarch. Li Fuchen's face turned dark. The black monarch's strength was obviously above the purple extreme monarch, and Li Fuchen wasn't a match. Even the indestructible body wouldn't be able to withstand too many attacks. Of course, Li Fuchen was a monarch after all, and it was impossible for him to not have any countermeasures. Fusing with his sword, Li Fuchen turned into a sword light and split open the wind force. He split open the spatial zone of the Black Wind Valley and instantly tunneled in. Trying to escape? The black monarch sneered and rubbed his hands. The violent whirlpool became 10 times more intense. The horrific wind force permeated into the depths of the Black Wind Valley's spatial zone and enveloped Li Fuchen again before sweeping him out. Intolerable bully. Li Fuchen took out the prismatic stone mother and activated the time source essence. In the next moment, the spatial zone froze and the black monarch's body was also frozen. Li Fuchen seized the opportunity to escape rapidly and vanished in the blink of the eye. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed sovereign lord woke up. A universe treasure, prismatic stone mother? The Black Emperor had once seen a mother prismite, but it was only the size of a walnut. It was embedded into Dowlord Spaceor's staff, and that staff was reputed to be one of the most powerful of top-grade, peerless weapons. No one wanted to be struck by it. Unfortunately, this is Black Wind Valley. The Black Sovereign Lord's spiritual sense spread out and fused into the soul-departing Black Wind. Found it. Soon enough, the black-clothed ruler noticed Li Fuchen's traces and quickly chased after him. Do I have to make a breakthrough now? Li Fuchen was confident that he could break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique before the primary extreme sword technique killed him. With his current proficiency, once the primary extreme sword technique broke through, it would at least be at the pinnacle of the City Lord class. Correspondingly, his strength would go from a regular emperor to a pinnacle or even a peak-level emperor. However, in this way, it was equivalent to wasting all the previous efforts. Although martial arts or cultivation techniques could continue to improve after reaching the supreme level, the speed of improvement was extremely slow. Looking at the strength of most heaven monarchs millions of years ago, it was still the same strength now. There was not much change. No way. Li Fuchen shook his head and took out the prismatic stone mother to release the time source essence. Once, twice, thrice one was escaping while the other was chasing. The process was extremely dangerous. You cannot escape. Leave behind the prismatic stone mother and I can spare your life. Originally, the black-clothed ruler felt that Li Fuchen was suspicious and wanted to capture Li Fuchen. Right now, he only had eyes for the prismatic stone mother. In his opinion, it was too wasteful to leave the prismatic stone mother in Li Fuchen's hands. It was better to embed it on a weapon. Aren't you being too tyrannical? Li Fuchen had already recognized the black-clothed ruler. This black-clothed ruler was the Black Wind ruler of the Battle God Pagoda. The Battle God Pagoda was publicly recognized as one of the 9 great factions in the universe. It had multiple demigods, and everyone in the pagoda was belligerent and overbearing. Tyrannical? I am already very benevolent. If it was the God Temple and the Trial's Eye, they would stand on the moral high ground and judge you. The Black Wind Monarch chuckled and released a thin wind blade at Li Fuchen. Crackle! The wind blade was unimaginably sharp. It sliced through layers of time and space until it couldn't be broken. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's myriad calamity immortal body wasn't weak either. After exhausting a portion of the calamity power, he was able to withstand the wind blade. Interesting. The Black Wind Ruler released more wind blade. 10%, 20%, 30%. Li Fuchen's calamity power was severely depleted and the replenishment speed couldn't keep up. It was fortunate that the Black Wind Valley's exit was already in sight. Seal. When Li Fuchen skimmed out of the Black Wind Valley, he crushed a prismatic gem and took out the prismatic stone mother. He released a large amount of time source essence and formed a wall of time to seal the Black Wind Valley's exit. The Black Wind Ruler sneered and released a wind blade as he planned to split open the wall of time. However, the closer the wind blade got to the wall of time, the slower it was, and it was almost at a standstill. Limitless wind shift. The Black Wind Ruler didn't believe it and turned into a breeze before burrowing into the wall of time. But soon enough, he flew out of the wall of time. Damn it! The Black Wind Ruler had a very unpleasant expression. He admitted that he had underestimated the power of the universe cardinal treasure, the prismatic stone mother. This wall of time might only be broken by an invincible ruler. Being in the vicinity of the wall of time, the Black Wind Ruler couldn't feel the elapse of time, but his instincts told him that a long time had passed. Crackle! Finally, the wall of time was broken open and the Black Wind Ruler arrived outside the Black Wind Valley. After sensing the flow of time and space in the surroundings, the Black Wind Ruler had a gloomy expression. A mere regular ruler actually used a universe cardinal treasure to trap him for 3 days. It was truly preposterous. Don't let me see you again. The Black Wind Ruler was confident that he would encounter Li Fuchen in the future. By then, he would settle the score with Li Fuchen. There is less than 30% time source essence left. The starry sky changed as Li Fuchen stored the prismatic stone mother and sighed. If it wasn't for the prismatic stone mother, Li Fuchen would have to pay a price to leave the Black Wind Valley. This was mainly because he had too few survival methods. There were some ancient rulers that had lived for millions or tens of millions of years or even longer. Apart from their strength, they would normally have incredible escape method. Li Fuchen was only a few hundred years old and his foundation was still too shallow. He didn't have the time to collect these escape methods, therefore, he would be at a disadvantage when encountering existences that were much stronger than him. In the universe, every step is filled with danger. This seclusion should be enough to break through to the supreme rank of the primary extreme sword technique. Chapter 997. After returning to the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen immediately exchanged 12,500 Black Wind Stones for 125,000 Elder Points. With the addition of his original Elder Points, Li Fuchen now had more than 127,000 Elder Points. With so many Elder Points, it was enough for him to redeem some high-grade Supreme Sword Bones. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen first spent 5,000 Elder Points to borrow a Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone. A Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone contained sword arts and sword patterns that were already at the City Lord class. When Li Fuchen comprehended it, his gains were far beyond the Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. However, a single Grade 6 Supreme Sword Bone would cost 5,000 Elder Points. It was equivalent to 3 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones or 2 Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. Li Fuchen's gains weren't 2 or 3 times as much, it was only a little more than twice. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen borrowed another Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. Li Fuchen spent 50,000 Elder Points to borrow this Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone. This won't do. It seems like borrowing a large number of low-grade Supreme Sword Bones is the correct way. After many years, Li Fuchen opened his eyes and shook his head. In his opinion, a Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone was only equivalent to over a dozen Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones. Borrowing a Grade 3 Supreme Sword Bone was equivalent to borrowing over 30 Grade 9 Supreme Sword Bones. The price-performance ratio was too low. If it was to allow the primary extreme sword technique to break through to the supreme rank as soon as possible, then the higher the grade of the supreme sword bone, the better. But Li Fuchen's objective was to perfect the primary extreme sword technique and make it perfect before breaking through. Therefore, he required more sword Dao directions and not just blindly pursue the depth of the sword Dao. The primary extreme sword Dao contains all sword Daos. This is the path that I want to take. Li Fuchen returned to the resource hall and used all the remaining elder points to borrow Grade 9 and Grade 8 Supreme Sword Bones. This seclusion will probably last for at least 100 years. In the past, Li Fuchen wouldn't be in seclusion for such a long time, but he didn't really mind now. His relatives and friends were basically at the law phase realm and had a lifespan of 2,000 years. With some artifacts that could extend lifespan, it wasn't a problem for them to live up to 3,000 to 5,000 years. Therefore, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about important people dying of old age during his seclusion. This Emperor Yuanji is really a cultivation maniac. After seeing Li Fuchen's actions, the primary bright sword ancestor smiled and shook his head. Perhaps only this kind of cultivation maniac could improve so quickly. In normal situations, the Son of Universe's improvement speed wouldn't be as exaggerated as Li Fuchen's, even if he had heaven-defying opportunities. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's Sword Dao foundation was rapidly increasing. If Li Fuchen's Sword Dao was originally a small river, it was now a large river and lake. Not only did it increase in length and width, but it was also much deeper. In the blink of an eye, 150 years had passed. A boundless sword Dao Qi presence was emitted from Li Fuchen's body. It has truly reached the critical point. Li Fuchen believed that his primary extreme sword technique contained all the sword Dao directions. A portion of the sword Dao directions came from the supreme sword bone, while another portion was deduced by Li Fuchen based on the supreme sword bone. Of course, it was naturally impossible to walk in all the sword Dao directions. Li Fuchen had to accommodate all the sword Dao directions and turn them into his own sword Dao. This sword Dao was the primary extreme sword Dao, the source of all things sword Dao. It is time to break through. After letting out a deep breath, Li Fuchen's eyes were revolving with countless sword lights. Some of the sword lights were like water, some were like fire, some were heavy, some were light, some were like bubbles, some were everywhere, some were bright, some were dark. It was hard to imagine how many sword lights were in Li Fuchen's eyes. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Qi presence was gradually withdrawn and his entire body became extremely empty. A sword diagram that looked extremely complicated but was actually extremely simple was circulating in Li Fuchen's body. One could see that some of the minute details of the sword diagram were constantly being destroyed and reborn. Every time it was destroyed and reborn, it would become slightly more perfect. However, there were times that it would experience a hair-raising scene. For example, when an extremely minute detail was destroyed and reborn, it would create a chain reaction and cause half of the sword diagram to collapse. Sometimes, after the destruction, it wouldn't be able to be reborn again, causing a terrifying crack to appear in the sword diagram. It was fortunate that these things didn't stump Li Fuchen. Using his perception that surpassed everything, Li Fuchen was finally able to perfect the sword diagram. When the sword diagram was completely perfected, the sword diagram came alive and breathed slowly and forcefully. Waves of sword Dao source power were born from the sword diagram and fused into Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline. Hurry up and look. On this day, everyone in the Sword Brilliance City saw an unforgettable scene. In the sky above the Sword Brilliance City, countless sword lights were roaming. These sword lights had a myriad of Qi presence and didn't have a fixed number. It seemed like they could casually change their attribute. The range of the sword lights was getting bigger, and the sword brilliant city was just the beginning. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. I wonder which lord broke through. Why is there such a huge commotion? I have lived in the sword brilliant city for so many years, and I have never seen a bigger commotion than this. Is the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through? Impossible. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor is already an invincible emperor. If he breaks through again, he will be a demigod. It might be the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor breaking through to the demigod realm. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor who was being discussed was staring at the sky above the sword brilliant city with a shocked expression. How could he not know that this was a phenomenon caused by a cultivation technique's breakthrough? Back then, when his Origin Bright Sword technique broke through to the Starfield class, there was a rather huge commotion. But to be serious, it was still slightly lacking as compared to today's commotion. In just a few blinks of the eye, the sword lights had already spread out to a few thousand light-years. Cling! All of a sudden, the sword lights shattered and a giant sword that was a few thousand light-years in size was produced. There was a horrific prowess that instantly spread out, and all the experts in the Radiance Starfield could feel it. Another invincible emperor has been born. The emperor rankings should appear soon, right? Some of the terrifying existences were mumbling to themselves. Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen was still immersed in an indescribable state. The breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique had brought him too many changes. Li Fuchen's body had a total of 3 sword Dao bloodlines. They were the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline, and the primary extreme sword Dao bloodline. Putting aside the Void Sword Dao bloodline, the Glorious Sword Dao bloodline and the Glorious Sword Art were a single entity. As for the primary extreme sword Dao bloodline, it wasn't just a single entity with the primary extreme sword art, it was also a single entity with the primary extreme sword technique. Originally, before Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline was already at the Starfield class. Now that the primary extreme sword technique had a breakthrough, Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword Dao bloodline had reached an extremely terrifying level, an indescribable level. Right now, Li Fuchen's sword Dao Qi presence didn't just increase by 1 or 2 times, it wasn't 5 or 10 times, it was 100 or 1,000 times. Such a powerful Qi presence had instantly permeated into the depths of the universe source. Crash! In the universe, a list descended. The strange thing was that this list could only be seen by emperors. There were 1,000 names on the list. One of the names suddenly vanished and a new name was imprinted on it. Chapter 998. 99th? So high. That's ridiculous. Everyone on the emperor ranking is an extremely powerful existence. For example, the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor was able to slaughter dozens of emperors even when they joined forces. How could this primordial emperor be ranked higher than him? Actually, it's normal for Emperor Yuanji to be ranked higher than the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor. The emperor ranking only ranks the strength of the aura. In the past, there have been cases of lower-ranked ones defeating higher-ranked ones, and those outside the ranking defeating those in the ranking. So, there's no need to dwell on it. That's true. But no matter what, this person's aura is so strong that his strength must be extremely terrifying. Even if he's not as strong as the 1,000 Transformations demon ancestor, he's probably not far off. In the universe, some of the emperors gathered together, discussed, and expressed their opinions. Purple Pole Star Zone. 99th? Monarch Purple Pole sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he hoped that this Emperor Yuanji only had the same name as the Emperor Yuanji he knew and had nothing to do with it, his rationality told him that this Emperor Yuanji was the Emperor Yuanji he knew. Titles were very magical things, especially the titles of emperors. They involved the karma of the heavenly Tao. Basically, it was unheard of for two emperors to have the same name. Instantly, Emperor Purple Pole felt very complicated. At the same time, he felt some lingering fear. Fortunately, he did not offend the other party. Otherwise, he would not have a good time now. Of course, Emperor Purple Pole did not think that he would definitely die if he encountered an invincible emperor. After becoming an emperor for so many years, he had researched many survival techniques. At the same time, he had obtained a supreme-grade secret treasure in a relic. So, even if he encountered an invincible emperor, he was confident that he could escape. Horizontal River Star Zone. I didn't expect that my Horizontal River Star Zone would have an existence on the Emperor ranking. Horizontal River Progenitor chuckled, his eyes flashing. Divine Leaf City. Emperor Sanguine Axe muttered to himself, Emperor Yuanji must be a son of the universe even more terrifying than the Undying Suns. The Undying Suns were only favored by the Undying Power and the Undying King. But the Son of the Universe was favored by the entire universe. Although there were a lot of children of the universe, a total of 49, the universe was huge too. Imperial Monarch Bloodaxe even suspected that the so-called children of universe were similar to the children of Undying. At a certain stage in their cultivation, powerful quintessence energy would surge into their bodies and forcefully increase their cultivation. Otherwise, their speed of improvement would be too swift. Emperor Yuanji. In the entire Sword Brilliant City, only the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor knew that it was Li Fuchen who broke through. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor immediately arrived outside Li Fuchen's manor. He did not force his way in. That was disrespectful. Sword Ancestor Yuanming, please enter. Li Fuchen waved his hand to remove the manor's array and the warning sword intent. Seeing the vast and simple sword Dao Qi presence from Li Fuchen's body, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor was overwhelmed with emotions. He smiled and said, Primary Extreme Emperor, congratulations. He wasn't the only invincible emperor in the Swordsman Guild. Basically, every first-class branch would have a few invincible emperors. But the Sword Brilliant City only had him and Li Fuchen in the top 100 of the Emperor Monarch rankings. In the era where demigods had vanished, invincible emperors were undoubtedly the face of the superfactions. Therefore, there might be plenty of superfactions in the universe, but there were only 9 publicly recognized, strongest superfactions. These 9 superfactions didn't just have many demigods, they also had a lot of invincible emperors. Invincible emperors were important enough, but the top 100 invincible emperors were naturally even more important. Originally, the Sword Brilliant City's strength in the Radiant Star region should be similar to the other 8 major branches. But now that Li Fuchen was here, the Sword Brilliant City's strength was probably superior. Of course, some of the 8 major branches also had 2 top 100 invincible emperors. After all, there were too many invincible emperors, and the primary Bright Sword Ancestor would occasionally head to other first-class branches. Primary Extreme Emperor, if you don't mind, can we have a spar? After chatting for a while, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor went straight to the point. That is exactly what I wish for. Li Fuchen immediately nodded in agreement. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor was ranked 32nd on the Emperor ranking, and it was enough to test his limit of strength. Follow me to the sword contest stage. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor waved his hand and a void tunnel appeared. The sword contest stage was constructed by a demigod from the Swordsman Guild. Let alone an invincible emperor, even a regular demigod wouldn't be able to destroy it easily. The primary Bright Sword Ancestor didn't want anyone to know about this spar. After going on stage, he sealed off the surroundings. Primary Bright Sword Ancestor, please. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword. After sizing up the Joint Heaven Sword, the primary Bright Sword Ancestor smiled and said, It seems like you are still lacking a suitable artifact sword. Invincible emperors basically used peak-grade supreme weapons. Just like his primary bright sword, it was a peak-grade supreme artifact sword. Not wishing to take advantage of Li Fuchen, the primary bright sword ancestor took out a high-grade supreme artifact sword. Be careful, Sword See Horizon. The same move, Sword See Horizon, was executed at this moment and it was approaching perfection. The entire sword contest stage and even the depths of time and space were occupied by the boundless Sword Sea. There wasn't a single gap. A great move, Sword See Horizon. Take a look at my sword intent illumination. The primary bright sword ancestor brandished his longsword, and a layer of faint sword light protected him. With the protection of this layer of sword light, the boundless Sword Sea wasn't able to do anything to him. Sect Origin Swords. After the first sword didn't work, Li Fuchen followed up with the second sword. In the void, billions of sword lights fused together, turning the limitless into the limited, turning the 10,000 swords into one sword. In the face of this sword that returned to the natural state, all transformations were meaningless. This sword was aimed at one's nature. This sword represented one's uniqueness. My heart is like a clear mirror that reflects everything. There was a burst of sparks as the primary bright sword ancestor blocked Li Fuchen's sect origin swords with extreme precision. Seeing one's nature with a clear mind, turning slaughter into nothingness. Immediately after, the primary bright sword ancestor's sword brushed past Li Fuchen's sword and slashed at Li Fuchen's chest. This sword was too fast and Li Fuchen couldn't block it in time. PFFF. The sword pierced through Li Fuchen's chest, but Li Fuchen's chest was only formed by sword light and not his true body. The primary bright sword ancestor revealed a shocked expression. To be honest, even if this sword struck Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen at all. It was impossible for an invincible ruler to kill another invincible ruler. Otherwise, an invincible ruler wouldn't be called an invincible ruler. But the primary bright sword ancestor would never expect that Li Fuchen would be able to dodge this sword. He was known as the primary bright sword ancestor and was one of the oldest batch of invincible rulers on the emperor ranking. He had abundant combat experience and knew invincible rulers couldn't compare with him. In the past, he had fought with dozens of invincible rulers. Apart from those ancient invincible rulers who had the same amount of combat experience as him, the other invincible rulers would be at a disadvantage when facing him. Some of them would even be suppressed from the start to the end and wouldn't be able to retaliate. Li Fuchen had just progressed to an invincible ruler today and was actually able to dodge his sword. It was truly unbelievable. How could the primary bright sword ancestor know that Li Fuchen's combat experience couldn't be calculated with common sense? Li Fuchen's on-the-spot reaction speed wasn't something a ruler could compare with. In fact, with Li Fuchen's spirit soul strength, he was able to predict the opponent's move trajectory in advance. Therefore, unless the difference in strength was too great, otherwise, Li Fuchen wouldn't be suppressed by technique. Sword Chi Return. From the side of the primary bright sword ancestor, an unknown sword light flew over. Clang. When the primary bright sword ancestor's sword didn't hit Li Fuchen, he already felt something wasn't right. It was fortunate that his primary bright sword Dao was able to reflect all things. He was able to detect Li Fuchen's sword move in advance. Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen and the primary bright sword ancestor each took a few steps back. Primary extreme ruler, if you can block the next two sword moves, apart from demigods, there aren't many individuals that can suppress you. The primary bright sword ancestor had a solemn expression. Chapter 999. Come. Li Fuchen's eyes turned solemn. Strictly speaking, sword ancestor Yuanming's sword skills were superior to his. If not for his exceptional reflexes that allowed him to predict the trajectory of the other party's moves, he would have been hit long ago. Intuition told Li Fuchen that for the next two swords, it was already very difficult for him to block one sword. To block 2 swords, it would be a little difficult. But how would he know if he didn't try? Be careful. The aura of the Yuan Ming sword ancestor turned ethereal. In the next moment, his body spun and soared into the sky, slashing down with his sword. The bright moon is still the same. The illusory sword light enveloped the heaven and earth, and also enveloped Li Fuchen's spirit at the same time. Not good. Li Fuchen's expression changed. His opponent's sword was too different from the previous sword. It was as though there was a qualitative change. In the face of this sword, Li Fuchen felt powerless for the first time. It wasn't a lack of power, but a lack of power in terms of realm. Origin returning sword form. Li Fuchen gritted his teeth and activated his kill move. This time, the origin return sword form wasn't a row of swords, it was a giant sword that enveloped Li Fuchen and slashed violently. Crackle! The illusory sword light destroyed layer after layer. In an instant, at least thousands of layers were destroyed. However, this illusory sword light didn't increase or decrease. It was inextinguishable. Just like the name of this move, the bright moon is still, truth is not. I don't believe that I can't break this move. Li Fuchen's entire body was bursting with sword shadows. In an instant, there were at least 10 million sword shadows bursting out. If it was before the breakthrough of the primary extreme sword technique, Li Fuchen wouldn't have dared to do this, otherwise, he would have emptied himself. Of course, at that time, he was unable to use the returning origin sword form. Finally, there was a fluctuation from the illusory sword light. Billions of illusory sword lights were like sunlight that shone on Li Fuchen's body. The aftermath has consumed more than 90% of my robbery power. Li Fuchen's heart shivered. Last time in Black Wind Valley, Monarch Black Wind had attacked him so many times, but he had only expended 30% of his tribulation power. This kid's survivability is really strong. I can't even injure him in the slightest. The Origin Bright Sword ancestor assumed that this move should be able to injure Li Fuchen. He didn't expect for Li Fuchen's defense to be so tyrannical. In terms of defense, Li Fuchen was at least top 20 on the Emperor rankings. Yuan Ming Sword Ancestor, I'll see your final sword next time. I'll let it go this time. Li Fuchen might want to see the power of the primary Bright Sword Ancestor's final sword, but he wasn't even able to withstand the primary Bright Sword Ancestor's sword completely and wasn't qualified to witness the final sword. Alright. Although Sword Ancestor Yuan Ming had a smile on his face, he was filled with emotions. The other party had just broken through and was already so powerful. The next time they sparred, he was not confident that he could suppress the other party. Other than the Supreme Sword Bone, the Swordsman Guild had many other precious resources. For example, secret technique resources. The secret techniques here were no ordinary 9-star secret technique. Instead, they were Supreme Secret Technique. The Supreme Secret Techniques were further divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, and supreme grade. Generally speaking, emperors would cultivate high-grade or supreme-grade Supreme Secret Technique. But even the worst high-grade Supreme Secret Techniques would cost 1,000 Elder Point. As for supreme-grade Supreme Secret Techniques, they would cost 100,000 Elder Point. Li Fuchen didn't have enough Elder Points. It seems like I have to go out and earn more Elder Points. Back then, if Li Fuchen had learned a few formidable escape secret techniques, he wouldn't have to exhaust the time source essence of the Prismatic Stone Mother when he encountered the Black Wind Monarch. The Prismatic Stone Mother was a universe cardinal treasure and it was truly a waste to use it to escape. The Elder Grand Hall was Li Fuchen's second time here. This time, he was preparing to accept missions with higher difficulty. Li Fuchen arrived in front of the mission wall and sized up the mission list. The previous missions are still here. Perhaps I can venture into the Chaos Ruins. The Chaos Metal Beast's corpse might only be worth 5,000 Elder Points, but the Chaos Ruins was a dangerous place with the richest resources. It was rumored that someone obtained the universe cardinal treasures, the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Fire Lotus in the Chaos Ruins. Li Fuchen didn't have any extravagant hopes of obtaining the Chaos Pearl or the Chaos Fire Lotus. He would be satisfied if he could obtain some rare resources. As for the Black Wind Valley mission, Li Fuchen was too ruthless previously. After over 200 years, the Black Wind Valley's Black Wind beasts had only recovered 10%. It wasn't worth it to hunt them. The Chaos Ruins, as the name suggested, was a piece of Chaos Ruins. In this place, all the universe laws had been shattered and the universe source had already vanished. Once one entered, one could only rely on one's strength reserves to fight. It was impossible to rely on the universe source to replenish one's strength. It was precisely because of this that the Chaos Ruins were extremely dangerous. More than one invincible emperor had perished inside. From afar, Li Fuchen could see the Chaos Ruins. It was hard to describe the state of the Chaos Ruins. If he had to describe it, it was like a wound in the universe. Furthermore, this wound was constantly expanding, and there would be sounds of the universe laws collapsing and shattering at the edges. A few years later, will the entire Radiant Star region be destroyed? Li Fuchen was speechless. He could destroy the universe laws within a short period of time, and most of the emperors could do it too. But to destroy the universe laws permanently, no emperor could do it. Only demigods could barely do it. However, Li Fuchen didn't know if there were any demigods that could create the Chaos Ruins. There might be, there might not be. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen didn't slow down and rushed into the Chaos Ruins. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Once inside, Li Fuchen felt that he had lost contact with the outside world and was no longer able to connect to the Sword Dao source. It was fortunate that he was already an invincible emperor and his strength reserves were extremely exaggerated. As long as he wasn't trapped in the Chaos Ruins forever, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive. The Chaos Ruins wasn't as simple as the universe laws being shattered. This place was filled with a power that was completely opposite to the universe. It was chaotic power. In this place, even Li Fuchen felt his willpower being disrupted, and he couldn't help but want to fight. The universe represents order, the Chaos Ruins represents disorder. In this place, those with weaker willpower would easily lose control of their Dao heart. Li Fuchen naturally wasn't afraid of the chaotic power here. Earlier on, it was just a trace of discomfort due to the sudden change in environment. Now that he had adapted, his heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. Li Fuchen traversed through the Chaos Ruins with extreme speed. When flying past the ruins of a universe city, Li Fuchen stopped. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven sword and cleaved open the ruins of the universe city. In between the ruins of the universe city, there was a red crystal that was a few miles in size. Such a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal is rare in the world. I reckon that most of the arrays in this universe city were fire Dao arrays. This piece of fire element crystal was used to provide energy for the universe city. A fist-sized low-grade fire element crystal wasn't valuable at all and was only worth 2 or 3 peak-grade spirit stones. But a piece of low-grade fire element crystal that was a few miles in size was extremely valuable and was worth at least 1 trillion peak-grade spirit stones. It was fortunate that this was the Chaos Ruins and it was filled with chaotic power. Otherwise, this piece of fire element crystal would have been discovered by others. Chapter 1000. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins. Even if 100 million years or 1 billion years passed in the outside world, no time would pass here. In other words, if an ordinary person could survive in the ruins of chaos, he would be able to live forever as long as he didn't go crazy from the endless years of torture. Unfortunately, this was meaningless to an emperor. An emperor was immortal in the first place. Rumble. A voice that only Li Fuchen could hear echoed. In his line of sight, the remains of a glowing cosmos city were being corroded by the chaotic energy. They crumbled and turned into chaotic energy, merging with the Chaos Ruins. I wonder how much time has passed in the outside world. In the Chaos Ruins, timekeeping tools were basically useless because this place was filled with chaotic energy and the interference was too severe. It was estimated that only the timekeeping tools at the level of high-grade or supreme-grade secret treasures would not be affected too much. Li Fuchen was a little worried. He was worried that once he exited, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years would have passed in the outside world. Most of his friends and relatives would have perished. It shouldn't be that mysterious. At most, I'll find a sovereign emperor skilled in the Tao of space and time to revive them. Under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for an emperor to revive a heaven monarch. However, it was relatively easy to revive existences below the heaven monarch realm. However, reviving people who died of old age was a little special. After reviving them, they had to be placed in a special spacetime. Otherwise, they would still die of old age instantly. Roar! A loud and ear-piercing voice echoed from an extremely far distance. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as it was the voice of the Chaos Metal Beast. Speeding up, Li Fuchen flew towards the source of the sound. A few days later, Li Fuchen saw the Chaos Metal Beast. The Chaos 5 Metal Beast was tens of thousands of miles long, and its entire body was covered with 5 colored metals. Its opponent was a peak sovereign emperor wearing a brown cloak and holding a 3-pointed, double-edged saber. The Chaos Metal Beast was not very strong. It was only equivalent to an ordinary sovereign emperor. However, its defenses were extremely strong. This peak sovereign emperor could only barely break through its defenses. He could not severely injure the Chaos Metal Beast. "Who is it?" shouted the peak sovereign emperor, fighting the primal Chaos 5 Metal Beast when he sensed someone approaching. "This chaotic metal beast is mine. You can leave now." Li Fuchen released his chi presence. It was very difficult to transmit one's aura out of the Chaos Ruins unless one actively released it. An invincible sovereign lord? The peak Imperial Lord's expression changed. If it were just a peak sovereign emperor, Shao Chen would not fear it. At worst, he would just fight it out and see who had more trump cards. However, his opponent was an invincible sovereign lord. That was a completely different matter. This was the ruins of primordial chaos. Without any energy to replenish themselves, there was a high chance that invincible Empyreans would be able to kill them. A wise man did not fight when the odds were against him. This peak sovereign emperor did not even dare to say anything harsh, directly fleeing. "You're quite tactful." Li Fuchen didn't think he was a saint and didn't want to be one. In the dangerous ruins, he didn't have any psychological burden to rob others. Moreover, the Chaos 5 Metal Beast was not an inanimate object. It did not belong to whoever encountered it first. "Break!" Li Fuchen brandished his sword and the sword chi penetrated the Chaos Metal Beast's head. But just as Li Fuchen expected, this sword didn't kill the Chaos Metal Beast. Li Fuchen's strength might be several levels higher than the Chaos Metal Beast, but the Chaos Metal Beast was still a Chaos Giant Beast that lived in the Chaos Ruins. Its vitality was unimaginably vigorous. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to extinguish a portion of the Chaos Metal Beast's vitality. It wasn't able to extinguish all of the vitality. 2 strikes, 3 strikes, in a single breath, Li Fuchen brandished his sword more than 1,000 times and finally killed the Chaos Metal Beast. "It is fortunate that I prepared a P-class spatial ring, otherwise, I will not be able to store the Chaos Metal Beast's corpse." Li Fuchen waved his hand and stored the Chaos Metal Beast's corpse. In the Chaos Ruins, apart from the Chaos Metal Beast, there were other Chaos Giant Beasts like the Chaos Worm, Chaos Silver Snake, Chaos Golden Snake, Chaos Giant Spirit, and many others. In comparison, the Chaos Metal Beast was considered easier to deal with. The Chaos Worm might have the same strength as the Chaos Metal Beast, but the Chaos Worm could split itself into millions of parts. It was almost impossible to kill them in the Chaos Ruins. The Chaos Silver Snake's strength was at the level of a high-class ruler, the Chaos Golden Snake was at the level of a P-class ruler, and the Chaos Giant Spirit was at the level of a peak-class ruler. It was unknown if Li Fuchen was lucky or not, but he encountered a Chaos Golden Snake. The Chaos Golden Snake was 100,000 miles long, and it was like a golden snake that was 1,000,000,000,000 times larger. This golden snake didn't have a tail, and both of its heads were golden. It looked very strange and savage. PFFF. Li Fuchen used all his strength and was only able to leave a few sword marks on the surface of the Chaos Golden Snake. My strength as an invincible ruler can't even deal with a Chaos Golden Snake. I wonder what is so terrifying about a stronger Chaos Giant Spirit. Perhaps with a peak-grade Supreme Artifact Sword, it will be much easier. Right now, the Joint Heaven Sword in Li Fuchen's hand was already unable to keep up with his pace. Almost all the other invincible rulers had a peak-grade Supreme Artifact. It seems like I have to change to a different sword. To be serious, the Joint Heaven Sword wasn't suitable for him. After all, he wasn't walking on the Void Sword Dao, it was the primary Extreme Sword Dao. If he had a peak-grade Supreme Artifact Sword that was compatible with the primary Extreme Sword Dao, Li Fuchen's strength would be increased by 10 times or 100 times. At the thought of this, Li Fuchen had an idea. Why not forge a primary Extreme Artifact Sword himself? He might not have the materials, but he could barter with other items. Back in the Prism Light Galaxy, he had obtained a star's Purple Cloud Divine Metal. The Purple Cloud Divine Metal was one of the most suitable metals to forge armors in the universe. It was said that as long as the forging method was formidable enough, the Purple Cloud Divine Metal could forge half-god armors that surpassed peak-grade Supreme armors. I can try it after I get out. After getting rid of the Chaos Golden Snake, Li Fuchen continued to explore the Chaos Ruins. It might have been a day, it might have been a few decades. Li Fuchen, who was wandering aimlessly in the Chaos Ruins, suddenly felt a blazing intent surging at him. It was very unbelievable. In the Chaos Ruins, even invincible rulers' chi presences couldn't transmit very far. What could transmit the blazing intent from such a long distance? Universe Artifact? Li Fuchen immediately thought of Universe Artifact. Only a universe treasure could surpass an unrivaled sovereign emperor in terms of intrinsic quality. Li Fuchen burst with speed to the limits and flew towards the source of the blazing intent. This flight took a very long time. There was no concept of time in the Chaos Ruins and time didn't exist. However, a ruler was actually a small universe and had the ability to measure everything. It was because the Chaos Ruins was filled with chaotic power. Otherwise, a ruler would be able to synchronize the time in the outside world. Finally, Li Fuchen saw the source of the blazing intent. In the center of the fiery red paste, there was a flaming red lotus. It was gently swaying and emitting horrific and mighty power. Chaos Fire Lotus, one of the 2 universe artifacts in the Chaos Ruins. This is the Fire Dao Cultivation Artifact, Chaos Fire Lotus. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch it from me. Just like Li Fuchen, there were plenty of rulers that were attracted by the Chaos Fire Lotus Chi presence, and there were plenty of invincible rulers among them. Blazing Flame Power and Calamity Power. Chapter 1001. A middle-stage tribulation hand was equivalent to a sovereign emperor. At that time, no one below the demigod level would be able to break his indestructible body, and as long as the indestructible body was not broken, he would not be injured at all. Apart from energy output, he would not consume any energy at all, which was equivalent to increasing his strength in another way. The Primal Chaos Fire Lotus is a cosmic treasure produced after the destruction of the universe. It's normal for it to contain tribulation power. When anything was destroyed, there would be tribulation power spilling out. The destruction of the universe was no exception. In his heart, Li Fuchen had already treated the Chaos Flame Lotus as his possession. The Primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. Bullshit. The Primal Chaos Fire Lotus is mine. All the sovereign emperors charged towards the Chaos Fire Lotus. Among them, a green-haired old man was the fastest. Its ancestor Azure Soul that's ranked at the 887th position on the Imperial Monarch rankings. Everyone, attack him together. Otherwise, we won't have a chance once the chaotic flame lotus falls into his hands. Invincible sovereign emperors posed far too great of a threat. In a one-on-one fight, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from Forefather Azure Soul. The weaker ones would be easily heavily injured. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks slammed into Forefather Qinghua, sending him tumbling backward. He failed to obtain the primal chaos flame lotus. Damn it, all of you should die. Patriarch Azure Soul was enraged and began to fight against the Imperial Monarchs. An invincible sovereign emperor was indeed an invincible sovereign emperor. Even when fighting against so many, he was not at a disadvantage. It must be known that none of these sovereign emperors were ordinary sovereign emperors. Most of them were peak sovereign emperors, and there were quite a few peak sovereign emperors as well. At this moment, the advantage of not being famous was here. Li Fuchen might be an invincible ruler, but there weren't many that recognized him. Furthermore, this was the Chaos Ruins and his Qi presence wasn't obvious. Therefore, everyone treated Li Fuchen as a regular ruler. Turning into a sword light, Li Fuchen flew towards the Chaos Flame Lotus with extreme speed. Not good. Li Fuchen's speed was too fast and his speed had already surpassed regular peak-level emperors. Right now, there were only two explanations. Firstly, Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler. Secondly, Li Fuchen had a powerful cardinal artifact that could increase his speed. Either way, it was not a good thing for everyone. Trying to profit from the fight? Dream on. The first to make a move was the Green Soul Ancestor. He grabbed with his hand and a green claw enveloped Li Fuchen. The others wanted to make a move but didn't have the time. By the time they made a move, Li Fuchen would have already obtained the Chaos Flame Lotus. However, no one was worried that Li Fuchen would be able to obtain the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Qing Soul Ancestor was an invincible ruler and with his help, even other invincible rulers would be severely affected. Crack! The green claw crushed a sword light. Li Fuchen arrived at the side of the Chaos Fire Lotus and reached out to pluck it. So hot, so heavy. The primal Chaos Flame Lotus was extremely blazing. In order to resist the blazing heat, Li Fuchen's power was rapidly depleting. The consumption speed was thousands of times faster than during combat. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's power reserve was at the invincible ruler level, otherwise, it would be very strenuous. Secondly, the primal Chaos Flame Lotus was rather heavy. Li Fuchen felt as though he was uprooting a universe tree and had used every ounce of strength in his body. He's an invincible sovereign. Everyone finally woke up. In the blink of an eye, there was a rumbling sound as Li Fuchen abruptly pulled out the Chaos Flame Lotus. For a moment, the dazzling flames enveloped Li Fuchen. Die! Dozens of attacks landed on Li Fuchen, including the Qing Soul Ancestor's attack. Bang boom! The attacks exploded on Li Fuchen's body, but they couldn't even injure a single hair on Li Fuchen's body. Impossible! The Qing Soul Ancestor's eyes were widened. It was fine if Li Fuchen dodged his attack previously, but now, Li Fuchen had taken a full-force attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Even if Li Fuchen was one of the top rankers among the invincible sovereigns, there was no reason for Li Fuchen to be unharmed after taking an attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Could Li Fuchen have some incredible peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor? A regular peak-grade Supreme Defense Cardinal Artifact or peak-grade Supreme Armor wouldn't be able to completely isolate their attack. They would only be able to isolate regular attacks from regular sovereigns. I have used around 5% of the Calamity power. They are all invincible sovereigns, but the difference is rather huge. If the Qing Soul Ancestor was the primary Bright Sword Ancestor, a single sword would be able to break Li Fuchen's myriad Calamity immortal body and injure him. Right now, the Qing Soul Ancestor would need at least 20 attacks to break the myriad Calamity immortal body. As for the others' attacks, to Li Fuchen, their combined attacks weren't even comparable to a single attack from the Qing Soul Ancestor. Obtaining the Chaos Fire Lotus didn't mean that Li Fuchen could keep it. Even the best spatial ring wouldn't be able to withstand the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus, unless the Chaos Fire Lotus was sealed first. Seal. Sword patterns were emitted and enveloped the Chaos Fire Lotus. As the sword patterns got more concentrated, the power of the Chaos Fire Lotus was getting weaker and was finally sealed. However, the seal was only temporary. In a short period of time, the Chaos Fire Lotus would be able to break the sword pattern seal, but that was a matter for the future. After keeping the Chaos Fire Lotus, Li Fuchen raised his head and looked at everyone with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone, farewell. While speaking, there was a flash of sword light and Li Fuchen was already extremely far away. Thinking of leaving? The Qing Soul Ancestor turned into a green light and pursued relentlessly. As for the others, they looked at each other with bitter expressions. They couldn't catch up to Li Fuchen, furthermore, so what if they caught up? They could still think of a way to deal with one invincible ruler, but it was impossible for them to obtain the Chaos Fire Lotus with two invincible rulers. The Qing Soul Ancestor firmly believed that Li Fuchen had incredible cardinal artifacts and armor. Otherwise, why didn't Li Fuchen counterattack? Since Li Fuchen's strength wasn't at the level of an invincible ruler, there was still a way. The Qing Soul Ancestor could slowly exhaust Li Fuchen's power. After flying for a certain distance, Li Fuchen stopped. Not going to escape anymore? The Qing Soul Ancestor's face was filled with murderous aura. Why should I escape? Li Fuchen asked in return. That's right. It doesn't matter if you escape or not, there will only be one outcome, that is to be killed by me, the Qing Soul Ancestor. Patriarch Azure Soul tossed a 5-colored pearl into the air. The 5-colored light it gave off completely enveloped the area where the two of them were, not leaving any gaps. This is a sealing cardinal artifact that I obtained from a ruin. It is able to seal all time and space. Even I will need to attack it dozens of times before I can break it. If Li Fuchen wanted to attack continuously, he must not be disturbed. Therefore, even if Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler, he wouldn't be able to break it unless he was a top-ranked invincible ruler. In the past, the Qing Soul Ancestor had used this sealing cardinal artifact to kill several peak-level rulers. It was a pity that this sealing cardinal artifact's only weakness was that it couldn't seal too many experts. The more experts it sealed, the easier it would be broken. I hope you aren't trapped in your own trap. Li Fuchen grinned. Courting death. The Qing Soul Ancestor brandished his claw at Li Fuchen. Sword See Horizon. Li Fuchen drew the Joint Heaven Sword and a silver sword Qi devoured the Qing Soul Ancestor. How is this possible? In the Endless Sword Sea, the Qing Soul Ancestor was in a miserable state when facing the waves of Sword Qi. He then realized that Li Fuchen was an invincible ruler in name only and Li Fuchen's strength was superior to him. 9th rank Qing Soul, activate. After activating a peak-grade supreme secret technique, the Qing Soul Ancestor's body opened up. The power output instantly increased by 10 times. Normally, there was a limit to the power output, but there were some secret techniques that could increase the limit. Rumble. With the power output increased by 10 times, the Qing Soul Ancestor's Claw Arts power was also increased by 10 times. In just a few breaths, the Endless Sword Sea was broken. Receive another sword move from me, Sect Origin Sword. Without giving the Qing Soul Ancestor any chance to react, Li Fuchen thrust his sword. PFFF. The sword light penetrated the Qing Soul Ancestor's body. Subsequently, Li Fuchen used all sorts of methods to suppress the Qing Soul Ancestor. Withdraw. The Qing Soul Ancestor was extremely sullen, but no matter how sullen he was, he still had to be rational. After keeping the 5-color pearl, the Qing Soul Ancestor turned into a green light and fled frantically. Let's see how long you can escape. Even if there wasn't much hope to kill the Qing's soul ancestor, Li Fuchen still wanted to give it a try. With one chasing and the other escaping, both of them were extremely fast. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's speed was slightly faster than the Qing's soul ancestor. Green smoke shifting technique. At the crucial moment, the Qing's soul ancestor executed an incredible escaping secret technique. His speed increased drastically and instantly left Li Fuchen far behind. Truly troublesome. Li Fuchen frowned. The Qing's soul ancestor had too many methods. There was a sealing cardinal artifact, burst secret technique, and escape secret technique. Until the very last moment, no one would know how many methods the Qing's soul ancestor was hiding. Based on this deduction, apart from the new monarchs like Li Fuchen, those ancient monarchs probably had all sorts of incredible methods and wouldn't be easily persecuted. Let me find a place to absorb the calamity power from the Chaos Flame Lotus. The Chaos Ruins might be extremely dangerous, but it was also extremely dangerous to take out the Chaos Flame Lotus outside. If a large group of invincible monarchs came looking for him, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape no matter how strong he was. But in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about such things. Li Fuchen was confident that he could resist against single-digit invincible monarchs. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen found a strange low-lying area. The chaotic power here was very concentrated and there were signs of collapse. Sitting in the middle of the low-lying area, Li Fuchen took out the Chaos Flame Lotus and removed the sword pattern seal. Boom! A dazzling flame burst out along with a shocking blazing intent. The impact caused the low-lying area to collapse. Begin. Li Fuchen circulated the calamity power and pressed his hand on the Chaos Flame Lotus. In the next moment, a horrific and viscous power flowed through Li Fuchen's palm and rushed into Li Fuchen's body. Such pure calamity power! Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Chapter 1002. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's hand of calamity had reached the peak of the initial stage. Next, it was time to break through to the mid-stage. Crack, 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 Li Fuchen's body appeared with countless fine cracks, and there was a destructive qi presence leaking out from the cracks. Visible to the naked eye, the area around Li Fuchen was producing small bubbles. These small bubbles were constantly appearing and disappearing, and were extraordinary. No wonder it is the calamity power that is born from the destruction of the universe. As a large amount of pure calamity power entered his body, Li Fuchen naturally comprehended plenty of calamity extermination quintessence. Calamity power was the power that caused order to collapse. To a certain degree, it was on the opposite side of the universe. It originated from chaos and returned to chaos. The bubbles were increasing and getting denser. It felt as though the Chaos Ruins was being boiled by someone. But what kind of power was able to boil the Chaos Ruins? Bang boom! All the bubbles were instantly destroyed. With Li Fuchen at the center, the strange depression started to collapse. The Chaos Ruins was originally chaos, and if the chaos collapsed again, what was that? Li Fuchen couldn't understand, but it didn't stop him from being fearful. He could feel that the boundless chaos power was gathering here. It felt like a bottomless pit that was devouring the entire ocean. Forcefully breaking free from the collapse power, Li Fuchen fled frantically. Rumble! After an unknown period of time, there was a burst of intense light behind Li Fuchen. It was hard to imagine that there was light in the Chaos Ruins. Along with the light was an unparalleled explosive power. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the explosive power had already surpassed the Emperor's level. If Li Fuchen didn't escape early, the myriad calamity immortal body wouldn't be able to withstand the explosive power and would instantly be smashed into smithereens. Of course, even though Li Fuchen escaped early, he still consumed 80% or 90% of his calamity power. His hand of calamity was already at the mid-stage. The myriad calamity immortal body was able to ignore attacks below the half-god level. Li Fuchen didn't know that because of him, over a dozen emperors had perished from the explosive power. there were plenty of peak-tier emperors among them. In the outside world, there might only be a few peak-tier emperors that perished in 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years. There were plenty of chaos metal beasts in the chaos ruins. With absolute strength and excellent luck, Li Fuchen's spatial ring already had 8 chaos metal beasts' corpses. If they were exchanged for elder points, it would be 40,000. It is a chaos silver snake. After killing the 9th chaos metal beast, Li Fuchen encountered a chaos silver snake. Li Fuchen might not be able to kill the chaos golden snake, but he had a high chance of killing the chaos silver snake. Just like the chaos golden snake, the chaos silver snake did not have a tail. Both of its heads were snake heads. However, the chaos silver snake's body was bright silver instead of gold. After expending a huge amount of effort, Li Fuchen successfully killed the primal chaos silver snake. A primal chaos silver snake's corpse can be exchanged for 100,000 elder points. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. The chaos fire lotus and low-grade fire element crystals might also be exchanged for a massive amount of elder points, but these 2 items were too precious and Li Fuchen wasn't willing to use them to exchange for elder points. In the outside world, 80 years had passed since Li Fuchen entered the chaos ruins. I'm finally out. It hasn't been too long. At the border of the chaos ruins, Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath. To be honest, unless it was absolutely necessary, Li Fuchen didn't wish to enter the chaos ruins again. It wasn't to say that it was dangerous inside, but as a life form that was born in the universe, it was rather stifling to be unable to feel the existence of time. In the end, Li Fuchen wasn't used to his eternal life. Once he was used to it, he might not feel that the chaos ruins was so stifling. After exiting the chaos ruins, Li Fuchen felt relaxed and flew towards the sword brilliant city with a pleasant mood. 9 chaos metal beast corpses, 1 chaos silver snake corpse, and some resources that could only be produced in the chaos ruins. After returning to the sword brilliant city, Li Fuchen's elder points had increased from a few hundred to 200,000 points. It was even more than the previous harvest in the Black Wind Valley. Let me redeem a secret technique to practice first. After arriving at the secret technique hall, Li Fuchen started to choose a secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't consider high-grade supreme secret techniques and immediately went to the region where peak-grade supreme secret techniques were stored. Burst Battle Body Power Burst Secret Technique. A total of 6 ranks. Each rank will allow the user to burst out with twice the strength. The 6th rank will allow the user to burst out with 12 times the strength. Price: 100,000 Elder Point. Flowing Light Sword Shift, Speed Type Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 3 times. At the completion rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 6 times. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to increase the speed by 9 times. Price: 120,000 Elder Point. Sword God's Eye Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique. It is split into 3 grades. At the low-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint Spirit of regular monarchs. At the mid-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint Spirit of high-class monarchs. At the high-grade rank, the user will be able to injure the Saint Spirit of peak-class monarchs. Price: 150,000 Elder Point. Sword Lock Sealing Sword Dao Secret Technique. At the subcompletion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the completion rank, the user will be able to trap a peak-class monarch. At the perfection rank, the user will be able to trap an invincible monarch. Price: 180,000 Elder Point. Li Fuchen realized that he wanted to learn all of the peak-grade supreme secret technique. Each of them was extremely useful and none of them were useless. It is very difficult for everyone to kill each other at the monarch level. At this moment, it is very important to have an all-round ability. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the upper hand. Whoever is more well-rounded will have the stronger survivability. In history, the dead monarchs were usually monarchs that only had one ability. After pondering for a long time, Li Fuchen decided to choose the sword lock. The burst battle body might allow him to burst out with 12 times the strength, but it wasn't enough to kill a peak-class monarch in a single attack. It wasn't even possible to kill a peak-class monarch. If he couldn't kill the enemy would immediately use some methods to escape. But with the sword lock, it was different. Li Fuchen could trap the enemy first before slowly killing them. As for the flowing light sword shift and the eye of the sword god, they weren't as useful to Li Fuchen as the sword lock. After the Hand of Calamity reached the middle stage, no one below the demigod level could kill Li Fuchen. Not even a few invincible monarchs would be able to kill Li Fuchen. Therefore, speed wasn't crucial to Li Fuchen. The Eye of the Sword God was just a spiritual awareness attack secret technique, and its power was on the weaker side. When cultivated to the high grade, it would only be able to injure a peak-class monarch's saint spirit and wasn't very useful. Li Fuchen actually wanted to learn a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Of course, with Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness strength, after learning the Eye of the Sword God, he would actually be able to increase the Eye of the Sword God's power by several levels. It wouldn't be impossible to injure an invincible monarch's saint spirit. Take it slow. I will learn the sword lock first before thinking of a way to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. Without a Soul Dao secret technique, Li Fuchen had no choice but to take a step back and choose a spiritual awareness secret technique. According to Li Fuchen's understanding, let alone peak-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques, even high-grade and mid-grade Supreme Soul Dao secret techniques were extremely rare in the universe. They were usually in the hands of individuals. Chapter 1003. After returning to the manor, Li Fuchen started to cultivate Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. This secret technique wasn't difficult to learn, but it was very complicated. It required the cultivator to condense a sword talisman. This sword talisman was formed by countless sword diagrams, and each sword diagram was formed by countless sword marks. The cultivator needed to spend a lot of energy to truly condense a sword talisman. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, people who cultivated this secret technique took at least 50 years to master it. Sword ancestor Yuan Ming spent 300 years to master it. That's easy. But in Li Fuchen's opinion, it was too easy to enter the entry stage of Sword Lock. With his purplish-red soul, his deduction ability could be said to be heaven-defying, so he was least afraid of being complicated. In just 3 months, Li Fuchen had cultivated the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth to the entry stage. This was because there were some parts that needed to be comprehended and pondered. If he didn't need to comprehend and ponder, he would be able to condense the sword talisman in a few days. After the entry stage, the next step was the minor accomplishment stage. To reach the lesser mastery level, one would need to condense 36,000 sword talismans and form a sword formation. That's right, Sword Lock Heaven and Earth could be considered a formation. However, this formation was a little special in setting it up. It wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to condense 36,000 sword talismans, and he succeeded in just a few months. However, the next step was the most important. He needed to combine these 36,000 sword talismans into a sword formation. This was not a simple patchwork, but a perfect combination. There was no room for error. The slightest mistake would cause the sword formation to collapse, and so would the sword talisman. At that time, he would have to condense the sword talisman once more to form the sword formation once more. Not only would it be a waste of energy, it would also easily cause him to become impatient. In the history of the Swordsman Guild, the fastest person to cultivate Sword Lock Heaven and Earth to the small success stage took a total of 800 years. Done. Li Fuchen broke the record again and used just 1 year to cultivate the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth to the subcompletion stage. Sword Lock Heaven and Earth. Li Fuchen used himself as the target and released Sword Lock. In the next moment, a spherical spatial zone enveloped Li Fuchen. There were faint sword runes flickering on the spatial barrier, but soon enough, the sword runes and the spherical spatial zone were concealed. Bang! Li Fuchen blasted a fist at the void. He only used a small amount of strength in this punch, roughly equivalent to a high-level sovereign lord. According to the introduction of the secret technique, the subcompletion stage of sword lock was enough to trap a high-class ruler. Li Fuchen's fist wasn't even able to shake the sword lock. Only when Li Fuchen increased his attack power to the level of a P-class ruler, the sword lock was finally broken and plenty of sword talismans were shattered. I see. Li Fuchen understood clearly. The sword lock of heaven and earth would be consumed, but it would be in the form of sword talismans. Each sword talisman was condensed from the power of his sword Dao. If he were to use it against his enemies in the future, it would be best to condense more sword talismans. That way, even if the sword lock of heaven and earth was broken, he could continue to use it. After the minor realm was the major realm. The major realm required 360,000 swords to form a sword array. The Swordsman Guild's record was 5,000 years. To Li Fuchen, apart from the process of forming the sword formation, there were some places that required comprehension and pondering. There wasn't any trace of difficulty, and it just required some effort. Therefore, Li Fuchen only spent 6 years to cultivate the sword lock to the completion stage. If this news got out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Swordsman Guild. The person who created the cultivation record for the sword lock of heaven and earth was a son of the universe. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was 1,000 times faster than the son of the universe, and it was definitely too exaggerated. Only Li Fuchen knew that he might be 100 or 1,000 times superior to the son of the universe. The son of the universe was favored by the universe, while Li Fuchen was favored by the golden amulet. From all the signs, the golden amulet's existence was obviously superior to the universe. If there was a god and a divine world, then the golden amulet must be from the divine world. Even if it was in the divine world, it would probably be an incredible item. Of course, gods and divine worlds were just legends and no one had seen them before. It was just a guess. Li Fuchen had to personally verify the origin of the golden amulet. The prerequisite was that Li Fuchen had to stand at the pinnacle of this universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to investigate the golden amulet. Horizontal River Star region, it was as calm as before. At the border of the Horizontal River Star region, there was a boundless group of asteroids that were slowly moving. Rumble! All of a sudden, there was a flash of white light and the group of asteroids exploded. Immortal Emperor, where do you think you are going? After the white light, there was a green light. The speed of the green light was slightly faster than the white light, and it soon caught up with them. Myriad Poison Emperor, why must you be so overbearing? You have been chasing me for 1,000 years. Within the white light was a handsome middle-aged man. I said it before. Even if I have to pay a huge price, I will kill you. While speaking, within the green light, there was a giant green hand that slammed at the handsome middle-aged man. Boom! The handsome middle-aged man was sent flying and his body was tainted with a faint layer of green. But soon enough, the layer of green vanished. It is fortunate that I cultivate the immortal Tao, otherwise I would have been poisoned to death. But if this carries on, in just a few hundred years, the immortal power in my body will be depleted. Soon enough, 2 rays of light arrived at the center of the Horizontal River Star region. This commotion? The commotion caused by the battle between 2 emperors was too huge. Almost all the city lord-class heaven monarchs could sense it from afar. The closest one was the Blue Water City's Shui Tianjun. He didn't dare to approach with his main body and used a water Dao clone to approach silently. It is the immortal emperor. I didn't expect him to become an emperor in just a few tens of thousands of years. I wonder what level of emperor is he? Shui Tianjun immediately recognized the immortal emperor. Before Li Fuchen was born, the immortal emperor was known as the #1 prodigy of the horizontal river star region. Shui Tianjun remembered that a few tens of thousands of years ago, the immortal emperor even had a battle with the darkness heaven monarch. But the emperor that is chasing after the immortal emperor looks even stronger. He isn't inferior to the horizontal river primogenitor. Shui Tianjun hadn't seen too many emperors, therefore, he wasn't able to see the emperor's level. He could only use reference objects to differentiate. The second to arrive was the horizontal river primogenitor. So it is the myriad poison emperor. The horizontal river primogenitor recognized the myriad poison emperor. This was an emperor whose strength wasn't inferior to him and was extremely famous in the universe. As the myriad poison emperor attacked the immortal emperor, he said to the horizontal river primogenitor, "Horizontal river primogenitor, this person has a huge grudge with me. You probably won't interfere, right?" His poison power was able to suppress those that were weaker than him, but it would be weaker against those with similar strength. The horizontal river primogenitor said, "I naturally won't interfere, but I still hope that you can let him off." The immortal emperor and Li Fuchen came from the same plane. He might not wish to provoke the myriad poison emperor, but he hoped that the myriad poison emperor would give him some face. Impossible. The myriad poison emperor immediately rejected. What a joke. He had been chasing the immortal emperor for over 1,000 years, how could he give up just like that? Furthermore, if he gave up on the immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to obtain the world fruit. Sigh. The horizontal river primogenitor sighed and silently crushed a message token. The life force board told me that the life force is in the horizontal river star region. But where exactly is it? The immortal emperor didn't think that the horizontal river primogenitor would save him. What a joke. In order to save him, the immortal emperor would form an enmity with a peak-level emperor. It was a very unwise action. After all, he didn't have any relationship with the horizontal river primogenitor unless he gave the world fruit to the horizontal river primogenitor. However, the immortal emperor didn't wish to give up this fated opportunity. Secondly, he believed in the life force board and felt that there would definitely be a chance. A short moment later, the Blood Axe Emperor arrived too. Myriad Poison Emperor, what kind of wind blew you to the horizontal river star region? The Blood Axe Emperor also recognized the Myriad Poison Emperor. As the 19th Legion commander of the Undying Legion, the number of people the Blood Axe Emperor knew wasn't any lesser than the ancient horizontal river primogenitor. Blood Axe Emperor, you are also in the horizontal river star region. The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned. He might not believe that the horizontal river primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor would work together to deal with him, but he didn't feel safe. Especially when the immortal emperor was on the verge of death, he would definitely expose the world fruit. By then, the situation wouldn't be good. The Blood Axe Emperor chuckled and said, "Myriad Poison Emperor, I advise you to let the immortal emperor off." "Why? Are you threatening me?" The Myriad Poison Emperor glared at the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor shook his head. "I'm not threatening you. Do you know that the immortal emperor and an invincible emperor come from the same plane?" After living in the horizontal river star region for so many years, the Blood Axe Emperor knew a thing or two about the situation there. An invincible emperor. The Myriad Poison Emperor was shocked. It was very rare for an invincible emperor to kill a peak emperor in the universe, but at least it had happened before. For example, if an invincible emperor had many formidable techniques, he might be able to kill a peak emperor. The only exception would be if the peak emperor had even more life-saving techniques that were impossible to defend against. The Myriad Poison Emperor naturally had many life-saving techniques, but could he be certain? Did the enemy not have many techniques? If the enemy had a powerful entrapment technique, he wouldn't even be able to escape. All he could do was slowly grind to death. Could it be the Curse Heaven Monarch? The immortal emperor thought it was the Curse Heaven monarch. He and the Curse Heaven monarch hadn't met for millions of years. In terms of talent, he didn't think he was inferior to the Curse Heaven monarch. However, fortuitous encounters were hard to predict. Perhaps the Curse Heaven monarch had obtained a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the past millions of years and became an invincible emperor? I wonder which invincible emperor it is? The Myriad Poison Emperor frowned and asked the Blood Axe Emperor. The Blood Axe Emperor said, "Primordial Emperor. It's him. Damn it." The Myriad Poison Emperor's frown deepened. The Primordial Emperor was ranked 99th on the Emperor ranking. All the Emperors had seen it. It was impossible for him not to remember it. A top-ranked invincible emperor was indeed a huge threat to him. But to give up the world fruit just like that? No, so what if it's an invincible emperor? Can't I seek help from an invincible emperor? The Myriad Poison Emperor secretly crushed a message token. Who is this primordial emperor? Did something incredible happen in the past tens of thousands of years? Chapter 1004. After spending 30 years, Li Fuchen cultivated the sword lock to the perfection rank. Furthermore, his body had already condensed more than 10 million sword talismans. One had to know that only 3.6 million sword talismans were required to complete the sword lock of heaven and earth. Just as Li Fuchen was thinking of a way to redeem the Eye of the Sword God, a message token suddenly cracked open in his spatial ring. This was the message token that Ancestor Heng he had given him. It was worth 500 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if they were separated by more than half a universe, he could still send a message. However, it could only be sent once. The immortal Heavenly Lord is being pursued by a peak sovereign emperor, the Myriad Poison Sovereign Emperor? Li Fuchen raised his brows. The immortal Heaven Monarch and the Curse Heaven Monarch were definitely legends of the Deep Blue Plain. Back when Li Fuchen was in the Deep Blue Plain, he would often hear their names. Li Fuchen really wished to meet the immortal Heaven Monarch, and this was the perfect opportunity. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen spent 1,000 Elder Points to teleport from the Sword Brilliant City to the Sword Star City, then from the Sword Star City to the Divine Leaf City. The reason why a superpower was called a superpower was that it had teleportation arrays between its branches. A weaker power wouldn't have the financial resources or the means to do so. Near Blue Water City, the battle was still going on. Apart from Progenitor Hengi and the Arch Sanguine Axe, all the other City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs had sent out an avatar to watch the battle. If we include Eternal Emperor Immortal, then our horizontal river stellar region has 4 Eternal Emperors. Monarch Sanguine Axe isn't from our horizontal river stellar domain. That's 3 Imperial Lords. 3 Sovereign Emperors. Many astral regions don't even have a single Sovereign Emperor. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The Myriad Poison Emperor Lord's poison power was not strong in an instant, but it could last for a long time. As his immortal power was gradually depleted, the immortal Emperor Lord could feel that it was taking more and more of his immortal power to eliminate the poison power. Optimistically, in 300 years at most, his immortal power would be exhausted, and his immortal bloodline would wither. Immortal Emperor, if you know what's good for you, hand over that item and I can choose to spare your life. The Myriad Poison Emperor Lord sent a voice transmission to Immortal Emperor. You want the world fruit? In your dreams. I'd rather give it to Ancestor Heng he than to you. Immortal Emperor sneered. Don't force me. If you push me too far, I will hunt down your Tao companion, Heavenly Lord Blackdream, with all my might. The Myriad Poison Empyrean Lord threatened. You dare? Li Meng's master is Mount Qi's old ancestor. Immortal Imperial Lord's expression changed. He was truly afraid that the Myriad Venom's Imperial Lord would chase after his Tao companion, Heavenly Monarch Li Meng. Old Ancestor Qi Shan is not an invincible sovereign emperor. Why should I be afraid of him? Even if he is an invincible sovereign emperor, he still has to pay the price for offending me, the myriad poison sovereign emperor. The myriad poison Empyrean lord was really going all out. For the sake of the world fruit, he didn't mind offending an invincible Empyrean lord. Myriad poison emperor lord, do you really think that no one can deal with you? Let's see if you can still be so stubborn when Imperial Emperor Ung arrives. Immortal Imperial Lord firmly believed that Ung Imperial Lord was the source of life. His life plate was a supreme-grade secret treasure that had never failed him. Then I will wait for him. The myriad poisons emperor activated his poison energy and sent palm after palm strike at the immortal emperor. No need to wait, I'm coming. Right at this moment, a clear voice echoed from the end of the starry sky. A horrific chi presence suddenly descended and pressured the myriad poison sovereign. Invincible sovereign emperor. The myriad poison sovereign had an unpleasant expression as he didn't expect for the opposition to arrive so quickly. In front of everyone, a delicate and handsome youth walked out from the void. Imperial Emperor Ung. Heng He primogenitor smiled. Li Fuchen nodded. He was very grateful that Heng He primogenitor informed him. This was a favor that Li Fuchen would repay in the future. Imperial Emperor Ung, it has been a long time. The Blood Axe Emperor had a complicated expression. Li Fuchen's progress was too fast and he didn't know what identity he should use to face Li Fuchen. As Li Fuchen walked towards the Immortal Emperor and Myriad Poison Sovereign, he first looked at the Immortal Emperor. To be honest, Li Fuchen was rather surprised as he thought that the Immortal Emperor would have the strength of a high-class ruler. He didn't expect for the Immortal Emperor to only have the strength of a regular ruler. It wasn't an easy task for a regular ruler to fight with a peak-level ruler for such a long time. Immortal Emperor, I have heard of your achievements in the past and have always admired you. Li Fuchen smiled and said. The Immortal Emperor shook his head. I am merely born a few million years earlier than the Imperial Emperor Ung. I am not worthy of the Imperial Emperor's admiration. Li Fuchen didn't wish to be modest with the Immortal Emperor and asked, Immortal Emperor, why is the myriad poison sovereign pursuing you? The Immortal Emperor didn't hide anything and transmitted a message to explain. I obtained a fruit from the world tree in a ruin. I didn't expect for the myriad poison sovereign to see it, hence, he has been pursuing me for over 1,000 years. It is fortunate that I have a cardinal artifact called the Vitality Board. With the guidance of the Vitality Board, I intentionally escaped to the Heng He Star region. The fruit of the world tree? Li Fuchen raised his brows. This was a true cardinal treasure of the universe, and its value wasn't inferior to the leaves of the world tree. To a certain extent, it was even more precious than the leaves of the world tree, and was considered a priceless treasure. It seemed like the Immortal Emperor was also a fated person. Li Fuchen felt that the Immortal Emperor's luck was too good and wasn't any inferior to him. Li Fuchen shifted his eyes away from the Immortal Emperor and looked at the myriad poison sovereign. Get lost. Don't force me to make a move. Li Fuchen didn't place a peak-tier sovereign in his eyes. You. The myriad poison sovereign was nearly fuming with anger, and the poison chi on his body looked much denser. Why? You don't wish to leave? Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. If I leave like this, wouldn't I be disrespecting the Imperial Emperor Ung? I, the myriad poison sovereign, am willing to spar with you. The myriad poison sovereign wasn't willing to leave like this and gritted his teeth. All right, I hope you don't regret it. Li Fuchen had yet to kill a sovereign. The Chaos Metal Beast and the Chaos Silver Snake might have the combat strength of a sovereign, but they were too stupid and didn't have many moves. They weren't considered real sovereigns. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had just cultivated the sword lock to the perfection stage and was planning to find someone to test the power of the sword lock. The myriad poison sovereign was definitely a good opponent. Seeing that the duo was about to start a fight, everyone's eyes lit up. especially the horizontal river primogenitor and the blood axe sovereign. The two of them wanted to know the strength of Li Fuchen, who was ranked 99th on the emperor rankings, and the difference between them. In terms of qi presence, I am inferior to the primary emperor. But in terms of strength, I might not be inferior to him. The horizontal river primogenitor had always been very confident in himself. Many thanks, primary emperor. After expressing his thanks, the immortal emperor quickly retreated to the side. In the deathly silent starry sky, the myriad poison sovereign's qi presence clashed with Li Fuchen's qi presence. But it was obvious that the myriad poison sovereign's qi presence was withering and couldn't extend over Li Fuchen's qi presence. Primary Emperor, receive my move. The myriad poison sovereign was wearing a pair of transparent gloves. The gloves would only have green veins when the myriad poison sovereign exerted his strength. This pair of gloves had a dangerous but pleasant name. It was called Hidden Poison Thousand Net. It was a peak-grade supreme poison Dao weapon, and was forged from the Chaos Poison Silkworm's silk. The Hidden Poison Thousand Net wasn't just indestructible, it had horrific poison power. Regular heaven monarchs would be turned into ashes after a single touch. Regular emperors would also be poisoned, and would need to expend a lot of energy to neutralize the poison. The immortal emperor's immortal Dao was rather special, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape back to the horizontal river star region. The green palm prints were like green silkworm shadows that pounced at Li Fuchen. When facing the myriad poison sovereign's finishing move, Li Fuchen drew his sword and swung. A silver sword qi devoured the myriad poison sovereign. It is over just like that. The spectators were flabbergasted. They thought there was going to be a shocking battle. Putting aside the city lord-class heavenly monarchs, they were too far away from emperors and were just spectators. But the horizontal river primogenitor, the blood axe sovereign, and the immortal emperor were all emperors. They were rather surprised that Li Fuchen was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword. If Li Fuchen was able to trap the myriad poison sovereign in a single sword, didn't it mean that he could also trap the horizontal river primogenitor in a single sword? In the endless sea of swords, the myriad poison sovereign roared with rage and burst out with countless green palm prints that cleaved at the sea of swords. But after the sea of swords was impacted, it became even more berserk. The myriad poison sovereign was forced to retreat and was in a miserable state. How can this primary extreme emperor be so powerful? The myriad poison sovereign was regretting. He shouldn't have been careless. Li Fuchen was ranked 99th on the emperor rankings, and it was obvious that regular invincible emperors couldn't compare with him. I can only use one myriad poison pearl. The myriad poison sovereign took out a multicolored pearl from his spatial ring. This pearl was refined by him after roaming the universe for countless years and collecting countless venomous essences. The myriad poison sovereign opened his mouth and swallowed the myriad poison pearl. In the next moment, ferocious and surging poison power gathered from the myriad poison sovereign's body and poured into the hidden poison thousand net. Break! The myriad poison sovereign held his right wrist with his left hand and extended his right index finger. The tip of his index finger was filled with concentrated poison power and had a dreamy and chaotic luster. PFFF. A hole that was the size of a finger appeared in the sea of swords. The myriad poison sovereign seized the opportunity to enter the hole with a flash. Swish! In the outside world, the myriad poison sovereign appeared out of nowhere. No wonder he is so arrogant. Li Fuchen was rather astonished. His sword Sea Horizon's sealing ability was far superior to the sword lock of heaven and earth. In the Chaos Ruins, even the invincible Emperor, Ancestor Qing's soul, was trapped inside for a period of time. He had to activate his burst secret technique to escape. However, the sword Sea Horizon was just a sword move. After trapping the enemy, Li Fuchen couldn't enter. Once he entered, the sword Sea Horizon would lose its effect. Furthermore, the Sword Sea Horizon didn't have much power. Even if a regular emperor was trapped inside, they would need a long period of time to exhaust their power and bloodline before dying. Chapter 1005. Primary Extreme Emperor. If you are capable, receive my strongest move, Heart of Poison. The 10,000 poison treasure pearls power was still hidden in his body. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't wish to waste it and thrust his finger at Li Fuchen. Bring it on. Li Fuchen wanted to test the effects of the 10,000 calamity immortal body. He didn't dodge and was planning to use his body to resist. Use your body to resist my finger? The 10,000 poison emperor was startled at first before his face flashed with a sinister expression. Li Fuchen was too arrogant. He was a peak-level emperor, and with the 10,000 poison treasure pearl, he was able to burst out with the strength of an invincible emperor. When invincible emperors fought, apart from those invincible emperors who cultivated body refinement or those with formidable defensive cardinal artifacts and armors, no one would dare to use their body to resist the opponent's move. In the 10,000 poison emperor's opinion, his finger would definitely injure Li Fuchen. It might even poison Li Fuchen and greatly reduce his strength. Thinking up to here, the 10,000 poison emperor used an extremely minute amount of time to instigate more poison power into his finger. Finally, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger stabbed at Li Fuchen's chest. Crackle! There was a sound of bones breaking. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger was twisted in a strange way. He felt like a grasshopper that stepped on an iron plate and bounced back at a shocking speed. It was rather comical. How is this possible? After his finger recovered, the 10,000 poison emperor's face was a mix of green and red as he was bewildered. Not bad. Li Fuchen patted his chest. The 10,000 poison emperor's finger had only consumed a small portion of his calamity power, and Li Fuchen could instantly replenish it. If it was before the hand of calamity broke through, the 10,000 poison emperor's finger would have consumed at least 5% of his calamity power. After all, the 10,000 poison emperor's attack power was already at the level of an invincible emperor and wasn't inferior to the Green Soul ancestor. He must be a body refinement emperor. The 10,000 poison emperor didn't have any more battle intent. Wasn't it courting death to clash with an invincible emperor who cultivated the body refinement Tao? Using the body to resist the 10,000 poison emperor's attack? At this moment, even the horizontal river primogenitor had a change of expression. He believed that he wouldn't be able to use his body to withstand the myriad venom emperor's attack. Of course, he wouldn't give the myriad venom emperor a chance to hit his body. Empyrean Emperor Primal Twin is too powerful. The immortal emperor let out a breath of relief. Originally, he didn't think that Li Fuchen would be able to suppress the 10,000 poison emperor. It wasn't because he doubted Li Fuchen's strength, but he understood that the 10,000 poison emperor had lived for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of years and definitely had plenty of trump cards. If he encountered an invincible ruler, he might be able to contest. Li Fuchen's cultivation period was too short and his foundation was a shortcoming. After seeing how Li Fuchen easily withstood the myriad venom emperor's exposed trump card, the immortal emperor knew that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. Since Li Fuchen was ranked on the emperor rankings, it didn't matter if Li Fuchen had a trump card or not. Li Fuchen was still terrifying and wasn't someone a peak-tier emperor could challenge. Run! Without any hesitation, the myriad poison emperor lord turned into a wisp of illusory poisonous smoke and fled. As for the invincible sovereign emperor he had invited, it would take a long time for him to reach the horizontal river galaxy, so he could not count on him. Now you know how to run? Too bad it's too late. Li Fuchen brandished his sword, and a sword chi penetrated the illusory poison smoke. Puff! The illusory poison smoke was formless and formless, but when facing Li Fuchen's sword chi, it was useless. As fresh blood sprayed out, the myriad venom emperor lord's figure appeared. A single sword was able to erase so much of my power. The myriad venom Emperor Lord was appalled. To a heaven monarch, power was vitality. As long as the power wasn't exhausted, the vitality wouldn't be exhausted either. The myriad venom Emperor Lord calculated and knew that the power that was erased by Li Fuchen would need a few blinks of the eye to replenish. If Li Fuchen continuously attacked him, the recovery speed wouldn't be able to keep up with the consumption speed. After all, in a few blinks of the eye, Li Fuchen would be able to attack him multiple times. The myriad venom Emperor Lord held a talisman in his hand and was preparing to crush it. Sword lock heaven and earth. Li Fuchen wasn't going to give the myriad venom Emperor a chance. A large number of sword talismans were already set up in the surrounding void. With a single thought from Li Fuchen, 6 million sword talismans gathered together and formed a spherical space that was filled with sword talismans that enveloped the myriad venom Emperor Lord and Li Fuchen. Bang! After crushing the talisman, the myriad venom Emperor crashed into the sword lock heaven and earth barrier and bounced back. No! The myriad venom Emperor Lord panicked. The primal chaos teleportation talisman was his greatest reliance when facing invincible emperors. Once he crushed the primal chaos teleportation talisman, he would be able to teleport 100,000 light-years away. With his ability, he would be able to fly freely after 100,000 light-years. No matter how strong Li Fuchen was, it was impossible for him to catch up. Bang bang bang! The myriad venom Emperor Lord started to attack in a frenzy. The myriad venom pearl's poison power was still lingering in his body. When he blasted an all-out attack on the sword lock heaven and earth, a crack immediately appeared. But soon enough, the crack was mended. It is fortunate that I have enough sword talismans to replenish. Li Fuchen didn't set up 6 million sword talismans in the surrounding void. It was more than 10 million sword talismans. Every sword talisman that the myriad venom Emperor destroyed would be replenished with the same amount, leaving no gaps. Of course, Li Fuchen wasn't planning to allow the myriad venom Emperor Lord to attack the sword lock heaven and earth as he wished. Activating the origin return sword form, multiple sword forms were blasted at the myriad venom Emperor Lord. Boom boom boom! The myriad venom Emperor Lord vomited fresh blood and was in a miserable state. He didn't have the strength to continue attacking the sword lock heaven and earth. Origin Extreme Emperor, I am too arrogant. I will immediately leave the horizontal river star region and will never set foot in this place again. The myriad venom Emperor Lord started to beg for mercy. I said it before, it is too late. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he continued to attack the myriad venom Emperor Lord. Seeing that his power was dispersing like water, the myriad venom Emperor Lord put up a tough front and said, "Origin Extreme Emperor, don't go overboard. I am an elder of the Dark Council. If you kill me, the Dark Council will definitely do their best to hunt you down." Is that so? I would like to see how the Dark Council is going to hunt me down. Li Fuchen remained indifferent. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The myriad venom Emperor Lord's chi presence had weakened significantly. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than the myriad venom Emperor Lord. There might only be a difference of one level between peak stage emperors and invincible emperors, but invincible emperors were also divided into different levels. Li Fuchen was definitely one of the stronger invincible emperors, and it was obvious from his ranking on the emperor rankings. Half a month might not be considered short for ordinary people, but to everyone present it was too short. Everyone didn't leave and were quietly observing. Is there a helper? Li Fuchen's senses were extremely sharp. Just a moment ago, he sensed an extremely powerful chi presence flying over from the border of the horizontal river star region. A short moment later, the horizontal river primogenitor sensed it too. He turned his head with suspicion and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Without any sound or presence, a black door appeared in the starry sky and a figure walked out from the door. It was a handsome middle-aged man wearing a black coat. His body was emitting intense darkness chi presence. Apart from Li Fuchen, the horizontal river primogenitor, and the blood axe emperor, everyone else could only see a blurry black figure. They couldn't even see his appearance clearly. Sovereign King of Darkness. The horizontal river primogenitor had a grave expression. The Sovereign King of Darkness was ranked 62nd on the Emperor rankings, and his ranking was even higher than Li Fuchen. The horizontal river primogenitor didn't understand how the myriad venom emperor was able to invite the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness' arm expanded and instantly pierced through the sword lock and released the myriad venom emperor. Sovereign King of Darkness, many thanks. Seeing that the Sovereign King of Darkness had rushed over, the myriad venom emperor had a delighted expression. Myriad venom emperor, I am here for the world fruit. You will have to pay the price for lying to me. The Sovereign King of Darkness transmitted a message to the myriad venom emperor. The myriad venom emperor said, "How would I dare to lie to the Sovereign King of Darkness? The world fruit is with the immortal emperor, but the immortal emperor has a helper called the primary extreme emperor. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't arrive in time, I would have been killed." Primary extreme emperor, huh? The Sovereign King of Darkness frowned. The primary extreme emperor was ranked 99th and wasn't inferior to the Sovereign King of Darkness. The Sovereign King of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen and said, "Please give me some face and don't interfere in this matter." The Sovereign King of Darkness believed that he had some influence in the universe. "How much is your face worth?" A mere Sovereign King of Darkness wasn't enough to scare Li Fuchen. The Sovereign King of Darkness had overestimated himself. "Do you really want to oppose me?" The Sovereign King of Darkness stared at Li Fuchen and emitted massive pressure. "You can think so." Li Fuchen suddenly appeared beside the immortal emperor and brandished his sword to clash with the Sovereign King of Darkness. It turned out that the Sovereign King of Darkness' main body had silently arrived behind the immortal emperor and wanted to restrain the immortal emperor first. But who knew that Li Fuchen's senses were too sharp and could even see through the Sovereign King of Darkness clones. There was a sharp howl as the Sovereign King of Darkness activated his super ability. Swish! In an instant, all the clones of the City Lord-class Heaven Monarchs were shattered. The weaker Blood Axe Emperor felt dizzy and nearly lost his balance. The immortal Emperor was in an even worse state as he was bleeding from his 7 apertures and his consciousness was blank. The Hering-He primogenitor didn't seem to have any change in expression, but only the Hering-He primogenitor knew if he was affected. When the Sovereign King of Darkness activated the Darkness Howl, his primary target was naturally Li Fuchen. He didn't hope to injure Li Fuchen. As long as Li Fuchen was slightly slower, the Sovereign King of Darkness would be able to restrain the immortal Emperor. Perhaps I made the wrong choice. If I chose the Eye of the Sword God, it would be much more effective than the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth. The Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth was mainly used against existences below invincible monarchs. If the Sovereign King of Darkness didn't come, Li Fuchen was confident he could eliminate the Myriad Poison Emperor. But the Eye of the Sword God was different. The original version of the Eye of the Sword God would only be able to injure a P-class ruler's Saint Spirit. Li Fuchen reckoned that it would be able to affect a P-class ruler's consciousness, but it wouldn't be effective against invincible monarchs. However, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was much stronger than regular monarchs. With the Eye of the Sword God in his hands, he would be able to exhibit greater power, and it wouldn't be a problem to affect invincible monarchs. It was just the right time to fight against the Sovereign King of Darkness. There isn't any wrong choice. Even without the Eye of the Sword God, I still have an advantage against the Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuchen waved his hand and a sphere of sword light enveloped the immortal Emperor before sending him far away. As for the immortal Emperor's Darkness Howl, it was useless against Li Fuchen. Seeing the situation, the Sovereign King of Darkness had a dark expression and said to the Myriad Poison Emperor, "You go deal with the immortal Emperor. Leave him to me." "Yes." the myriad poison emperor lunged at the immortal emperor. Chapter 1006. Crackle. Li Fuchen and the Sovereign of Darkness were in an intense battle. Within a few light years, the starry sky was shattered like a mirror before exploding into a paste. The scene was rather horrifying. After one day, Li Fuchen was only at a slight disadvantage, and neither side was able to hurt the other. Dark World. After roughly understanding Li Fuchen's strength, the Sovereign of Darkness activated his innate ability, Dark World. In an instant, a world that was filled with endless darkness descended and enveloped Li Fuchen. The Dark World again? On the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen had witnessed Wang Heilung's Darkness Bone Frame divine ability, Darkness Sky Canopy. It was the embryonic form of the Darkness World, and it had yet to form the Darkness World source. It was just a field formed by the power of darkness, and its power was billions of times weaker than the true Darkness World. When Li Fuchen was adventuring with the Night Devil team in the ancient Stone Star region, he had witnessed the true world of darkness from the Bloodlust Sacred Lord. The Dark World had already formed the origin of the Dark World, and the dark creatures had been born. These dark creatures were endless, and as long as the Dark World could be maintained, the dark creatures would never be able to be killed. On the other hand, the Sovereign of Darkness was an unrivaled emperor, and his world of darkness was thousands of times stronger than Sacred Lord Bloodlust's. There was a sharp howl. As Li Fuchen was enveloped by the world of darkness, two dark figures attacked Li Fuchen. Bang bang, after exchanging moves with one of them, Li Fuchen realized that the two dark figures were actually invincible emperors. The King of Darkness's voice transmitted from all directions. It seems like you have already discovered that their power is at the invincible sovereign emperor's level. If you count me in, you will have 3 invincible sovereign emperors. Are you sure you want to continue fighting? If 3 invincible sovereign emperors joined hands, none of the invincible sovereign emperors ranked higher than the King of Darkness would be able to deal with them. How would we know if we don't try? If there were 3 sovereign kings of darkness, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to deal with them. However, these 2 darkness creatures only had the strength of regular invincible emperors. Even the Green Soul Ancestor was inferior. Boom boom boom. During the battle, Li Fuchen, who was at a slight disadvantage previously, was now in an absolute disadvantage. Dark World Claw. Even in the boundless darkness, the King of Darkness's claw still gave people a feeling of boundless darkness. Bang! This claw viciously struck Li Fuchen's chest. Any other invincible eternal emperor would probably have their ribs torn apart by this claw. But when the Sovereign of Darkness made contact with Li Fuchen's chest, he felt as though he was grabbing onto an indestructible piece of metal. His claw was in pain from the vibrations. Body refining Tao? Something's not right. The body tempering Tao is not that exaggerated. Among the invincible sovereign emperors, only the Black Dragon Primogenitor and a few others have such terrifying physical defenses. The Sovereign of Darkness didn't attack anymore and simply asked the 2 dark creatures to stall Li Fuchen. As expected of the King of Darkness, his offensive power surpassed the 10,000 Poisons Emperor Monarch by too much. The 10,000 Venom Emperor had activated his trump card and increased his attack power to the level of an invincible ruler, but he had only exhausted a tiny portion of Li Fuchen's calamity power. The Sovereign of Darkness all-out attack had exhausted a wisp of Li Fuchen's calamity power. One was minuscule while the other was a wisp. The latter was about 100 times more powerful than the former, so the difference was quite big. Of course, it didn't matter if it was the former or the latter, Li Fuchen would be able to instantly replenish the exhausted calamity power. Primary Extreme Emperor, I admit that I can't do anything to you. But it is enough to trap you for a period of time. The Sovereign of Darkness laughed heartily and lunged at the immortal Emperor. In the world of darkness, his speed was increased by several times, while Li Fuchen's speed was reduced by several times. With the disparity, the Sovereign of Darkness wouldn't be able to stop the Sovereign of Darkness. In your dreams. After activating the calamity power, Li Fuchen's speed increased drastically and instantly obstructed the Sovereign of Darkness. How is this possible? This time, the Sovereign of Darkness was shocked. Why wasn't Li Fuchen affected by the world of darkness at all? His senses weren't affected, even his speed wasn't affected. How could the Sovereign of Darkness know that Li Fuchen's calamity power could disregard all laws? At least at the Emperor level, the calamity power wouldn't be restricted. Furthermore, after the Hand of Calamity reached the middle level, Li Fuchen's defense didn't just increase by several times. His speed had also increased by several times. Immortal Emperor, you better hand over the world fruit to me first. Li Fuchen knew that this wasn't a solution and transmitted a message to the Immortal Emperor. All right. The Immortal Emperor nodded. He and the 10,000 Venoms Emperor were also enveloped in the world of darkness. However, the 10,000 Venoms Emperor could see the Sovereign of Darkness, but the Sovereign of Darkness couldn't see or sense anything. After seeing the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen repelled the Sovereign of Darkness with a palm strike and turned to the Immortal Emperor's side. Here. The Immortal Emperor handed over a giant fruit with resplendent patterns to Li Fuchen. No! The Sovereign of Darkness was anxious and turned into a black pillar of light that blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen kept the world fruit calmly and forcefully endured the Sovereign of Darkness' all-out attack. Break! Li Fuchen released the calamity power and tore the world of darkness apart. He then pulled the Immortal Emperor and flew out. The world of darkness vanished and the Sovereign of Darkness looked at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Sovereign of Darkness, the item is with me. Come and snatch it if you are capable. Li Fuchen said nonchalantly. Good, very good. This time, I, the Sovereign of Darkness, am defeated. The Sovereign of Darkness was extremely regretful and regretted that he was too careless. If he had executed the world of darkness right from the start and he could stall Li Fuchen while the two dark creatures restrained the Immortal Emperor, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. It could only be said that he was too confident in the world of darkness. However, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't know that even if he did so, he might not be able to restrain the Immortal Emperor. Li Fuchen's spirit soul force wasn't obstructed in the world of darkness. If Li Fuchen detected the Sovereign of Darkness's intention, he would definitely protect the Immortal Emperor and ask the Immortal Emperor to give the world fruit to Li Fuchen in advance. However, if I, the Sovereign of Darkness, can't obtain it, you can forget about obtaining it. Hung He Primogenitor, Blood Axe Emperor, do you know why I am here? The Sovereign of Darkness looked at the Hung He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor. Why are you here? The Blood Axe Emperor had already guessed that the Immortal Emperor definitely had some cardinal artifact, but he didn't know what it was. The Sovereign of Darkness pointed at Li Fuchen and said, "The world fruit is with him. I am here for the world fruit." To be honest, the Sovereign of Darkness didn't wish to expose the world fruit either. If he relied on the Dark Council's power to suppress an unrivaled emperor like Li Fuchen, it was still possible. However, Li Fuchen also had the Swordsman Guild behind him. As such, Li Fuchen would become everyone's target. World fruit. The Hung He Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor's eyes contracted. The world fruit was the fruit of the world tree. It contained mystical world laws and was very helpful to the cultivation of emperors. In comparison, the leaves of the world tree might be precious, but the world laws contained within were inferior to the world fruit. Primary Extreme Emperor, do you really have the world fruit? The Hung He Primogenitor asked. Li Fuchen didn't admit or deny it. He said to the Sovereign of Darkness, "Such a sinister method. It is a pity that it is destined to be futile." The Sovereign of Darkness chuckled and said, "The world fruit is very troublesome. Keep it well. Let's go." Chapter 1007. After the Monarch of Darkness and the Myriad Poison Emperor Lord left, the Horizontal River Primogenitor and the Blood Axe Emperor Lord looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen nodded and said, The world fruit is indeed with me, but the two of you better not have any ideas. In the future, I might discuss with the immortal Emperor Lord to let the two of you comprehend it. Right now, he definitely wouldn't let the horizontal river primogenitor and the blood axe Emperor Lord comprehend it. Origin Extreme Emperor, don't worry. I, the horizontal river primogenitor, won't do foolish things. The horizontal river primogenitor felt that if he transmitted a message to Li Fuchen wouldn't forget this favor. The Blood Axe Emperor also said, Origin Extreme Emperor, the world fruit and the world leaf are one. We can exchange and comprehend it later. The world leaf might not contain world laws as profound as the world fruit, but it was still a part of the world tree. It would also be beneficial to the Emperor's cultivation. Li Fuchen nodded and didn't say anything. After chatting for a while, both sides separated. Origin Extreme Emperor, this world fruit shall be kept by you from now on. I can't keep it with me either. The immortal Emperor suggested. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I will temporarily keep it for you. But before that, I still need to use the world fruit to increase my cultivation level. That's right. Why don't we go to the deep blue plain? It is the safest there. The immortal Emperor said. Deep blue plain, after a few centuries, the sword sect had great changes. There weren't just more law phase realm emperors, there were also a few more saints. As Li Fuchen's disciple, Wu Zhuo was the first to step into the saints' realm. The second was Shangguan Yu, the third was the Safflower Empress, and the fourth was the Vacant Mountain Emperor. To be honest, the Vacant Mountain Emperor was already over 2,000 years old. It was fortunate that he had all sorts of resources and artifacts to extend his lifespan, allowing him to maintain his body at a relatively peak condition. As for the fifth person to step into the saint's realm, it was none other than Li Fuchen's father, Li Tianhan. Originally, with Li Tianhan's innate perception, his limit in this lifetime would be the Earth Shatter realm. However, Li Fuchen had repeatedly changed his parents' fates and forcefully upgraded their bone frames to the 9-star level. He had also used up plenty of resources and artifacts to increase perception, increase cultivation, and change the physique. 10 years ago, after consuming some of the Divine Leaf's sap, Li Tianhan was blessed and naturally stepped into the saint's realm. As for Li Fuchen's mother, Xin Yuyan, and sister, Li Fuxiang, they were still at the peak level of Law Phase realm, but they weren't far from the Soul Merge realm. With the Immortal Emperor's agreement, Li Fuchen gathered a small group of people to comprehend the world fruit. For example, the Myriad Image Sword Saint, Mystic Deep Sword Saint, a portion of the Sword Sex Saints, and of course, Yan Qingwu. Li Fuchen didn't consider allowing those below saints to comprehend the world fruit. The world law contained in the world fruit was too high level, and the level was too low. It was impossible to comprehend anything. In fact, it would be hard for ordinary saints to comprehend anything. It would all depend on their own fate. It's been a long time since I've returned, but the deep blue plain is still so amiable. The Immortal Emperor strolled around the deep blue plain before returning to the Sword Sect. Immortal Emperor, let's start to comprehend the world fruit. Li Fuchen said. All right. The Immortal Emperor nodded. After gathering everyone together, Li Fuchen executed the sword lock to seal this area of time and space. Li Fuchen then took out the world fruit. The world fruit could be big or small. In order to allow everyone to sense it more clearly, Li Fuchen made the world fruit the size of a star and made it float high in the air. The Immortal Emperor and Li Fuchen sat on the world fruit to comprehend, while the others stayed below to comprehend. The world fruit was indeed the world fruit. Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art had already reached the Starfield class, but he was still able to comprehend the world law. Let's increase the Void Tao to the Saint first. Li Fuchen gave up on comprehending the Sword Tao and started to study the Void Tao. Perhaps it was because he had already accumulated enough for the Void Tao and was just lacking an opportunity. Li Fuchen took just 1 month to increase the Void Tao to the Saint. After reaching the saint's level, the void Tao was naturally fused with the time Tao, allowing the power to increase again. If the void Tao or time Tao was only at the level of a first-grade heaven lord, when fused, it would reach the level of a city lord and was comparable with the radiant sword Tao. This is the city lord class time and space Tao? Li Fuchen felt that the world had become mystical, lively, and lively. Time acceleration. Li Fuchen waved his hand and enveloped everyone below with the power of time and space. Without anyone knowing, the time around them was accelerated by 1,000 times. It also meant that one day in the outside world was equivalent to 1,000 days here. It is a pity that regular saints have a limited lifespan and cannot accelerate too much. If there wasn't a lifespan limit, Li Fuchen could activate the prismatic stone mother and accelerate the time for everyone below by 10,000 times. However, regular saints would only have a lifespan of 100,000 years or at most a few 100,000 years. If it was accelerated by 10,000 times, their lifespan would be exhausted in 10 years or a few dozen years. It wasn't worth it. After dispersing the power of time and space, Li Fuchen stood up. He was preparing to make a trip back to the Sword Brilliant City to learn the Eye of the Sword God. As for the world fruit, it was indeed beneficial for Emperor's cultivation, but it wasn't something that could be obtained in a short period of time. If Li Fuchen's primary extreme sword art was at the mid-stage of Starfield class, he would need to comprehend the world fruit for at least 10,000 years to improve it to the late stage. This was already a low estimate. If it was someone else, it wouldn't take 10,000 years to improve their martial art from the mid-stage of Starfield class to the late stage. Even 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years weren't enough. However, it was mainly because Li Fuchen was an invincible emperor and his cultivation technique had also reached the Starfield class. If Li Fuchen was like the immortal emperor and his cultivation technique hadn't reached the Starfield class, he would be able to increase his cultivation technique rank first. That way, the time required would be reduced by several times. Everyone was very safe in the sword lock of heaven and earth, hence, Li Fuchen left immediately. At the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen cut off a large piece of low-grade fire element crystal and exchanged it for Elder Points. He then used the Elder Points to redeem the Eye of the Sword God. The Eye of the Sword God was a spiritual awareness attack secret technique. It was separated into 3 grades. The low grade could injure the saint spirit of regular emperors, the mid grade could injure the saint spirit of high-class emperors, and the high grade could injure the saint spirit of peak-class emperors. The redeeming price was 150,000 Elder Points. 1 month later, Li Fuchen cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the 2nd grade. As expected, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. At the place where the spiritual awareness attack was tested in the Sword Brilliant City, Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God displayed power that could injure peak-class Emperor's saint spirit. It also meant that if he cultivated the Eye of the Sword God to the high grade, he might be able to injure the invincible Emperor's saint spirit. Half a year later, Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God reached the mid-grade. The current spiritual awareness attack was enough to injure peak-class Emperor's saint spirit. 9 years later, the Eye of the Sword God reached the high grade. As compared to the Sword Lock of Heaven and Earth, the Eye of the Sword God is too easy to cultivate. Chapter 1008. Primary Extreme Emperor, you have a world fruit with you. On this day, the Origin Bright Sword Ancestor saw Li Fuchen and asked. Li Fuchen nodded. It has already been spread? He didn't need to guess to know that the news was spread by the Sovereign of Darkness. Most of the emperors know about it now. You have to be careful in the future. The Origin Bright Sword Ancestor had thoughts about the world fruit, but he wouldn't force Li Fuchen to share it. I will. Li Fuchen wasn't too worried. Firstly, the world fruit wasn't a supreme cardinal artifact that would cause a bloodbath. Secondly, it didn't matter even if most of the emperors knew about it. With his strength, unless he was surrounded by multiple invincible emperors, he wouldn't be in any danger. Once Li Fuchen left, 2 men and a woman walked over. From their chi presences, they were all invincible emperors. Origin bright sword ancestor, you should let him share the world fruit. One of them was wearing yellow clothes and had a domineering chi presence without eyebrows. Imperial monarch Feng Hua, if you have the world fruit and I force you to share it, would you be willing? The Origin bright sword ancestor asked. Imperial monarch Feng Hua frowned. It doesn't matter if I am willing or not, I should share it. You can talk to the primary extreme emperor personally. The armored female invincible emperor didn't like Imperial monarch Feng Hua and Ma. The only one who didn't say anything and had an extremely cold chi presence said, we can pay him some elder points as long as he is willing to share the world fruit. The female invincible emperor went silent and felt that the suggestion wasn't bad. The Origin bright sword ancestor said, wait first. He will definitely use the world fruit first. We will discuss with him when he is almost done. He had been stuck at this level for countless years. The world fruit was definitely an opportunity for him to continue improving. All right. Everyone nodded. They could afford to wait as their lifespan was endless anyway. Dark Parliament, one of the Class 1 branches. The Dark Soul primogenitor was an elder with a terrifying chi presence. He said to the King of Darkness with dissatisfaction, you shouldn't leak the news of the world fruit so early. It won't be too late to leak it when the Dark Parliament can't handle it. He greatly desired the world fruit. His battle prowess was actually inferior to that of the King of Darkness. What was truly terrifying about him was his soul path techniques. The King of Darkness said, even I cannot break through his defense. It is comparable to the Black Dragon primogenitor and the others. Unless the Dark Council sends 10 odd invincible sovereign emperors, it will cause a huge commotion. The Swordsman Guild will not sit idly by. The Dark Soul progenitor said, I don't need a dozen invincible imperial emperors. I only need 2 invincible imperial emperors to defeat Emperor Primal Extreme. He didn't dare say that he could kill an invincible sovereign emperor. It was almost impossible to kill an invincible sovereign emperor, especially one with such a powerful defense. Are you sure you only need 2? The King of Darkness was still skeptical. He had witnessed his opponent's soul path techniques, and they were really powerful. But they weren't powerful enough to make an invincible sovereign emperor ranked at the top lose his fighting prowess. The Dark Soul progenitor smiled smugly. In the past few million years, I've created a new Soul Dao secret art. If you're worried, you can try it yourself. All right. The King of Darkness was very confident in himself. Plus, he had cultivated an inferior-grade Soul Dao defense secret art and a supreme-grade Soul Consciousness defense secret art. Be careful. The Dark Soul progenitor's eyes spun like whirlpools. In the next moment, the King of Darkness felt the entire world spin. This is... Without realizing it, the King of Darkness fell into a terrifying world. In this world, he couldn't move at all. He could only drift with the flow. He couldn't use any power in his body. He was like an ordinary person. Is this the new soul path secret art the other has created? The King of Darkness sucked in a breath of cold air. His spiritual consciousness defense layer and soul power defense layer didn't have much of an effect. If he was in a battle, he would be in a dire situation. How is it? Soon, the King of Darkness left the terrifying world. In front of him was a smiling Dark Soul progenitor. What happened? The King of Darkness asked. The Dark Soul progenitor explained, actually, your main body didn't fall into the soul world. It was your spirit soul that fell into the soul world. You dragged my spirit soul into the soul world? The King of Darkness broke out in a cold sweat. If his spirit soul couldn't come out, wouldn't he be dead? The Dark Soul progenitor said, I don't have such capability. Your spirit soul is still in your main body. I merely prevented your spirit soul from contacting your main body temporarily. Furthermore, the soul world isn't perfect yet. It can't trap your spirit soul for a long time. Even 1 or 2 breaths are enough. An invincible ruler that had lost consciousness and an invincible ruler that had consciousness were 2 different concepts. The invincible ruler would lose a lot of physical defenses. Most importantly, they were able to seize Li Fuchen's spatial ring within 1 or 2 breaths. At the thought of this, the King of Darkness felt a little regretful. If he knew that the Dark Soul Progenitor had this ability, he wouldn't have spread the news about the world fruit. He was simply shooting himself in the foot. Horizontal River Star Region, 3 figures silently appeared near the Divine Leaf City. Wait, he will definitely come to the Divine Leaf City. The King of Darkness had already found out everything about Li Fuchen. As long as I can obtain the world fruit, it is worth waiting for 10,000 years. The one speaking was a white-haired elder with a haggard face. He emitted a chi presence that wasn't any weaker than the King of Darkness and the Dark Soul Progenitor. If someone knew him, they would definitely recognize that the white-haired elder was Ancestor Deadwood, who was ranked 257th on the Emperor Lord rankings. Let's wait. I have already set up plenty of soul awareness in the radius of a few hundred light years. The Dark Soul Progenitor sat down cross-legged. Deep blue plain, on the world fruit, Li Fuchen's comprehension was getting deeper. Many unimaginable inspirations appeared in his mind. What he had to do was to link these inspirations together and fuse them into his sword Dao. Time elapsed quickly and 200 years passed by in a flash. In the first 100 years, his mother, Shen Yuyan, and sister, Li Fuxiang, had finally stepped into the saint's realm. In the next 100 years, his adopted sister, Li Xiaodai, had also stepped into the saint's realm. Right now, Li Fuchen's loved ones had all become saints and had lifespans of more than 100,000 years. Once they became saints, it would be much easier to progress. However, the one with the greatest improvement was still Yan Qingwu. After comprehending the world law for 200 years, Yan Qingwu's strength had a drastic improvement and she had stepped into the Sacred Lord realm. As compared to regular saints, Sacred Lords had a much longer lifespan and could easily live for a few million years. The Wolfman incarnation is in trouble. On this day, Li Fuchen frowned and flashed out of the sword lock. He rushed out of the deep blue plain and flew towards the Divine Leaf City. He is here. In the depths of the spatial zone near the Divine Leaf City, the Dark Soul Progenitor opened his eyes. World of Darkness. Tree World's Descent. In an instant, a world of darkness and a world filled with trees enveloped the radius of a few thousand light years. Sovereign King of Darkness. Li Fuchen's voice was majestic, and even the world power couldn't stop it. Primary Extreme Emperor, we meet again. The Sovereign King of Darkness voice was everywhere. It seems like you are rather confident this time. I wonder who gave you such confidence. Li Fuchen swept a glance at the Dark Soul Progenitor and the Deadwood Ancestor. Kill. The Sovereign King of Darkness didn't even bother speaking with Li Fuchen. He and the 2 dark creatures surrounded Li Fuchen. It wasn't over yet. From all directions, there were vines that emitted eternal chi presence that wrapped around Li Fuchen. Break. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and was only able to sever a few dozen vines. It was obvious that these vines were very tough. With the interference of the Sovereign King of Darkness, Li Fuchen wasn't able to sever all the vines at once. Bind. Seeing the situation, the Deadwood Ancestor formed a seal with both hands and wrapped more vines at Li Fuchen. This person is probably the Dark Parliament's Deadwood Ancestor. Li Fuchen recognized the Deadwood Ancestor. However, Li Fuchen didn't panic at all. He pushed the calamity power to the limits and swung his hand blade to sever all the vines. One of the dark creatures was sent flying, and even the world of darkness and the tree world were slashed open. When the hand of calamity reached the middle stage, its power had surpassed the sword Dao's strength. Otherwise, the owner of the Hand of God wouldn't have been able to dominate the universe. However, it was mainly related to the calamity power's characteristic. It was born with the attribute to destroy everything. This is the hand of God. The dark soul primogenitor's voice was filled with shock and sharpness. What is the hand of God? The sovereign king of darkness and the deadwood ancestor looked at the dark soul primogenitor. Among the trio, the dark soul primogenitor knew the most. There was once a ruthless demigod called the Undying God. His unique absolute art is called the Hand of God. It is said that when the Hand of God reaches the highest rank, it can form the undying body. The calamity power can destroy everything. When used with the gloves of undying, he is almost invincible among the demigods. But later on, during a great calamity, he was still surrounded and killed by over a dozen top-notch demigod. The dark soul primogenitor explained. A top-notch demigod's absolute art? The sovereign king of darkness and the deadwood ancestor's eyes lit up. The hand of God sounded very incredible. If they could learn it, wouldn't they be able to dominate the universe and compete with demigods? We must capture him. Only by capturing him can we extract his memories. The dark soul primogenitor had a frenzied expression, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to capture Li Fuchen by himself. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to tell the duo about the hand of God. Capture him. The sovereign king of darkness and the deadwood ancestor also had frenzied eyes. Soul world. The dark soul primogenitor executed his strongest soul Dao secret technique at Li Fuchen. Soul world. Soul Dao secret technique? Li Fuchen was very sensitive to soul power wave. Interesting. Chapter 1009. The dark soul primogenitor thought he could trap Li Fuchen's spirit soul into the soul world. But in the blink of the eye, the dark soul primogenitor was shocked. The soul world, that had always been successful, had immediately melted when encountering Li Fuchen's spirit soul. It was like snow encountering the sun. What class is his spirit soul? The dark soul primogenitor believed that his spirit soul was already at the limits of a ruler. Unless... The dark soul primogenitor thought of a possibility. Unless Li Fuchen's spirit soul reached the demigod level. It wasn't impossible, as there were plenty of fated opportunities in the universe. Was the difference between a ruler and a demigod really just a difference in cultivation level? The ancient dark soul primogenitor already knew that the difference between a ruler and a demigod was a demigod artifact. Only by possessing a demigod artifact for a long time and receiving the baptism of the demigod artifact's power, a ruler would be able to step into the demigod realm. The dark soul primogenitor guessed that the god of immortality must have left behind a demigod artifact shard for Li Fuchen to step into the demigod realm first. As for a complete demigod artifact, it shouldn't be possible. Back then, the gloves of immortality were obtained by 2 elite demigods, and it was impossible for Li Fuchen to obtain it. Furthermore, if Li Fuchen obtained a complete demigod artifact, even if it wasn't for a long time, his body would still have demigod power. The 3 of them combined wouldn't be enough to crush Li Fuchen. Demigod artifact shard. The dark soul primogenitor's breathing became erratic. In the universe, there was only one place that could obtain demigod artifacts and shards. It was the battlefield of gods. But the battlefield of gods was too dangerous. Even a demigod would be in extreme danger. Anyone below the demigod level would definitely die. Only those invincible rulers who had lived for countless years and thought they had lived long enough would choose to enter the battlefield of gods. Of course, there was another way to become a demigod. It was to be bestowed a demigod artifact by a demigod. 90% of the demigods had become demigods this way. However, it was dangerous for demigods to enter the battlefield of gods too. Demigods weren't that foolish to risk their lives to bestow demigod artifacts to others. Normally, even if a demigod wanted to enter the battlefield of God, they would wait for countless years before teaming up with a demigod they were on good terms with. This way, the invincible sovereign emperors would have to wait for a long time to obtain a half-divine tool. Furthermore, a demigod who obtained a second half-divine tool might not necessarily give the first one. The more half-divine tools there were, the better. No one would complain about having too many. Soul World is only a soul Dao illusion technique used to confuse the soul. It's not very powerful. I don't believe that my Dark Soul Blade can't deal with you. The Dark Soul Primogenitor still didn't believe that Li Fuchen had a demigod spirit soul. Perhaps Li Fuchen had some Soul Dao cardinal artifact that could resist Soul Dao illusion art. From the Dark Soul Primogenitor's left eye, an invisible black saber light flew out and cleaved at Li Fuchen. Bang! Before the black saber light could even make contact with Li Fuchen's spirit soul, it had already exploded. What? The Dark Soul Progenitor exclaimed. What happened? The King of Darkness and Forefather Withered Wood looked at the Dark Soul Progenitor. Attack together. The Dark Soul Progenitor's face turned ashen. There were two possibilities. The first possibility was that Li Fuchen's spirit soul had reached the demigod level. The second possibility was that Li Fuchen had an extremely incredible Soul Dao cardinal artifact. It was fortunate that apart from his incredible Soul Dao secret technique, his combat strength was also at the invincible Sovereign Emperor level. With the addition of the King of Darkness's two dark creatures, they had 5 invincible Sovereign Emperors. It wasn't impossible to take down Li Fuchen. Courtesy demands reciprocity. It is now your turn to witness my spiritual awareness attack secret technique. Li Fuchen activated the Eye of the Sword God at the trio. The invisible eyes were like sword lights that pierced at the trio's saint spirits. The Withered Wood ancestor grunted and bled from his 7 orifices. The King of Darkness was slightly better, but his face was also pale. The Dark Soul Progenitor was the only one that wasn't affected. Right now, the Dark Soul Progenitor eliminated one of the two possibilities. Li Fuchen didn't have a Soul Dao cardinal artifact and his spirit soul was definitely a demigod's spirit soul. Otherwise, the saint spirits wouldn't be so powerful. Again, Li Fuchen continued to activate the Eye of the Sword God. Soon enough, the Withered Wood ancestor couldn't withstand it anymore. He might have cultivated a peak-grade Supreme Spiritual Awareness Defense Secret Technique and a low-grade Soul Dao Defense Secret Technique, but Li Fuchen's Eye of the Sword God was activated too frequently. Damn it, why didn't he use the Spiritual Awareness Attack Secret Technique previously? The King of Darkness was confused and angry. Let's retreat. The Dark Soul Progenitor had to admit that this operation had failed. Li Fuchen was much more terrifying than they imagined. Not only did he have incredible physical defense, but he also had a demigod spirit soul that was nearly flawless. Over a dozen invincible sovereign emperors might not be able to take down Li Fuchen even if they worked together. There was only hope if the top 10 emperors made a move. However, there was only one top 10 invincible emperor in the Dark Parliament and he was currently exploring a ruin. It was reckoned that he would only come out after a long period of time. It is fortunate that I have cultivated the Eye of the Sword God, otherwise, I will have to continue being entangled. After the trio left, Li Fuchen said to himself. After entering the Divine Leaf City, Li Fuchen used the Swordsman Guild's teleportation array to teleport to the Sword Star City. He then teleported from the Sword Star City to the Sword Brilliant City. Finally, he used the Sword Brilliant City to teleport to another Class 1 branch, the Black Sword City. The Black Sword City was located in the Superstar region, the Black Flame Star region. The Wolfman incarnation was currently trapped in a ruin in the Black Flame Star region. The Towerwood Ruins was the lowest-ranked ruin in the Black Flame Star region. But even the lowest-ranked ruin was rather dangerous for City Lord-class Heavenly Monarchs. The Towerwood Ruins were white buildings, and there were plenty of withered plants twining around the buildings. Of course, most of the Towerwood Ruins were hidden in the depths of the endless time and space. It was impossible to see from the outside. After entering the Towerwood Ruins, Li Fuchen headed deeper with rapid speed. Not good, there are too many Towerwood insects. There should be at least 10 million. Are we going to die in the Towerwood Ruins? At the periphery of the Tower Wood ruins was a massive garden with plenty of fountains. A group of people were trapped near the fountains, and there was a layer of golden light enveloping them. Through the golden light, one could see that there was only one ruler in the group, and it was just a regular ruler. The rest were only City Lord class heavenly monarch. The thing that was emitting the golden light to protect everyone was a large golden seal that was suspended in mid-air. Monarch Golden Light, what should we do? A City Lord class heavenly monarch asked anxiously. Monarch Golden Light frowned and said, "My golden light seal can only resist for 2 hours at most. After 2 hours, I will barely be able to protect myself." A single Tower Wood insect was very weak. Only the venom that they spat out was very corrosive. But if there were more than 10,000 of them, they would pose a threat to City Lord class heavenly monarchs. If there were 1,000,000 of them, it would be enough to kill any City Lord class heavenly monarchs. If there were 10,000,000 of them, even a ruler would be in danger. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Countless venoms sprayed on the golden light, and the golden light was visibly thinning. Extinguish. Monarch Golden Light shot out a beam of golden light at the Tower Wood insects from time to time. But the Tower Wood insects gathered together and naturally formed a layer of energy. This beam of golden light only killed a few hundred Tower Wood insects. "Husband, you'd better escape by yourself. If you stay, we will all die together," the female heavenly monarch who had been accompanying Monarch Golden Light said bitterly. "I will not abandon you." Monarch Golden Light gritted his teeth and persisted. She was his cultivation partner. The two had known each other for millions of years and had a very deep relationship. However, as the golden light gradually thinned and the number of Tower Wood insects increased, Monarch Golden Light began to despair. He was now faced with two choices. One was to hold on, and the other was to abandon these City Lord class heavenly monarchs and escape alone. There were not too many Tower Wood insects at the moment. With his strength, he still had some confidence in escaping. The former could certainly win him support, but if he lost his life, it would be useless. But he could not abandon his cultivation partner. It was also not very likely that he could escape with his cultivation partner. After all, it would be difficult for him to escape alone. "If I die, let's die together." Monarch Golden Light decided to stay and die with his cultivation partner. It was actually not bad to die with the person he loved. After making up his mind, he felt much more relaxed. There was only a trace of the golden light left. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Only Monarch Golden Light and his cultivation partner held hands and looked at each other with a smile. "Husband, I hope to meet you again in the next life." In the next life I will become stronger. I will not let anything hurt you. Trust me." "I trust you." The two were ready and looked up at the sky full of Tower Wood insects. Poof! At this moment, a sword light flashed. 99% of the Tower Wood insects that covered the sky were suddenly reduced. There were only a few 100,000 Tower Wood insects left, which was nothing to worry about. Everyone who had been prepared to die was stunned and speechless. That sword light just now? So powerful! One sword light killed tens of millions of Tower Wood insects. After a moment of silence, everyone was excited and discussed. "Husband." The female Heavenly Lord looked at Monarch Golden Light. Among everyone present, perhaps only her husband could guess the strength of the sword light's owner. Monarch Golden Light said excitedly, "It's an invincible emperor." "That's right, it must be an invincible emperor." The Pagoda Wood ruins was the lowest-ranked ruin. To an invincible imperial emperor, it posed no danger at all. At most, it would cause some trouble. Moreover, Imperial Emperor Golden Light had once seen an invincible imperial emperor. That invincible imperial emperor's aura wasn't as strong as this sword light. If only one day, I can also become an invincible emperor. Monarch Golden Light was very envious. He did not dare to think about becoming a demigod. An invincible emperor was undoubtedly his ultimate dream. "Husband, I believe you will become an invincible emperor." The female heavenly lord encouraged him. Chapter 10:10. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an underground hall in the Pagoda Wood ruins. This underground hall was radiating with artifact light, and there were 4 cardinal artifacts. Werewolf Li Fuchen was trapped in an array in the hall. If it wasn't for his powerful spirit soul, Werewolf Li Fuchen would have already died. This underground hall is truly concealed. No wonder I wasn't discovered. Li Fuchen scanned with his spirit soul force and immediately found the underground hall. After finding the entrance, Li Fuchen entered the underground hall. Break! Li Fuchen activated the calamity power and cleaved open the array with a single palm strike. In fact, the array's power wasn't weak and was almost at the level of a regular emperor. It was a pity that it wasn't enough in front of Li Fuchen. Let me recover my strength first. After being rescued, Werewolf Li Fuchen's chi presence was dispirited. He nodded to Li Fuchen and quickly sat cross-legged to recover his strength. A regular emperor-level array was too powerful. Even if Li Fuchen arrived at an extremely fast speed, he had already exhausted 70% of his strength. If he was a little later, he would definitely be dead. The werewolf's incarnation is still too weak, Li Fuchen said to himself. After a few centuries, Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength was already at the pinnacle city lord level. He wasn't weaker than most of the universe city lords, but if he wanted to roam the superstar region, he would still be too weak without the strength of an emperor. It was a pity that Werewolf Li Fuchen didn't have any darkness attribute cardinal artifacts, otherwise, he would be able to increase Werewolf Li Fuchen's strength rapidly. After taking a glance at Werewolf Li Fuchen, who was recovering his strength, Li Fuchen started to collect the cardinal artifacts in the hall. 4 cardinal artifacts, 3 were high-grade supreme artifacts, and 1 was a peak-grade supreme artifact. It is a Thunder Dao cardinal artifact, not bad. This peak-grade supreme artifact was an awl. The surface of the awl was flickering with terrifying electric currents and had astounding power. From the inside of the awl's secret pattern, the power wasn't inferior to an all-out attack from a high-class emperor. It just happened to make up for Werewolf Li Fuchen's weakness of insufficient strength. A few days later, Werewolf Li Fuchen recovered his strength. Li Fuchen decided to let Werewolf Li Fuchen return with him to comprehend the world fruit. Everyone didn't find it strange that a stranger appeared in the sword lock heaven and earth. They believed in Li Fuchen, and this stranger didn't give them a strange feeling. This stranger had a trace of intimacy. This time, Li Fuchen didn't choose to comprehend the world fruit with everyone. He decided to choose a ruin to explore. Even though his strength was already very formidable and was ranked at the top of the Imperial Monarch rankings, he knew that there were still invincible Imperial Monarchs that could threaten him. I lack weapons, armor, and secret treasures. Among the many ruins, only the 3rd-ranked Water God tomb is suitable for me. The Water God's mausoleum was a demigod's tomb. Over the countless years, countless Imperial Emperors had entered the Water God mausoleum, and correspondingly, countless Imperial Emperors had perished inside. Generally speaking, those that dared to enter the Water God tomb would at least have the strength of a peak-level Imperial Monarch. A peak-level Imperial Monarch's entire wealth was extremely tempting to invincible Imperial Monarchs. Once they perished, their entire wealth or a portion of their wealth would be left behind in the Water God tomb, benefiting the later generations. Of course, the true treasure of the Water God tomb was the Water God's collection. It was said that the Water God had placed his half-divine weapon, the Water God Trident, in the Water God tomb for fated individuals. The Water God Trident was the true reason why countless Imperial Monarchs would enter. After all, this was a chance to become a god in a single step, and it was much safer than the battlefield of gods. Li Fuchen's objective wasn't the Water God Trident, as it wasn't compatible with his attribute. Even if he obtained it, he wasn't planning to use the Water God Trident to become a demigod. His objective was to obtain more peak-grade supreme weapons, armors, and secret treasures. In the depths of the radiant starfield, there was a star-sized water whirlpool. This water whirlpool was the entrance to the water god tomb. Every year, there would be plenty of imperial monarchs that entered the water god tomb. Most of them were imperial monarchs from outside the Radiance starfield. On this day, a sword light skimmed straight into the water whirlpool. Is this the water god tomb? After entering the water god tomb, Li Fuchen felt a gush of moisture assaulting his face. The water god tomb was filled with concentrated water Dao source, and the other universe sources were severely suppressed. In other words, in the water god tomb, the water Dao cultivators would have a great increase in strength, while the other cultivators would have a sharp decline in strength. It seems like the top-ranked ruins and danger grounds aren't that easy to explore. In terms of vile environment, the Devil Horn Star Sea was comparable to the water god tomb and might even be superior. However, in terms of danger, the Devil Horn Star Sea wasn't as dangerous as the water god tomb. After all, the Devil Horn Star Sea seemed to be formed naturally while the water god tomb was man-made. There were plenty of traps and arrays inside that were hard to defend against. It was the same for the Chaos Ruins. In terms of danger, it was slightly inferior to the water god tomb. It was just that the environment was extremely vile and wasn't suitable for any cultivator to enter. The water god tomb was massive and it was like a maze. There were plenty of tomb buildings. In the water god tomb, it was impossible to fly. Not even invincible imperial monarchs could fly. Stepping on the hard floor of the mausoleum, Li Fuchen carefully advanced. It is raining. After walking for a while, a drop of rain landed on Li Fuchen's hair. He lifted his head and saw that it was drizzling in the dusky sky. TSS. However, this drizzle was extremely powerful. Li Fuchen reckoned that if a City Lord-class Heaven Monarch entered, they wouldn't even be able to last for a single breath. Regular Heaven Monarchs wouldn't be able to last for a long time either. They would need to use a peak-grade cardinal artifact or armor to protect themselves. This is just a drizzle. The rain in the water god tomb is separated into 4 levels: light rain, moderate rain, and heavy rain. Once there is a heavy rain, even invincible imperial monarchs would be in a miserable state and wouldn't dare to expose themselves in the rain for a long period of time. The drizzle continued for a few days. A few days later, Li Fuchen arrived in front of a pond. The design of the pond was very exquisite, and in the center of the pond, there was a statue of a frog. As the pond water was very clear, Li Fuchen could easily see the bottom of the pond. All of a sudden, his eyes lit up as he noticed a spatial ring at the bottom of the pond. It was obvious that this spatial ring was left behind by a fallen Heaven Monarch. Li Fuchen squatted down and extended a finger into the pond. As he expected, the pond water was much more dangerous than the drizzle. It contained powerful power, and if a high-class Heaven Monarch dared to jump in, they would be instantly annihilated. Splash! Li Fuchen dived to the bottom of the pond. As for the power of the pond water, it wasn't able to deal with his myriad calamity immortal body. Soon enough, Li Fuchen retrieved the spatial ring and went ashore. After opening the spatial ring, Li Fuchen couldn't help revealing a smile. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this should be a peak-level Heaven Monarch's spatial ring. Just the peak-grade spirit stones alone had a few trillion. If the other resources and artifacts were added up, it would at least be a few trillion. These peak-level Heaven Monarchs are too wealthy. Li Fuchen lamented. He was an invincible Heaven Monarch and was far inferior to these peak-level Heaven Monarch. Previously in the Chaos Ruins, Li Fuchen obtained a large piece of low-grade Fire Origin Crystal, and it was only worth a few trillion. The Chaos Fire Lotus was extremely valuable, and it was impossible to estimate. However, Li Fuchen understood that this was due to his young age. If he lived for tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, his wealth would definitely far surpass peak-level Heaven Monarchs. Inside the spatial ring, The most valuable item was a peak-grade Supreme Offensive Cardinal artifact. Looking at the secret pattern, Li Fuchen reckoned that the power of this cardinal artifact should be at the level of an invincible heaven monarch. It was useless to him, but it was definitely a priceless treasure for those below the invincible heaven monarch level. Li Fuchen let out a breath forcefully and was in a pleasant mood. After obtaining a single spatial ring, Li Fuchen's wealth had increased by several times. If he could obtain a few more, his wealth would probably be comparable with weaker invincible heaven monarch. Splash, splash. In the water god tomb, there would be a rain every once in a while. This time, it wasn't a drizzle, it was a heavy rain. The heavy rain was already able to threaten peak-level heaven monarch. If Li Fuchen didn't find a place to take shelter from the rain, he would be drowned by the rain. The sword energy burst out and enveloped Li Fuchen like a transparent egg. When the rainwater landed on it, there was a pitter-patter sound. Li Fuchen might have the myriad calamity immortal body, but he didn't wish to be drenched by the rain. An invincible heaven monarch's wealth must be astounding. In the depths of the rain, a transparent figure stood there with eyes that were filled with greed and malevolence. In the outside world, he didn't dare to provoke invincible heaven monarch. But this was the water god tomb, and the strength of water Dao cultivators would increase by several times. With his strength as a peak-level heaven monarch, he would be able to exhibit the strength of an invincible heaven monarch in the water god tomb. But it was different for invincible heaven monarch. Weaker invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of peak-level heaven monarchs in the water god tomb. Powerful invincible heaven monarchs would only be able to exhibit the strength of regular invincible heaven monarchs. Most importantly, the water god tomb was filled with the water Dao source, allowing Li Fuchen to recover his strength easily. It was different for other cultivators, and they had to rely on their energy reserves to fight. As such, Li Fuchen had a great advantage. Previously, that invincible heaven monarch escaped. This time, I will definitely succeed. The transparent figure approached Li Fuchen silently. The heavy rain had concealed his chi presence. Water source world. When it was still a distance away from Li Fuchen, the transparent figure tossed a fist-sized golden water sphere into the sky. In the next moment, the golden water sphere exploded and turned into a golden circular water barrier that couldn't block the rain and enveloped Li Fuchen. Water Revolution 8 Dragons Kill. The transparent figure didn't stop and rushed into the golden circular water barrier before blasting a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist was very ferocious, and the fist force turned into 8 water dragons. Each of the dragons contained abundant water Dao source. Just in time. Li Fuchen had already noticed the transparent figure. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 water dragons exploded, and the transparent figure couldn't help but take over a dozen steps back. Such strength! The transparent figure's eyes turned sluggish. His fist earlier was definitely at the level of an invincible heaven monarch, but Li Fuchen was still able to force him back. It meant that Li Fuchen's original strength was extremely powerful and wasn't comparable to regular invincible heaven monarchs.